hear me? Good morning everybody, and thank you for joining us here at Barton Stacey as we get ready to bring you live coverage of round 4 of the 2026 Forest Edge Kart Club Championship. With 3 rounds already done and dusted, the respective championship classes are really starting to hot up and take shape. And these early rounds, they're going to give a good indication on who's on form, who's looking set for a good season, who's found the right setups and has got the right pace. But it's also worth remembering that come the season's end, of the 9 championship rounds that everybody's going to race, only 7 will go towards their championship total. So you can afford to miss a round, have a couple of bad rounds, and it doesn't ultimately cost you in the championship. So out of our 9 classes that we're going to see in action today, we're going to see 6 championship leaders looking to defend, maintain and improve on their respective current P1 positions. And we're scheduled to bring you 21 qualifying heats, 7 grand finals, and we've got just over 100 competitors today. It's a very busy day out there in the karting world in the UK. So we've got just over 100 racers, and they're going to be looking to battle out for podiums. And there's a couple of drivers not here that have dominated their respective championships. So there's a few new faces that we're going to see on the top step, which will be terrific today. We at the Speedway Portal, in association with Forest Edge Kart Club, we are delighted to be bringing you all the action today. And our first race is scheduled for about 9:25, where we're going to see the Honda Cadets come out, and then we will run through the course of the day. So thank you for joining us. If you've watched the streams already this season, it's great to have you back, and we totally understand that it's a very long day. You might just have this on in the background with other things going on your busy Sunday, and you may want to flit in and out and watch and enjoy the respective drivers that you know here racing today. So if you go on to Alpha Live Timing, what you can do is you can see a schedule of the day and a breakdown of when the races are. And we've kind of got a bit of a running order in terms of timings, and we look to stick to those timings. But racing being racing, anything can happen. We do have a rescue truck in the pits ready to go to come out onto circuit to pick up any karts that maybe get some cornering wrong and end up in the deep stuff. So those timings can be affected a little bit, but it'll give you a rough guide. And what we'll try to do as we go through the event is keep you up to speed on what heat it is for the respective classes. So of the 9 classes, they're all going to race in 3. They're all out practicing at the moment. So what you can see out on track now is practice sessions, and that will be ongoing for, I think we've got another maybe 2 sessions of the practices before we get into the competitive action. And then every class will compete in 3 heats. As they go through the heats, they're accumulating points, and what those points are going to do is go towards the grand final and where their grid position will be on that grand final. The majority of the classes today will do a roll-in start over the start-finish line, but we will have a couple of grid starts as well for the different classes. So, like I say, we've seen 3 championship rounds go by already, and we've seen some fantastic racing. We have literally had every conceivable possible weather climate that you could ask for over the course of our 3 rounds so far. But today we are overcast. The sun's not breaking through, but it is not raining, and it's not forecast to rain. So I think from a driver's perspective, it would be great because they'll have a consistent run, not have to worry too much about timings and setups, because it's going to be a pretty consistent kind of low temperature day. The track will get warmer for each session, and the tyres will be there won't be I don't think we're going to see any wets today. So yeah, we're going to run through it. Will be the Honda Cadets out first. That'll be our first group. Now, a slight change to normal. The first 3 rounds, what we've seen the Honda and the Rotax Cadets in the same session. So essentially we've had 2 races within the one session. Today we have got the Honda Cadets and the Rotax Cadets separate, so they've got their own individual races today. So normally on track they're racing against everybody, because once you put your helmet on, you're on track, you're racing. But they know that there were different classes within their session, so they weren't necessarily having to get in front of the driver in front if they weren't in their own class. But today they are only racing against their own. So it'll be the Honda Cadets out first, then we'll see the Rotax Cadets, and then we'll move into the Rotax Inters. and then it'll be the Junior Rotax, the Senior Rotax, the 177 Rotax and Masters, and then we've got our Superkarts and our KZs. So that will be the course. We're going to start about 9:25. You can just see pit lane guys getting ready there. I think we've maybe got one more practice session to come out before we move into the real action. So yeah, this will be our last practice session, I think. We'll see, but it is terrific that you're on board with us today. We've really enjoyed bringing you the first 3 rounds. On the YouTube comments, I will try to keep tabs on any comments or any shout outs that we've got for drivers that are racing today. I'll try and give them the shout out, but like I said earlier on, it's just brilliant that you're with us. And if we're just in the background all day until you jump into your race that you want to see. But we have seen some really good racing here this year, like I say, and under many different weathers as well. Offering different experiences for the drivers, but today it's going to be dry, so there's going to be some good lap times out there today. I think the drivers are going to really be able to attack the track and give us a good go today. So the track that we're on here, we're in Barton Stacey, Winchester. 14 corners, about 1100 metres this circuit. It's been here since 2004, so it's a very, very well established circuit and club here at Forest Edge. You can just see the drivers, they're going through what is the bus stop, the chicane as they go up the hill, and they climb up to the top of the hill where they go into midgets, which is what we can see now on screen. Again, this is just a practice session that we're watching, and then they drop down into the climate corner, which is a right-hander before a left-hander, into Tollies, and then they come under my nose here on the start-finish line before they race around into the Haynes Loop. And that's obviously the first corner of the track, so we will see some incident in there when we get to the business end of the day and the racing gets competitive and there's more points on board and there's some trophies and some podiums before they go down into the Whingers dip, which is what you're seeing on screen there. And that's when they then race up the hill, go through the bus stop chicane. As you can see there, they'll take a little bit of curve on the way in, and they'll take a bit of curve on the way out as well as the day picks up. And again, everyone's just getting used to it at the moment. There's not no racing on show at the moment because this is just a practice session, just getting used to the circuit this morning. They're happy with their setups. So the track is really exciting. There's some really good passing opportunities on this track. And the guys will, I'm sure, give us plenty of good, exciting racing. So what you'll see along the bottom of your screen there as well, and a slight change to our normal streams, is you've got all of our club sponsors along the bottom there. And as the day flicks by, I'll be sure to give them plenty of shout outs. But there's plenty of things there for the karting world, and there's some other sponsors like Collards as well that support the club, and it's terrific to have them on board. So all of their details are on there, on the bottom of that screen. And there you can see all of our Forest Edge socials, website, Facebook. I still call it Twitter, but it is X. I still call it Twitter. Instagram, and then a contact for the club. So anything you want to, any interest that you've got in the club, any questions you've got, follow those socials, and it'll take you to the answers. Wonderful club here, really well established. Some amazing drivers down the years taking part in this that have gone on to race in different forms of motorsport. Wonderful club. So there we can see this will be a tale of part of the day, I'm sure. When a kart goes down out on track, we just have to call the rescue truck, which will come out from the pit area, find its way on track and rescue whoever needs to be rescued. Jensen Collins in this scenario, just stuck out on track. And again, this is where the timings, essentially what we give ourselves is about 15 minutes. So all of the heats are 7 minutes, apart from the Superkarts and the KZs, which is a 5-minute heat. Everybody else gets a 7-minute heat plus a lap. So once that 7 minutes ticks by, whoever the leader of the race goes over the start-finish line, that then gives us our last lap board, and then we've got one race till completion. So yeah, 7 minutes for all the heats, apart from the Superkarts and the KZs, which will be a 5-minute, and then when we go into our finals, it ups to 11 minutes plus the lap, and 7 minutes for the Superkarts and the KZs. So we give ourselves about 15 minutes here to get that race complete. Now, again, it's tough to try and stick to the timings because of incident and things that happen on track, but that's the intention. We want to try and complete our 7-minute, 8-minute race within those 15. Gives the rescue truck a bit of a schedule to get out on track and rescue and bring back, and that's what we'll try to do. So Alpha Live is a great place to head to. You can see the results as they come in. any back history on the results from the day, and you can also look at the championship as well. You can go back through and see who's achieved what in the early rounds of the season. And what I will do is, as we go into each class today as well, I'll give you a full list of the runners and racers in that class, and I'll just give you a quick overview before each race as well on what the season has done at the minute and who's leading the way. And like I say, we'll start with our Honda Cadets, who should be out on track anyway. You can just see them there in pit lane. And everybody just coming down. And we've got a bit, like I say, a bit of a quieter day today because there's loads of karting going on up and down the country. But I tell you what, to still achieve over 100 drivers today is credit to Forest Edge and to the championship that we've got going on here. We've still managed. We've got a couple of karts there getting rescued. They'll be back in a moment. So yeah, bit busy day, but we've still got over 100 competitors, which is brilliant to see today. And I'm sure these guys are going to give us some exciting racing to follow. So I think we've got one more practice session, which will be the Superkarts and the KZs. I think they're the last ones to go out. And then we'll move into some competitive racing. So Honda Cadets, they're going to be the first ones out. That's our first competitive. That'll be our Heat 1 today. And the runners and riders we've got in that today, we've got William Woods, we've got Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. So we've got 10 entrants into the Honda Cadets, and we've got 8 in the Rotax. So normally we'd have 18 on track for that race, but we've got 2 separate races and heats today. So here come our Superkart KZs for their practice sessions. And just in terms of the Honda Cadet Championship so far this season, it's Jamie Daly, who we've got here today in the 66 car, who's leading the way with 564 championship points. Followed closely by Harry Price, who again is here today on 556. So yeah, only an 8-point gap between Jamie Daly and Harry Price at the moment. And then back in third is Oliver Ratton, who won the opening 2 rounds of the season, but then wasn't present for round number 3. So yeah, Jamie, Harry and Oliver, the top 2 in the championship, all here today. So that gives that class a bit of spice today. And in terms of race winners, Oliver Ratton has won two rounds, and Harrison Maxwell, who isn't here today, won the other round. We've had a couple of different winners of the rounds. William, Rupert, Jack, Max, Cruz, Harry, and they're going to be looking to try and get onto that podium at the end of the day. But we've got 3 heats before that, so the drivers have got the opportunity to have an off race, shall we say. And in terms of how we do the grids and the rolling starts, everybody will get a position near the front, in the middle, and at the rear of the grid or the rolling start. So they essentially get an opportunity to shoot from the front, fight their way through the middle, or work their way up from the back. And again, what we'll try and do on screen is we do try to give everybody a little bit of airtime, but it's difficult sometimes when we've got a busy grid. In a couple of the classes today, we've got up to 27, 28 karts, but we'll try and give everybody a little bit of a shout out as the day ticks by, and give them a bit of screen time. But if there's a battle out front, that's obviously going to be the focus for us on screen. We will follow the leaders, we will follow that race to win the heat. But what we will also do is, if there's a bit of a battle developing down the order, we'll try and pick up on that as well, and give some racing down the order a little bit of airtime too. So the checker flag's out on what I think is our last practice session today, and we will be rolling into the heats. Starting with those Honda Cadets. I can just see them starting to line up in pit lane, get themselves ready to go. There we can see them starting to line up. With 43 there on the left hand side of Cruz Jenkins, who will be on the front row of the grid for this opening heat. Bit of instruction coming. All these guys will have raced the track before. So they'll just start to line these guys up. 10 races in the Honda Cadet Championship, as we said. William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. Excuse me. And what's good in this class is we do have all the 3 championship leaders in it today. Oliver, who dominated the first 2 rounds. Oliver Ratton winning. Oliver's in the 22 kart. He won those first 2 rounds, then wasn't present for round 3. And again, at the moment, you can look at the championship table and see where people have stood, but ultimately it's not until we get towards round 6, 7 and 8 that we can really get an understanding of that top of the standings once a couple of those should we say poorer rounds for people, or rounds they weren't able to attend. Once they get taken off, that's when you get a picture of that championship. So we are 9:31, we're due to start at 9:25, so this is again where we will catch ourselves up a little bit, and we won't utilise the full 15 minutes for each session. We'll just race through. So there's the grandstand just on the side of the pits. As the day ticks by, it'll get pretty busy. Young lad there in the middle with the camera, we'll be grabbing some snaps. Right on cue. Here we go, for race number 1 today of round 4, which is the Honda Cadet. So they'll just get a half lap just to warm tyres up again and get themselves ready. We should have 10 karts on track. I'm seeing 8 at the moment. But we are going to see William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That is going to be our Honda Cadets. Going to go around again, do a bit more formation. We're waiting for somebody else to come out of the pits, potentially not. So we might not have all of our drivers in this at the moment. We've got Cruz, Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Harry Price, William Wood, Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith on track at the moment. And Max Saunders doesn't appear to be out. Max was unable to attend in the end. So here we go. We are lights off and we are racing on round 4 here at Forest Edge. 4th round of the championship, and is the Honda Cadets as they go round into Haynes Loop for the first time. Looks like 45 of crew of Harry Grant. On this early lap, but it will just take a lap just to find wheels, find lines, get comfortable as they race up the hill here. They'll go up through the bus stop, so you've just got to come off the gas a little bit as they go through that chicane and race up into midgets at the top, where again just a little bit of brake as they come into that right-hander, as they carry that speed down into another right-hander, which is Climate. So the front 4 just starting to pull away early doors in this one. And then they'll take a left-hander here into Tollies, and an early move up the inside on that opening lap from the 22 of Oliver Ratton, as Oliver moves up into lead from that front 4, which is Oliver Ratton, Harry Grant, Cruz Jenkins and Max Skilton. They've just stolen a bit of a gap over the other 4 of Harry Price, Jack Smith, Rupert Lillywhite and William Wood. So we've got 2 races developed in one here so far. As the front pack of 4 just pull away. And we'll just keep an eye on the 2 battles, but we can see the 22 of Oliver Ratton there ahead of the 45 of Harry Grant to lead in the way as they go through the bus stop. Like I say, bit of curb as they go through there, and they race up the hill. It's the 29 of Max Skilton that's now moved up into 3rd, with Cruz Jenkins just dropping back down into 4th for the moment. But those front 4 still sticking together. If they take that left-hander here to come back under our noses in the commentary box, over the start-finish line. It still is that 22 of Oliver Ratton from Harry Grant, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. They're leading the way. Tight battle out the front between the 2, Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton. Just a little bit back to Max, and then likewise back to Cruz in 4th place. So again, you can't lose today. You can't win today in the opening heat. You can certainly lose it if you go for a big move, get it wrong, and there's any type of contact, you get any damage to that kart. So it is just about feeling your way through the first couple of heats. So a 48.43 from both Oliver and Harry. They've both tabled the same lap time early on in this first opening heat of the day. 48.43. It's a 48.03 now for Oliver Ratton and a 48.04 for Harry, so just a tiny bit between those 2. They're going toe-to-toe at the minute. Out the front here from Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, and then comes Jack Smith, Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. They've got their own little four-way battle in that battle for 5th. So 2 races in the one here. Head down, tucked in, trying to get maximum speed up that hill as they head towards the bus stop. You just come off a little bit, and you can see the curb. And you can't really see it from the camera angle, but those curbs have got big ridges in them as they come out. So there's a lot of vibration as they go over those curbs. But because they attack it at such pace, they tend not to see it and feel it so much. The slower you go, the more you feel it, I think. So as we go over the start-finish line, we've got about 3.5 minutes plus the lap left on this one. And it is Oliver and Harry that are still leading the way. Max just a little bit behind, and then there's just a bit of a gap back there to Cruz. It's about 2 seconds from 1st to 4th at the moment. And then Jack Smith is still leading that little group of 4 that are chasing from Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. William Woods in 8th spot. See the different techniques there. Oliver Ratton, a bit more body movement from Oliver as he leans in and out, but a little bit of a look up the inside here and a move as they go up through midgets from the 45 of Harry Grant. So Harry now leads the way from Oliver Ratton, but those 3 at the front just starting to box up now a little bit. So Harry leads the way as we come into the last 3 minutes or so. It's Harry from Oliver Ratton. Max Skilton is close enough with those 2 battling. Now what tends to happen is if you've got a couple of drivers in front of you that are racing each other, it allows you the opportunity to catch up, and that's exactly what Max has done here. Just a look up the inside from the 22 there, couldn't make that work there. Oliver did have a look though, but what that's done is that's allowed Max Skilton the opportunity to come up the inside. Now into this is a tough place to overtake as you go through the chicane, but Max looks like he's done it. So Max up into 2nd place. Oliver Ratton back down into 3rd now, but again, all of this battling, what it does is allow Cruz now to catch up with the drivers in 2nd and 3rd, and what it's done is it's just allowed the leader to pull away a little bit, get a tiny bit of breathing space. Over the start-finish line, it is still Harry, but then there's a bit of movement. Oliver Ratton back into 2nd from Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. So Max was looking there in 2nd a little bit. But Oliver Ratton managed to get back in front, and then when the other 4 come underneath my noses, we'll get an update on those. And it is still Jack Smith leading that 2nd pack of 4 from Rupert Lillywhite, Harry Price and William Woods. And those front 4, there's a little bit of a gap between each of those karts in 5th to 8th, but the front 4 there we can see on screen racing through. That's our focus, with 1.5 minutes plus the extra lap to go. It's a good race developing out front as they come around midgets down into climate. They'll carry that speed down into the right-hander, keep it nice and close to the curb as they go through, and then switch back into the left-hander again, trying to keep that as tight as they can on the entry to gain speed coming out as they go over the start-finish line. Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, still that same 4, still in that same formation, those 4 on screen, keeping nice and close. You can see the difference. Oliver's really leaning in, whereas Harry Grant out front is a little bit more still in the car, a little bit more upright. Whereas again, if we get that shot as they come through the bus stop, you'll just see Oliver in 2nd place in the silver helmet. Just see a bit more body movement as he leans across to the right there. It's interesting how different drivers different ways of attacking the corners and the track. But these front 4 give us a really good opening heat here, really good race to open the day here at Forest Edge in round 4 as they're all side by side as they come through climate really close into that left-hander. And I tell you, it's the 45, I think, Harry, that's still out front, but looking up the inside as they go through into the Haynes loop. Can the 22 of Oliver make that stick? He's going to get pushed wide a little bit, and these 4 are really bunched here. Probably got a couple of laps to go on this one. It's an excellent heat to kick off today. Honda Cadet's given us something to really enjoy. Hopefully you've tuned in early and you're getting this, because it's a wonderful heat. Great start to the day. So it's Harry Grant leading at the minute. It's contact warning coming for Oliver Ratton in 2nd, I think. So just getting a little bit too close at times, Oliver, but it is only a warning. Back to 3rd of Max Skilton, and then Cruz Jenkins in 4th. And then there is that gap back to Jack Smith, who's still leading that 2nd pack of 4. In 5th place from Rupert Lillywhite, Harry Price and William Woods. But the front 4, this is our focus. It's a 2-lap race. Here we go, last lap board is out. So, opening heat of this round 4 has been an excellent one. And it is the 45 of Harry still leading from Oliver Ratton in 2nd in that 22 kart. But then there's nothing there. Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins in 3rd and 4th. So will any of these want to make a move, or are they just going to consolidate and take the points on offer in this opening heat? As they come down through the Winger's Dip, up the hill into bus stop, into that chicane, and there is movement. It's the 22 of Oliver Ratton just looking and making the move. Can he make that stick now? Coming up into the right-hander of the Winger's Dip. Yes, I think he's going to. Managed to make it stick. So Oliver Ratton into the last few corners has taken the lead of this race from Harry Grant. But will Harry look to make a move here up the inside into the last corner? No, I think Oliver's done enough over the start-finish line side by side. And it is just Oliver from Harry Grant, and Max Skilton held on to third from the ever-pushing Cruz Jenkins, who was in that spot for pretty much the entire race from after the first corner. So let's just concentrate on the second group. Just coming around now as a bit of a battle developed for that 5th place. I think it is still Jack Smith from Rupert Lillywhite as they come over. Yeah, Jack's held on to 5th place from Rupert Lillywhite. And then comes Harry Price in the 67. And then William Woods will come around in 8th place. Bit of a lonely drive in the end for William. He comes over the start-finish line in a 47.61 from Max Skilton. Fastest time there. So we can see the top 8. That is the 8 drivers in the Honda Cadets. Excellent race from the front 4. Giving us something to really enjoy there today. Oliver taking the win in the end. Move on that last lap to get back ahead of Harry. And it was always Max and Cruz battling for that 3rd and 4th place. But yeah, excellent opening heat. Just see a little bit of action from that first heat. Really good heat to open the day for us today. Front 4 immediately pulled away, and you can see the different plates that highlight a novice driver. So the black and white plate there is the novice driver plate. We have the four novice drivers. But with the 4 in that chasing pack, nice move there. Harry Grant up there. And it was Harry and Oliver that were really battling away out the front. So an excellent race, good way to start today. Really enjoyable, and we will move on to another group of cadets, and these will be in the Rotax. So again, we should have, I think, 8 on track here. So our drivers in the Rotax Cadets is Oscar Taylor, Wilfred Tomlinson, Johnny Butterfield, Munro Wilcox, Jackson Haynes, Arju Storr-Perstis, Elliot Hitch, and Tommy Lovejoy. So again, the guys will just get a half a lap, maybe 2 halves if they're not in formation ready to go. So Johnny Butterfield's currently leading the championship. He won 2 of the 3 opening rounds. I think lights are out, and we are racing on this one, and a really close battle going into that first turn from these 3. So Oscar, Wilfred, Johnny, Monroe, Jackson, Arjuice, Elliot and Tommy, they make up our Rotax Cadets. Go down into the Winger's Dip for the first time. We've got yellows out. I think we're going to go again on this one. We're just going to bring them round and just get them obviously a slightly unsatisfactory start, so they'll get them in line again. But yeah, Johnny Butterfield is currently leading the championship with 642 points. He had 2 wins and a second in the opening 3 rounds from Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. And all 3 again are here today. Those 3 battling away at the front, and it is the 25 and the 28 as they race into the first corner. Whoa, contact going into that first corner, and it looks like it was Johnny Butterfield that came off worse in that little exchange. And it looks like Elliot Hitch has got up into that pole spot at the moment. He's leading the way down into Winger's Dip and has got a bit of a gap already. But he'll either pull away. You can see the 76 car, Elliot Hitch up into the lead. Wow, plenty of curb there. As they came through, they race up the hill into midgets for the first time. Got a nice formation. The 8 karts out on track. Let's see how this race develops. Slightly different to the last one, but at the moment it looks like Elliot is out front. In the 76 from the 28 of Munro. Then comes Johnny, Tommy, Oscar, Jackson, Arjuice, and then Wilfred at the back. But there was big contact going through that first Haynes loop for the first time. And it was Johnny Butterfield that was on the wrong end of that. He got a little bit of air time. 4 wheels on track for a moment. He's now back in 3rd and chasing. So Elliot leads the way on screen there. You can see a gap already starting to develop from Munro. And then comes Johnny, Tommy Lovejoy in 4th, and then Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Arju Storr-Perstis and Wilfred Tomlinson. So they are our 8 drivers here in the opening heat for the Rotax Cadets. A little bit closer this time than the Hondas were. The Hondas immediately developed into 2 races of 4, whereas we just have a bit of a train going on here, but there is already a bit of a gap out front. It's a gap of about a second from Elliott back to Monroe. Elliott with the fastest lap time at the moment of a 48.33, putting in some good times. I think we lost Johnny as Johnny got backwards. Johnny is now, the 25, gone way back to 8th spot and is chasing from the back. So, not the start that Johnny, the championship leader, would have wanted to today. Wonder whether there's just a bit of damage to the car after that incident going into Haynes Loop for the first time. But trying to find himself at the back. But it is Elliott out front from Monroe, and those two have got some fresh air. They've got a bit of open track from the chasing pack. And in truth, there's a little bit of a gap between everybody until we get back to, I think it's the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson challenging at the 55 of RG Store Purchase. They're the 2 closest on track at the moment. The leaders are out front. There's the 21 and 44 of Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. They've got a little bit of a battle going on there in the middle of the pack. 4th and 5th at the moment. Elliott and Monroe out front, got a bit of a lonely drive, so they've just got to focus on trying to get in some good lap times. 48.01 last time out from Elliott, so he's lowering, he's almost in the 47s. So he's pushing some good times. Monroe Wilcox is just tucked in 2nd place. Again, just kind of chasing the tail a little bit of Elliott at the moment. And then there's a gap back to Tommy Lovejoy in 3rd. And then we've got a nice little battle there between Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. Again, there's another battle as we go back. Again, a couple of spots between RG Store Persis and Wilfred Tomlinson. They've got a bit of a battle going on as well. And Johnny Butterfield's just starting to catch them 2 up now. It was off the pace for a while there, the championship leader, but just starting to reel in the karts in 7th and 8th. That's the battle you can see on the track there. That's RG's Wilfred and Johnny. So they're 6th, 7th and 8th, but they are giving us some entertainment. So that's the race that we'll focus on. Out front, Elliott and Monroe and Tommy have got some fresh air between the 3 of them. So we'll concentrate on this little battle for 3, see if Johnny can start to work his way back through the field. He's looking to move side by side as they go into the bus stop chicane. So no change in positions, it's still our juice there from Wilfred, then Johnny, but a bit of a battle going on right at the back of the field in this 8th kart race. It is still Elliott out front from Monroe, then Tommy Lovejoy. So nothing has changed out front. Still the 21 of Oscar Taylor from Jackson Haynes. They've got their own little battle on, but this battle at the back is an interesting one at the minute from RG's Wilfred and Johnny. Johnny still chasing the back wheels of Wilfred. You do get a feeling if he can get past Wilfred, he'll then look to attack Arjuice as well, to get back up into 6th place after being in front of the pack in the opening lap, but then has subsequently dropped back. So we're concentrating on the back 3 at the moment. Front battle, Elliott has a bit of a gap of you can see it there, 1.55 back to Monroe Wilkinson, and then it's 3.5 back to Tommy. So there's a bit of a gap between everybody out front. Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes, they've got their own little battle going on in 4th and 5th. And then we've got this 3-way battle back in 6th, 7th and 8th. So the action is at the back of the field in this one. Oscar Taylor still leading that little duel in the middle with Jackson Haynes. And it's still our juice here leading from Wilfred and Johnny, but there's nothing between these 3. Johnny's just looking to make the move. He's really going left, right, trying to find that space and that gap. So let's move into the little battle that we've got going in the middle here at the moment, which is Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. The drivers are starting to get Elliott, Monroe and Tommy. They're all down into the 47s now, so lap times are coming down. They're getting quicker lap on lap. And those 3, Elliott, Monroe and Tommy, they are our front 3. They've all got open track. They're all just focused on lap times, really. Getting used to the circuit today. They're not under any threat of losing their position, but this little battle of 21 and 44 of Oscar and Jackson, they've got a really nice little battle going on for 4th and 5th. Likewise, Arjuice, Wilfred and Johnny, still in that same 3. They haven't changed positions at all. Johnny really looking to move up the inside, but to be fair to Wilfred Tomlinson and Arjuice, they're driving really good races and they're not giving Johnny the opportunity to get by. That may change over the course of the next couple of laps. That's still the battle on screen there of Oscar Taylor and Jackson. That's 4th and 5th battle there. And the reason we're showing you this is the front 3 are gone. They've disappeared. They've all got about a 1.5 seconds between each other. So as long as they keep in a straight line, hopefully no commentator's curse, and they get no mechanical faults, that will be our top 3 in this one. 2 laps left on this race now. That is 21 and 44. That's a good little battle these two have got. And if Oscar gets something wrong, then the 44 of Jackson is definitely in a position to challenge. And likewise, the battle at the back is still going on as well. It's still our juice, but Johnny Butterfield has now gone ahead of Wilfred Tomlinson. So now that now Johnny has got the better of Wilfred, will he be able to reel in our juice for that 6th spot? Out front, Elliot Hitch driven a really good race, as has Monroe Wilcox and Tommy Lovejoy. There's about a second and a half between each of them, so no chance of anything changing place. Elliot's going to bring around the last lap board as he comes through Tolly's over the start-finish line to Parsons, and then the right-hander of Haynes Loop. So we go into our last lap. You can see the battle in the background of the screen there as they go up the hill. Elliot is going to win this one comfortably from Munro and Tommy Lovejoy, but there's a really good battle between Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes, as there has been the whole race. Likewise, our juice, Johnny and Wilfred. And I think at the back, Wilfred has now got the better, but that was tight. And I don't think our juice was very happy there. Little hand gesture came out to say, give me some room. But Johnny has moved through, as has Wilfred. So our juice now finds in 8th position. But let's concentrate as we come round for the final couple of corners with our race leader from the front, really, and a winner quite comfortably in this opening heat for the Rotax Cadet. This is Elliot Hitch. Congratulations from Monroe Wilcox. Tommy Lovejoy will pick up that 3rd spot. Pretty comfortable for those three. And in this little battle for 4th and 5th, it is going to come down to the 21 of Oscar Taylor from Jackson Haynes, and Johnny Butterfield has gotten the better of that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. And it is Johnny Butterfield from, I think, Wilfred Tomlinson, and then our juice will burst this. So those two had a really good battle down the order. So there we go, Elliot with the win from Monroe, with Tommy Lovejoy in 3rd. It's a really good race down the order, relatively straightforward at the front of the pack, but it was all the action going into the first turn. Just keep an eye as they go through Haynes Loop here for the first time. Just a little bit of airtime, just here for Johnny on the outside. Yeah, just a bit of contact. Forced him wide, and whether he had another issue a bit further, he ended up going all the way back down to last place in this one. But again, great race there from the Rotax Cadets, giving us something to enjoy early on. A good opening heats. We're going to enjoy the Rotax Inters up next. There's some really good action. That's the 28 of Munro at a comfortable 2nd through the entirety of that race. Nice coffee there. I could go on a nice coffee. Nice Costa. Maybe a little bit later on. So we're going to move into the Rotax Inters. I think it's going to be our next race on track for their Heat 1. Excuse me. And we are going to see 20 entries in the Rotax Inters. There we can see them lined up. You can see the 40 of Harvey Ball there on the left-hand side, 49 of Callum Williams, 43 of Ethan Copland. They're going to be at the front of the grid for this one, but we are going to see Jensen King, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Alger, Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Rio Fry, Charlie Nichols, Jack Hudson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dixon and George Beck. That's our 20 drivers in the Rotax Inters. In the championship, interestingly, Elijah West has dominated the opening 3 rounds, winning all 3. Elijah's not here today, so we are going to have a new podium winner, new top step for somebody. Freya Bond, she sat in 2nd, not here today either. Whereas Oliver Dan is the only one in the top 3 in the championship that is here today in the 24 kart. Oliver had a P4, a P5 and then a P24 in the opening 3 rounds. But again, we'll get these guys out just to do a couple of half laps maybe, just to get ready, get comfortable, and we'll be racing on. So 20 karts in this one, and we are going to have a new winner today. Elijah West not here. So who's going to step up? Who wants to be that driver on the top step? Today we will soon see. They are going to go around again. Half laps here just to get everybody in formation and a chance to line up. We've got Full 20 out on track. So there's the 30 and the 40 of Jack Hudson and Harvey Ball. They are our pole sitters in this randomly picked grid, so they'll get everybody will get an opportunity to start near the front of the grid, in the middle and at the rear of the grid over the 3 heats, so it's fair. So you can either shoot from the front, battle your way through from the middle, or battle your way through from the back, but it is fair and everybody gets a shot at each of those. So our Rotax Inters, here we go. 20 karts, so a bit of a busier grid than we've seen in the 2 cadets. Getting them nice and slow. And again, when we've got this many karts on track, that opening entry from Tollies, as you go around Parsons into the Haynes Loop, that is when we can get incident. We want to avoid that. We want to see everybody get cleanly through. You can't win it on the opening lap, you can certainly lose it. Let's see how this race develops. And a big move from the 17 there of Henry Olga, and there we go, as expected, a bit of carnage coming through. I don't know whether Henry would have broken formation there going. You have to stay in formation until you go over the start-finish line. Henry looked to be out to the left really a little bit early. We'll see as that develops. Potentially gonna creep in, but there is incident, but everybody seems to be, the clock is ticking, so I think this race will continue after that opening exchange and that opening contact going through Haynes Loop. It does happen when you've got a busy grid. We've seen it before. So it's settled down now in the front 2. Oh, there are yellows out, so we won't have a change of position here. But Harvey Ball is leading the way from the 43 of Ethan Copeland, and the 16, 49 and 24. Lenny Dorrington, Callum Williams, and there's Oliver Dan. So Lenny Dorrington in the 16 has gone up. So Henry in the 17 is in the same position that they started on the grid. Now we've got a bit of debris on the track down here. Hopefully somebody can come out and pick up. So somebody is going to be out of this race early. Somebody going to collect in those bits a bit swift before people come, drivers come back round again. So 43 and the 40, that's our front 2. What's on track here? It's just off the racing line, so I don't know if you caught it on screen. But anyway, back to Ethan Copeland leading the way now from Harvey Ball. Henry Alvin, the 17, is in third, from Oliver Dan, James Devereux, Lenny Dorrington, Callum Williams, Charlie Dickinson, Charlie Nichols and Louis Lovell. They make up the top 10 at the moment. And Norman Atkinson, George Beck, Roman Tackler chasing down hard. So you can see the gap on your screen. That on the right hand side is the gap from kart to kart to kart. So it's about half a second from Ethan to Harvey at the moment. So Jensen King, the 14 kart. So whatever was on track has now been removed. So the leaders are coming back through Tollies to come underneath me here on the start finish line, and it is still Ethan Copeland from Harvey Ball, and then Henry Olga, and then the 24 of Oliver Dan, James Devereux, and then the 16 of Lenny Dorrington. Then there is a bit of a gap as we go back to the 49, 47, and 79, sorry, of Callum Williams and Charlie Dickinson. So a little bit settled down now. Front 2, there is about a second gap from Ethan to Harvey at the moment. Just pulling away as they go through the bus stop up into midgets at the top. So a bit of a gap for Ethan at the moment. And then the second, third and fourth and fifth karts, yeah, there's a bit of a race developing, in fourth and fifth at the moment. But Ethan out front. Still from Harvey in second, Henry. And then comes what is turned into a battle between Oliver Dan and James Devereux. That's our fourth and fifth karts at the moment. And then as we drop further back, really from the 79 car of Charlie Dickinson all the way back to the 86 of George Beck, there's a 5 or 6 kart battle there going on in the middle of the race, which is developing. It is Ethan out front with 44.37, the only driver to get that low at the moment. That's the fastest lap, Ethan Copeland with a 44.37. A couple of other drivers in the 44s, including Henry, Oliver Dan, James Devereux. They've got themselves down into the 44s as well. But there is going to be a bigger gap, I think, when Ethan comes over the start-finish line here in the 43. And then the chasing pack of Harvey Ball, it's about 2 seconds now, but then there's nothing. All the way back really to James Devereux. And there's a bit of a gap to Lenny Dorrington. So from second through till about fifth, There's a nice little battle developing, and again there's some interesting close battles as we go further down the order. But at the moment, Ethan is pulling away and has got this race looking pretty comfortable. But then the second, third, fourth and fifth, which is Harvey, Henry, Oliver and James, there you've got a nice little race developing. If they work together, they tuck in, they focus, and just try and get a good couple of laps under their belt, they might start to reel in Ethan out front, rather than battling and try and displace each other at this stage. So it was 2.19, it's gone up to 2.43, almost 2.5 seconds now for Ethan leading out front. But that battle, second through to fifth, is developing, and it is a good one. You can see that on screen now. Harvey up into second place just for a moment, been displaced by Oliver Dan. But those four, that's going to turn into a nice little race as they go down through the Winger's Dip. Almost four abreast as they go through there as they head up, and it's still Harvey holding on to that second spot, but that's really close as they go through the bus stop. Those four, excellent race developing between those. Ethan's comfortable out front, but that four-way battle, that's really one we're going to focus on, I think, as this race is developing, because there's nothing to choose between them. Harvey's still leading the way, but there is, was there contact there before that move coming under the start-finish line? It was the 46 of James Devereaux that jumps up into third ahead of Henry, and Harvey Ball still holding on to the second. So our top 10 at the moment is Ethan Copland from Harvey Ball, then it comes James Devereaux, Henry Auger, Oliver Dan, Lenny Dorrington, Charlie Dickinson, Louis Lovell, Wayne Atkins and George Beck. That's the top 10. And then behind them we've got Charlie Nichols, Arthur Kayser, Henry Perrin in 13th, Harry Reid moves up into 15th. Not mass movement from anybody in this field at the moment. Everybody is pretty much almost where they started. No one's jumped up more than a spot. I think only James Devereaux that currently holds second. Contact warning just popped up on my screen for Henry Olga, just in that battle for second. But it is now, I think, the 46. Yeah, it is the 46 up into second of James Devereaux. But those four are really throwing karts at each other as they go through the Haynes Loop. This is an excellent race on screen, which is now James Devereaux leading the way from Harvey Ball. Still Oliver Dan from Henry Auger. So that's that pack that's chasing from second through to fifth. Ethan's comfortable with almost a 5-second gap now for Ethan out front. So again, hopefully no commentator's curse, but Ethan's looking pretty comfortable out front, driving a really nice race. The fastest lap time's gone to Oliver Dan now in that little chasing pack of four. So it's amazing what you can achieve when you're in that little battle and race going on. But it is, it's back to Ethan Copland with a 44.12, so he didn't take that line down and has chucked in a faster lap time again, but that's a big move up the inside, but got it wrong there. That was the 24 of Oliver Dan, looked to make the move, carried loads of speed going in, but sometimes that speed then takes you across the corner, and that's exactly what happened to Oliver there in the Haynes Loop. Just couldn't make the wheel stick and keep to the curb to come back up the inside, just drifted across. And again, like I was saying, once you look to make a move and get that battle, what it's done is it's given James just a tiny bit of breathing space. I imagine those that are in James's camp in the pits will be quite happy with how that little battle is developing behind Ethan Copland. So last lap board for Ethan, he's leading the way, but they're battling with each other, which they're bound to do now with a couple of laps to go. But James Devereaux is in that second spot, and Henry's moved up from Oliver, and Harvey, who's in second for a lot of that battle, has now dropped back down to fourth. So that's been the focus as we're in this last lap now. It's 6.5 seconds for Ethan out front. So Ethan's looking really comfortable. Looks like he's going to has had a third place in one of the opening rounds, round 3. So this will be a good start to Ethan's day. As Ethan's just about to come around the climate before that left into Tollies to take the checkered flag and win in the open race. Happy with that from 43 of Ethan Copland, and in that battle for second it looks like it is going to be the 46 of James Devereaux in second, from Oliver Dan up into third, third in the championship. He's just made that work. From Henry in fourth, and then it was Harvey dropping back into that fifth spot. As we keep looking down the order, Lenny Dorrington picked up the 6th, Charlie Dickinson 7th, Louis Lovell in 8th, Warren Atkins, George Beck, they made up the top 10. And over the start finish line comes Arthur Kayser, Henry Perrin, Charlie Nichols, Callum Williams, Harry Reid, Rio Fry, Roman Takata, Jensen King, Oakley Poulter and Jack Sudson at the 20th. So again, good race. Ethan Copland pretty comfortable out front. No dramas for Ethan there. He's got his wheels in line. Some carnage there going into the first, and that happens when we've got a busy grid. As they come over the start-finish line, everybody fighting for that line, that bit of space that they want. You do see that quite often. But this was the initial battle out front, which was Harvey and Ethan. And then Ethan just managed to pull away a little bit and started to get some fresh air between himself and that pack of four that were chasing. And then that was really the entertainment for us on track, was that battle for second through to fifth. It was James Devereux in the 46. Eventually you can see James just making a move there under the 17. Got up into second and then bossed it for the last lap or so really. James looked pretty comfortable while the other three traded places. That was Henry going for the big move. There's a unwanted bit of kart. Or a wanted bit of kart, should I say. So, really good opening heat again. 3 really good heats to open today's round 4 here at Forest Edge. And again, just while you're enjoying, across the bottom of the screen, all our sponsors will keep popping up. IKD Kart Store there. You can see them on Facebook on the right-hand side. That's how you can find those guys. Specialists in products from most classes. Bodywork axles, cadet, chain sprockets, everything from those guys. So again, all the sponsors will keep rolling across the bottom of the screen. Big shout out to all of them for their support and sponsorship of our events. So we can just see a little bit of calm before we move into what I think will be our juniors. Everyone in the grandstand there. Just waiting, and there's a lot in these early heats. I think everyone's focused on their car, everyone's focused on their driver. So that grandstand tends to fill up, and then it's almost like a 100% change of people on that grandstand as the different classes go out and the different races go out. We are going to move into our juniors in a minute, and this is our busiest grid of the day, the juniors. We've got 28 karts on track for the juniors. And a quick run through on who you're going to see. There's the 41 there of Spencer Trahorn. And we've got the next stretch. He's going to lead the way from the front in this one. So we have Leo Basterfield, we have Mia Beckley, Elliot Bennett, Travis Rose, current championship leader. And then we've got Ethan Cossins, Elijah Lewis, Aaron Clark-Nixon, Spencer Trahorn, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Arthur Way, Paris Gray, Harrison Stacey, Jaden Shearing, Daniel Barton, Max Smith, Jensen Collins, Thomas Ray, Tio Jones, Connor Yu, Joshua Jestin, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Alexander Lecheski, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. They will make up our 28 drivers in the juniors. In the championship so far it is Travis Rose that is leading the way. Travis is here today in the 16 kart. He won the opening 2 rounds and then got a 4th place in round number 3. But Jesse Whitmore and Ethan Hunt. Jesse has had 3 third places in the opening 3 rounds, not here today. And Ethan Hunt likewise has had a podium in round 2. So yeah, Travis leads away with 608 points from Jesse Whitmore 595, then Ethan Hunt 557. That's the top 3 in the juniors, but only one of those will be here today, and that is Travis Rose, our championship leader. Jesse and Ethan, like I say, I said at the top of the show, there's 3 or 4 other big events going on up and down the country, so lots of karting for people to do today. We're delighted that we've got over 100 competitors here for Forest Edge round 4 and heat 1 for the juniors. So likewise, they will have a rolling start, no good start for you guys. So we just hope that everybody can get through Tollies and then into the Haynes Loop safely in one piece. We can get everybody out for a good competitive race. Okay, they'll just put in that opening lap. Half a lap. Packed into formation. Into my nose here. So the junior Rotax is normally our busiest class. Just a bit above there for Tio Jones on the warm-up lap. It's normally our busiest class. We tend to have an extra heat. And everybody get to go around again. Yeah, we tend to have an extra heat for the juniors, and they race in 3 of the 4 heats. Today we've just got the 3 because we've got enough to get everybody on track. And Travis is the one to be shot at, leading the way in the championship. So here we go. They'll slow the guys down as they come up from Winger's Dip, get them into formation. And here's the 41 there on the left of Spencer Trahorn, and the 95 of Alexander Lecheski at the front of the pack, with Thomas Ray tucked in behind there, and the 17 of Ethan Cossins. So let's see how this race develops. Always a good race, the juniors. Here we go. And we are lights out, we're off and racing. It's the 41, Spencer Trahorn's made a great start. That little level on the grass, early doors. Everybody safely through the Haynes Loop, wonderful, that's what we want to see. It does look like already the 41 of Spencer Trahorn from Ethan Cossins has just stolen a bit of a gap. And he's just starting to pull away as they all go down through the Winger's Dip, just into formation really. As they come up through the bus stop for the first time, just get a feel for that chicane. So different going around that in action rather than just on your own in a practice session. As they go up through and around midgets, the right-hander for the first time. And back. Left-hander underneath my nose here at the start-finish line, and the 41 of Spencer Trahorn is leading the way from the 17 of Ethan Cossins. Then comes Daniel Barton, who's gained a few places early on, as has Harrison Stacey, up 4 places, and Thomas Ray from Critchley half away. Alexander Lecheski has lost a few spots in that opening lap to Jaden Sheeran and Max Lovell. That makes up our top 10 on the opening lap here of Heat 1 for the juniors. Contact warning just flashed up for Harrison Stacey in front of me. So they're already making their way back up the hill through the bus stop. You can see on screen there the 95 of Alexander Lecheski that led the way early on from the grid. Let's just drop back into that pack now. So the front 3 already, it's just calmed down out the front. And it was Spencer Trahorn from Ethan Cossins, and then Daniel Barton, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Critchley up into 4th from Harrison, and then half the way Thomas Ray, Max Lovell, Alexander Lecheski and Max Smith. That's the top 10. But the front 3, there's a bit of a gap between them at the moment, so they're not under too much time pressure. Up the hill they go. Yeah, it's a bit of a gap between the front 3, but then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's when that train comes in. So that is where we might see some action and some racing develop. A bit of a move, looking from 5th up into 4th there. I think that's possibly half away. Harrison Stacey making the move. But Spencer Trahorn still leading the way. Ethan Cossins just reeling him in under a second now from Daniel Barton, and it was half away that made that move up through midgets to gain a spot. Front 2 looking pretty comfortable, but then from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, there's a race. And Max Lovell 7th, there's a race in there in 8th with Thomas Ray. So some good battles developing in this one. Still early doors in heat number 1 of the juniors here. But the front 2, they're looking pretty comfortable. They're out front. It is that battle that's developing for the 3rd place at the moment, where we've got 4 or 5 carts back to Max Lovell that are looking like they're going to threaten. And again, a bit of movement there. Was that Ethan Critchley going up into 3rd? Might have lost out straight away in that battle. Yeah, it's a 3-way battle. It's the 47 now of half the way. Takes up that early running 3rd spot. Really good little battle between those 4 or 5 carts. You can see that on the screen as those names jump. So front 2, Spencer and Ethan, they're comfortable. But then Arthur up into 3rd from Ethan, Harrison Stacey, Daniel Barton, Max Lovell still in 7th from Stanley Williams, Thomas Ray, and Travis Rose back in 10th. So in terms of, there's a contact warning down the order. I think it's quite busy down in the middle, and there's a big moment for, I think that was the 87. I think I spotted an 87 of Ethan Critchley there. I just looked at my screen as there was contact. I think it was the 87 of Ethan Critchley, and if it was, that's such a shame, because Ethan was running 4th and was in that battle. And yeah, I think it was. I can see the distinctive helmet of Max Lovell. Of movement again. Lovell is, up into 4th from Stanley Williams in 5th now with Daniel Barton, Thomas Ray. Travis Rose up into 8th, Leo Basterfield 9, and Joshua Jestin. They make up the top 10, and again, we've had some big movers. Max has gone up 3 places, as has Stanley. Thomas Ray's gone up a couple, as has Travis Rose, Leo Basterfield, Joshua Jestin, Jaden Sheeran, Max Smith. They've all moved up. Some good games from those guys. But the field, really, apart from Harrison Stacey, who's dropped way back down the order, pretty comfortable at the moment. It's definitely comfortable out front for Spencer Trahorn. and Ethan Crossings. We're coming up to 2-second gap between the front two. And then there's a bit of a gap now for Arthur in third, before we find the 84 and the 47 of Stanley Williams and Max Lovell. Then comes Daniel Barton, Travis Rose, Will Basterfield, Joshua Jest and Jamie Shearer. And that's our top 10 as this race develops. And there's some good races and battles going on throughout the pack as we drop down. And just outside the top 10 we've got Thomas Ray, Max Smith, Stanley Keeley, Alexander Chesky, Albert Campbell, Elliot Bennett, Connor Yu, Jensen Collins and Elijah Lewis. That comes down to our 20th place of Ethan Critchley, and then Theo Jones, Mia Beckley, Harrison Stacey, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray and Lucas Nibbs. That's the full that's the full running order at the moment. Spencer's pulling away over 2 seconds now to Ethan, and Arthur looking pretty comfortable in third place now, before 4, 5 and 6. Again, not much chance of any movement in there. And just see a nice move coming through there. I think that was the 44 of Stanley Keeley gaining a place as he came through Haynes Loop there before racing down into the Winger's Dip. Go up through the bus stop. So the leader, Spencer, is pulling away from second place of Ethan Crossings. Those two are really comfortable. And Arthur Way now has stolen a gap in third. And has a bit of fresh air back to fourth, and likewise 5th and 6th as well. Max and Travis, they're pretty comfortable in their positions. And then we've got a couple of little mini battles, the 79 and the SC plate of Leo and Joshua. They've got a battle going on, as is the 54 and the 58 of Jaden and Daniel. They've also got a little battle going on there as well. So a couple of little personal battles going on for the minor points back down the field, but there's no denying the front two, Spencer and Ethan, Trehorn and Cossins, they've pulled away, and Hazard's Arthur Way in third. So the front three looking pretty comfortable in heat number 1 of the juniors here. And in fourth place, likewise, Stanley Williams now has a bit of a comfortable gap in front and behind actually, but then there's a battle and a move up the inside. Travis Rose, I think, is on Max Lovell there yet, so Travis up into 5th ahead of Max. He's starting to work his way through the field there. Places gained from Arthur Way, 9 from Stanley Williams, 17 from Travis Rose, working his way up from the back of the pack, 9 from Leo Basterfield, 16 from Joshua Jestin. So some big movers as this race has developed. Harrison Stacey's dropped 12, Elliot Bennett 11, unfortunately, Alexander Chesky 11 as well. So there has been some big movement, more so than in the races that preceded us here. But Spencer Trehorn with a couple of laps to go now. Didn't see whether Spencer got a last lap board then or not, so I'll keep an eye on the checkered flag. This could be the last lap. Got 2 laps at the top. I don't know whether Spencer got over before that 7 minutes had elapsed. So we'll just keep an eye on that. So Spencer Trehorn is leading from Ethan Crossings, Arthur Way, Stanley Williams, Travis Rose, Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Jaden Shearing, Joshua Jestin and Daniel Barton. They make up the top 10. Pretty consistent at the front of the order. I can just see a warning coming out for the 79 of Joshua Jestin as well. Something wise gone on in the middle there. And we now have the last lap board. So we are on a 1 lap race here. The front 3, 4 looking pretty comfortable, as is 5th and 6th now, and 7th. But then we've got a really hectic battle from 8th back to the 44 car. In that run in there of Stanley Keeley. They're battling for top 10 spots, which you can see on the screen now. Spencer Trehorn's got the win in the bag from Ethan Cossins and Arthur Way. Really, that top 3 are looking really comfortable. But they're still jostling for positions back down, and again, important points. Accumulating points all the time through the heats to go towards the final, but round the last couple of corners, for the last time for Spencer Trehorn. A great opening race for Spencer. Likewise comfortable for Ethan in second, and Arthur in third. For Stanley Williams, Travis Rose, Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Jaden Shearing will come across from Daniel Barton and Joshua Jestin, who did have a warning board out. But the front 2 pretty comfortable for the entirety of that race. Arthur Way, once Arthur got up into third, it was likewise for him as well. Travis Rose managed to work all the way through the pack up into 5th. Again, good points there from a lowly around in the starting position. So Spencer with the win from Ethan, Arthur Stanley, Travis Rose, Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Jaden Sheeran, Daniel Barton and Joshua Jestin. They made up the top 10 from Stanley Kearley, Thomas Ray, Alexander Lecheski, Jensen Collins in 14th, Elliot Bennett, Ethan Critchley, Albert Campbell, Harrison Stacey, Max Smith, Lucas Nibbs up to 20. And then came Elijah Lewis, Theo Jones, Oliver Warren, Connor Yu, Paris Gray and Mia Beckley. So a little bit calm at the front of the race in that one. Pretty comfortable for Spencer and Ethan in first and second. Just a bit of a replay, look back on that one. And you can see the hand gesture there, just to say, let's work together. And that was the 87 car of Ethan Critchley, just saying, let's work together and try and catch up. And again, whoa, that was where that contact was for Ethan Critchley, just up on the back. So there was a bit of movement, there was some good racing going on throughout that, but the front two or three, relatively comfortable. Max Lovell seemed to be in the action throughout. Again, I would imagine pretty comfortable in the end. That top 10 finish. So we will move on. We will have our seniors heat number 1. There you can just see there's a bit of wind in the air today, there's a bit of movement. So the seniors will just be getting comfortable in, you see them on the left hand side of the pit lane there, just getting themselves ready to go for this heat. So we should have 21 karts out on track for the seniors, and the run-in goes Luke Richards, Lucas Reeves, Roman Vickery, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, Michael Pugh, and if I call you Michelle at any point, it's because I've got a good friend called Michelle Pugh, so sorry Michael. So Michael Pugh in the 27, Will Aldis, Jared Dutray. We've just got the rescue car gathering somebody on the track at the moment. Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Harry Clark, Lawrence Moss, Joshua Hall, James Watson, Janu Shuskus, Ben Hicks, James Bailey-Sartin, Harry Maynard, Neve Note and Oliver Murfitt. They make up the seniors. And in terms of the championship, Bobby Rosier is leading the way. A winner, second and a fifth in the opening 3 rounds, but not here today. Likewise, Zach Burke in seconds, had a couple of thirds and a 7th. Not here today, but Oliver Gussman is here. Sat currently P3 in the championship. Has had a podium finish in the opening 3 rounds. So Bobby's leading the way with 619, from Zach with 567 and Oliver Gussman with 520. So Oliver's the only one of the top 3 that's here today. But like I say, it's 7 of the 9 championships rounds will be raced, and it's your best 7 results of those 9 that go towards your championship total at the end. So if you have a poor round, you just wipe it off. If you're racing elsewhere or you can't make an event, you've got 2 opportunities for that. And it's the other 7 that will go towards the result. So yeah, 21 karts. We can see a bit shaky. You can see the win there for our guy stood on top of the comms box. The 61 of Joshua Hall there, and the 46 of Harry Clark. They'll be the 2 on front pole of the grid start for this one. So I think we're just getting the rescue truck off track. A couple of karts stranded. You can see the Focus under the lids. These guys, and again an opportunity here in the opening couple of rounds. William Ray has won rounds 1 and 2. Bobby Rosier won 3, and Zach Burke, who's not here today, has had a couple of 3rd places. Second place was Oliver in round 3. Oliver Gussman, who's here today, and we're in the top 3. So again, I've got a couple of names that I've written down phonetically to try and get them right here. Nicholas Gorzalidis. So Nicholas, I hope I'm saying that right. Feel free to jump on YouTube and tell me if I'm saying any of these names wrong. They are quite tricky, some of them. I do my best. Hoping it will stay dry. We all hope it will stay dry as well. Flippy's 946. And Elijah is at, yeah, the NKC, yeah. So Elijah, who does so well so far. A nod there. Molly. YouTube, so thank you for watching us. Hope you enjoyed the day. You can flit in and out. Let's choose, keep us on in the background, If you've gone to Alpha Live, you can see the running order, you can see what live heat we're on, and that helps keep tabs on where we're at. So we are on our senior Rotaxes. We should have 21 karts on track for this. Like I say, Oliver is sat in third in the championship in the 60 and the 38 kart. Oliver Gustman, essentially the leader of this race in terms of championship points. So we'll just slow the guys down, comfortable. Hopefully get them all in formation nice and early to come back round underneath us for a rolling start. So it looks like we might get away first time here. Lights out is the 26 and the 46. Harry Clark and Kian Downer are out the front at the moment. Everyone's safely through Haynes Loop, yeah, which is good news. Yeah, the 46, then the 26, bit of movement. Oh, bit of grass tracking, I think, there for the 84 of Ben Hicks. Managed to get it back on, but will be at the back of the pack. Just a bit of grass tracking there as they came through the left-hander of John is down towards Midget. But that happens again because you're so tight coming off of that rolling grid start. You're all fighting for that piece of track you want. Sometimes you just get that little bit of contact that just sends you off your line. But it seems to have settled down now a little bit, and it is the 46 of Harry Clark that's going to lead us into lap 2 of this race. From the 26 of Kian Downer. Then comes New Note, Joshua Hall, James Watson, Michael Pugh, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Oliver Gustman and Jonas in 9th. Luke Richards makes up the top 10. Again, everybody through, and as the opening couple of laps will develop, we will see those little battles a bit further down the order. For this moment in time, the front 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we've got a nice train out front, leading the way through up into Midgets on lap 2 of this race, and then they drop down into Climate, carrying loads of speed for a tight right-hander, and they'll switch into a tight left-hander before they come back over the start-finish line. So not much to choose out front at the moment between these guys. Front 6 or 7 still pretty close all the way back to Nicholas Gorzalidis in 7th place, but it is still Harry Clark and Kian Downer out front. Neve Note in 3rd, Joshua Hall, James Watson, Michael Pugh, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Oliver Gustman, Jonas, and then Luke Richards. That makes up the top 10 before we've got Ollie White, Brian Sly Hewitt, Roman Vickery, 14. I don't know what's going on with that 14 there. And then comes Jared, Will, Lawrence. We go a bit further down. So let's concentrate back on our front 3 here. We have a couple of early battles developing out front. The front 3. Still led by 46, but Lee Note up into 2nd from Kian Downer. Then comes Joshua Hall, Michael Pugh and James Watson in that 2nd battle. So if the front 3 work together, they could pull away. But the chasing 4, back to the 21, Nicholas Gorzalidis, they're close. That's close. So if they start to battle and fight for those those first 3 positions, it will allow everybody else to catch up. So this could develop into a really good opening heat here for us with the seniors. Again, if the front 3 just tuck in and follow and chase each other, then they should hopefully be able to pull away for them from that chasing pack of the 61 of Joshua Hall is currently sat in 4th. And the 65 now, Jonas is caught up. Jonas Shuskus is caught up as well. So, yeah, we could have quite a close battle in this one. Just looking at the lap times, it is Jonas down in 8th with a 40.28 and has got the fastest lap time. So far, 40.7 out front for Harry Clark, 40.77 for Lee Note in 2nd place as well. So, is there a change of hands at the front there? A bit of a move up the inside from Lee Note, I think. Yep, definitely leading the way in the 94. The 46 just fighting back. Harry Clark in 2nd from the 26 of Kian Downer, Michael Pugh, Joshua Hall. Nicholas Gorzalidis working his way through up into 6th now from James Watson. Then comes Jonas, Luke, Oliver making up that top 10. Good battle developing out front, but there's a bit of movement there, but it's Lee Note that's leading the way now. Front 4, pretty close still as we go through the bus stop up towards Midgets into that right-hander. Again, the front, I would say 10-12 karts, there's not a mass amount in it. Front 4 now just starting to pull away a little bit from that 2nd pack of 3 or 4 or 5 karts maybe. Lee Note leading the way from Harry Clark, Ian Downer, Michael Pugh, Joshua Hall, Nicholas Gorzalidis, and then comes Jonas, James, Luke, Oliver up into that top 10. Big movers, yeah, Lee Note's gone up 3 places to lead. Michael Pugh has gone up 6 into that 4th spot. 5 places for Jonas, 4 for Luke Richards a bit further down. Likewise, Byron Sly Hewitt has gained 4 spots, as has Lucas Reeves. And then Jared Detrey, I don't want to say your name wrong, Jared, down in 15th, has gained 5 as well. So a couple of big moves throughout the pack, but still leading the way with Note from Harry Clark, Ian Downer, Michael Pugh. Nicholas Gorzalidis now up into 5th, so Nicholas really starting to work through the field now. But there is a gap from 5th, which is Nicholas up to those front 4, sorry. So what can Nicholas do in 5th place in that 21 kart to just pull in those front 4? He's got fresh air in front of him on the track now before the 4-5 chasing behind. So there's the 4, and then we've got 5 in second. So we've got a couple of small packs chasing each other as we go here, but it is still Lee Note leading the way from Harry Clark. Michael Pugh up into 1st with Ian Downer, and then comes Nicholas Gorzalidis, Luke Richards, and then comes Jonas, James, Oliver and Byron up into 10th. There's a bit of movement, forward movement from Byron Sly Hewitt there, up into 10th place in the 22 kart. And then Will Aldis 11th from Lucas Reeves, Joshua Hall, Ollie White, Ben Hicks, Roman Vickery, down to Jared, Lawrence, Oliver and James down in 20th. So those front 4, there is just a bit of a gap now from that front 4 back to Nicholas. Hasn't been able in those last couple of laps just to reel in the front 4. Did extremely well to get up into 5th. But if anything, the kart in 6th, I think is Luke Richards is just starting to reel Nicholas Gorzalidis in 5th in. So there might be a change of hands in 5th and 6th. We're going to be on a 2-lap race here. 4 seconds left to go. We're going to have an extra lap. We'll see how quickly the guys can get round here. Lee Note leading the way from Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, Ian Downer. That's your front 4. Those 4 have been leading the way, and then there is a 2-way battle with Nicholas Gorzalidis and Luke Richards in 5th and 6th. Before then, we drop back a little bit further to James Richards, Luke Richards, sorry, James Watson, Jonas, Oliver and Byron into the top 10. So the front 4, yeah, we're still going to have 2 laps on this one. 2-lap race for a battle out for 4th, and movement up into 5th underneath, but fighting straight back. Nicholas and Lucas going at it. They traded places 3 or 4 times, and Nicholas onto the grass manages to get back on. I don't think we caught that on cam, but Nicholas Gorzalidis was taken by Luke Richards and then came off track as they came through Johnny's, but managed to save it. But I think has potentially lost a bit of focus. I can see there as they go through the bus stop. Yeah, bound to have lost a bit of focus in that move, but out front, let's keep an eye now because we're going to come into a last lap board. Lee Note leading the way still here from the 46, then the 27, and then the 26. So the front 4 as they were. Luke Richards, yeah, has got ahead of Nicholas Gorzalidis, who lost quite a few places, down to 10th now, which is a real shame, having worked really hard to get up into 5th and 6th place. But Luke Richards now comfortable in that 5th place spot. So front 4, Lee Note leading the way, Harry Clark, Michael Pugh and Ian Downer. That's been our front 4. We'll just keep focused on them, and it does look like Michael Pugh now has got up to lead the way as they come through midgets. I was just focused on what was going on behind, but yeah, it does look like Michael Pugh in 27th has done the work late on in this one to come around and take heat 1 just from Lee Note, and then the 26th of Ian Downer and Harry Clark. So there was movement on that last lap from those front 4, and the big movement was Michael Pugh, who was 3rd or 4th throughout that race there, but got up into 1st right at the end of the race. It's the best time to do it. Nobody can shoot back at you. So Michael Pugh from Lee Note, from Ian Downer, Harry Clark, Luke Richards. Did really well to get up into 5th from James Watson, and then came Oliver Gussman, Will Aldis, Nicholas Gorzalidis back into 9th, stayed in the top 10 after that moment from Lucas Reeves, and then it was Jonas, Byron, Joshua, Ben, Ollie, Roman, Jared, Lawrence, Oliver, James Bailey Sartin, and then Harry Maynard making up the field. So it was a battle out front from the front 4. So I think we've just got somebody stranded out. up near midgets. Yeah, so replay out on our senior Rotaxes, and it was a good battle out front. There's a couple of grass tracking moments for a couple of people. There we go, we can just see there, coming back onto circuit. Everyone got back on. And the guys capturing the action, which is wonderful from our team up on the top of the comms box here. Not missing a beat really. All the moments again, a big moment for the 61 there of Joshua Hall. He took plenty of curb, and that's the man that was part of the action all the way through. Nicholas Borzalidis was in the 21 kart, worked all the way up into 5th, but then had a big moment with Luke Richards, only racing, but they got really close, and Nicholas had to take to the grass and ended up dropping back down the field. So, a good opening heat. Just getting somebody saved up near midgets there, so we will just have a few minutes just while we get this car back into the pits. I'll just fill in my scores. Ben Richards with the 5, so my program complete. So again, big thank you for joining us. This is round 4 of the Forest Edge Kart Championship. We at the Speedway Portal have showed the first 3 rounds. We've really enjoyed bringing them to you. You can see all of our sponsors clicking along the bottom of the screen there. Sponsors of the Forest Edge Kart Championship here. All the details, phone numbers, email addresses. What we try to do is just get them on screen, what they supply, how they can help you, and contact details for those guys. So I think we will now move into the Rotax Max and Masters. So again, two classes in one here, a little bit like the Cadets used to be, but we've retained that with the 177s. It's the Rotax Max and Masters. So we have in the Rotax Max, we have Johan van der Broek, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. There are 5 drivers that make up the Rotax Max. And then our 6 drivers that make up the Masters is Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox, Carl Churchill, Matt Angus, Neil Hemming and Simon Traynor. So with the Rotax Max Championship at the moment, Samuel Cook is leading the way. Samuel is here today, 606 points Samuel, a first, a second and a 6th in the opening exchanges, opening 3 rounds. But likewise, not here today is Oliver Hutchins, who sat in 2nd, has had a first, a second and a 5th. And then Kieran Thompson, who is here today, is currently sat P3 in the championship and has had a podium and then a 5th and an 8th respectively. So 606 points for Samuel in the championship so far, from Oliver on 530, Oliver Hutchins, and then Kieran Thompson on 501. They make up the Rotax Max, and then with the Rotax Masters, it's currently Daniel Hammett leading the way, and Daniel's here today on 594 points. From 2nd place in the championship, Carl Churchill, again here today, which is terrific. And likewise, Neil Hemming is here today as well. That's your top 3 in the championship. And there's only 20 points between them in the championship at this stage, so they've all driven extremely well. None of them have won a round today. A couple of podiums for Daniel Hammett, 2nd and 3rd. A 2nd place for Carl Churchill, and a 4th and a 5th for Neil Hemming. So Neil will be looking to get onto the rostrum today and get a top 3. Don de Graaf has won a couple of the opening rounds, as has Chris Thomas, the other one. But those guys are not here today. So we'll have 11 karts on track, 2 classes in one. So as much as there might be a Rotax Max driver leading the way, 2 karts behind him might be from the Masters, so I'll try and keep you up to speed with who is doing what. They'll have different coloured plates which will dictate which class they're in. But I like a challenge, I like a commentating challenge. Here they come, out onto track for the first time for their heat number 1. 177 Rotax Max and Masters. We have 11 karts, let's see when they come out. So green plates you can see on the karts, and some have got black lettering numbers, and some have white, and that dictates the two championships. So the white plated karts are the Max, Rotax Max, and then the black numbers are the Rotax Masters. So we'll keep tabs on what's going on as this race develops. 11 karts, Matt Angus, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, Matt Jones, Kieran Thompson, Carl Churchill, Sophie Jeffrey, Simon Traynor, Samuel Cook, Johan van den Broek and Gary Cox. They make up our 11. And again, rolling start for these guys. It's only the 125s and the KZs that will have a grid start. And what we'll see with them as well is the bus stop is removed, that chicane goes. But we'll move on to that in our next race. We are as we were with a rolling start and the bus stop in use for this one. And again, smaller grid this one. It is the 24. Oh, it gets a big shove as they head up to the Haynes Loop for the first time. And movement, I think the yellows are out early doors on this one. Everybody back on track. It looks like, I think it's the 83 kart of Neil Hemming that's leading the way there. And the Rotax Masters. And again, the white and black numbers, they will dictate to you which championship they're in. So it looks like we've got the Rotax Max guy and Masters guys out front at the moment. But again, when they come round underneath me for the first time, my aging eyesight will pick up what's going on. But the front 5 or 6, nice and close on this opening lap. Somebody else comes off at the top there at midgets. So as they come through the 87, bit of a look, early doors underneath me. So it is Daniel Hammett leading the way from Neil Hemming, Matt Jones, Kieran Thompson, Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Angus, Samuel Cook, Gary Cox, Johan van der Broek, Simon Traynor. We've lost Gary Churchill. We've seen. That is our leaderboard as we speak. And again, now that we've plopped up on the left, you can see the black and white numbers on the green plates. That dictates the different championships. So the Masters is a black plate. So Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, they lead the race. But we have to drop back to Matt Angus in 6th to pick up the 3rd place driver in that class. And Matt Jones 3rd on track at the moment, but currently leading the Max in this race. So under my start finish line they go for the 2nd time. Bit of movement, Samuel Cook moving up. Few places changing. Bit tight going through the Haynes Loop there, just off screen. That back at the back, those 2 karts. Pretty close coming through, but Daniel Hammett has held on. Second, just under a second back to Matt Jones, who's moved past Neil Hemming into that 2nd spot. So at the moment we are alternating Masters to Max, the front 4. Then we race up the hill into midgets, into that right-hander, down into another right-hander, then the left-hander to come back over the start-finish line. It's just starting to settle down now, but it is still Daniel Hammett from Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Samuel Cook. As we see at the moment. So again, Daniel Hammett is leading the championship in the Masters. Leading the way in this one as well. So keeping that consistency going. Hasn't won a round as yet, so we'll be looking to go one better and win a round here today. Daniel currently carrying the SC plate. And then we flick up to in 2nd and 3rd, we've got Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. And we go again, Daniel Hammett from Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey in the 90, then Samuel Cook up into 4th, Neil Hemming, Kieran Thompson, Gary Cox, Matt Angus, Johan van der Broek, Simon Traynor and Gary Churchill. Seems to block Gary. And so the top 10 is the 10 that we've got on track. Simon Traynor just had a bit of bother, I think, and has dropped off the back of the grid somewhat. So it's a bit of a lonely race for Simon Traynor back in 10th. But no denying what's going on at the front. Bit of movement there. I think that was Samuel Cook moving up into 3rd. And again, when they come round, we shall be able to see that. Still Daniel Hammett and Matt Jones there. They're trading off at the front, and it does look like it's the 66 now of Samuel Cook up into 3rd ahead of Sophie Jeffrey. And then comes Neil Hemmett and Kieran Thompson. So, the front 2, and then we've got another 2, and then we've got a 3. So 3 little battles going on at the front of the pack at the moment. And considering that makes up most of the field, we've got an interesting 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes to go on this one. 3 battles, 1 for the lead, 1 for 3rd and 4th, and then 5th down to 7th. So Daniel Hammett and Matt Jones out front, and then comes Samuel Cook and Sophie Jeffrey. And again, Sophie Jeffrey and Samuel Cook. Yeah, still the same, still the 66 of Samuel, and then Sophie Jeffrey. They're in the Rotax Max, they're in the same class, so they're battling away in the race and in their own class. But it looks like Matt Jones now has moved up into the lead. I was looking out the window then, everybody, you might have saw that. I was watching what was going on out in front of my eyes. But Matt Jones up into the lead from Daniel Hammett. So again, Matt Jones is in the Rotax Masters, and Daniel Hammett is is in the Rotax Maxes, whereas Daniel Hammett is in the Masters. So even though they're vying to win the race, they're also just leading their respective classes in this one. They come underneath, it is Matt Jones and Daniel Hammett. Samuel Cook ever getting closer to the front two. And then Sophie Jeffrey in what is third place in the Maxes, fourth place on track at the moment. You can just see the black SC plate of Daniel Hammett. He's the only Masters in that front 3-4 at the moment. We'll drop back to Neil Hemming, who again is he's third in the championship, Neil. And Carl, who was sat second in the championship, dropped out of this one at the moment. So Carl's going to be leading this opening heat of the 177s. Just starting to pull away out front now, Matt Jones. But who's up into second? It is Samuel Cook now from Daniel Hammett. Sophie Jeffrey still holding on to that fourth. And then Neil Hemming, Kieran Thompson and Gary Cox. They've got their own little battle going on. I think there from the 14 of Gary Cox, as they came through the Haynes Loop into Johnny's, down into the Wingers Dip. So the guys racing back up the hill through the bus stop as they head towards Midgets into that right-hander. Front three, really close now. Still the 87 of Matt Jones, but getting ever closer is that 66 of Samuel Cook. And we've got a race on because Daniel Hammett isn't getting dropped either. The supremacy of the entire race, it's those three, but Matt Jones, Samuel Cook and Sophie Jeffrey, they currently make up the front three for the Rotax Max. And then for the Masters, Daniel Hammett is leading away from Neil Hemming and then Gary Cox. So they are two respective top threes as it stands at the moment. Through the bus stop, a little bit of curve as they go through the bus stop before they go flat out, everything down as they go up into Midgets before the right-hander. And there's a real battle out front now, Matt Jones and Samuel Cook. And again, they're battling for lead of the race, but lead of the Rotax Maxes as well. So we are going to be on a two-lap race here. Front three, Sophie Jeffrey, comfortable in fourth still. From them back to Neil Hemming, Gary Cox, Ian Thompson, Matt Angus, Ewan van der Berg and Simon Trang make up the top 10. Down at Churchill. And there's Samuel Cook. Is that the move? He's looking to make it as they came through the Wingers Dip. He's going to have ascent. Yeah, he leads the way going up into the bus stop. He's in the ascendancy as he carried his speed up there and moves into the lead of the race ahead of Matt Jones. So with a lap and a half to go, Samuel Cook gets himself to the front of this race. And it's 7 places gained from Samuel Cook as this race has developed, and the fastest lap time of 46.9. as well. Daniel Hammett with 48.6. So those three, Matt Jones, Samuel Cook and Daniel Hammett, they're the only few drivers that have got down into the 40s. Everybody else is in a 41. Oh no, I take it back, Gary Cox has done a 49.7 as well. So 5 of the drivers, 4 and 5 into the 40s. So keeping an eye out the front, it looks like Samuel Cook is still leading the way from Matt Jones here. We've got a couple of corners to go. Those front two have just pulled away, having a great battle. But it looks like Samuel Cook has probably done enough to take the win in this one. Samuel Cook from the 87 of Matt Jones. Then came Sophie Jeffrey, who picks up that third, and Daniel Hammett, he will be the leading driver in the Masters, from Neil Hemming and then Gary Cox. And they were the top three, respectively. The running order from top to bottom: Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, Gary Cox, Kieran Thompson, Matt Angus, Simon Traynor, and then Johan van den Broek. And we lost Gary Churchill, which is a shame. He's second in the championship. So Samuel Cook won the max race with him, our heat there, from Matt Jones and then Sophie Jeffrey. Worked his way up through the field really well. Got the fastest lap time of 46.9 did Samuel, and gained 7 places to get up to the front of the race. So good championship points. And again, Samuel won round 2. He's had a second place and a 6th place in the opening 3 rounds. Looking to build on that today. And then in the Masters it was Daniel Hammett and Neil Hemming and then Gary Cox. And again, Daniel Hammett leading the way in the championship, Neil Hemming 3rd in the championship, and losing out in that one unfortunately. Not in the race, up there with the win. So again, a good opening heat. As we move swiftly on. We're on 10:50. We're moving into, we're about 5 minutes behind, which is not bad going, I don't mind telling you, as we head for the Superkarts and the KZs. So again, quite a quiet grid here. As we have 3 KZs and we have 5 Superkarts. In the KZs, we've got Reece Paget Lowe in the 69, Jack Price, championship leader, in the 71, and then Bailey Rigglesford in the 92. They make up the 3 125 KZs. And then the 5 entries we've got in the Superkarts today. We don't have the championship leader in Harry Morris, but we do have the 2nd and 3rd place drivers in Fraser Everett and Joel Hersey. And then we've also got Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. So championship Harry Morris leading the way in the Superkarts from Joel Hersey and then Fraser Everett. That's your top 3. And again, Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett, they are here today. Joel has picked up a 2nd and 2/3 as he tries to hang on to the back wheels of Harry Morris in the championship. And Fraser Everett in the 55 in 3rd place in the championship has had a win, a 4th and a 7th. And then in the 125 KZs, Jack Price, who is here today, is leading the way. He's had a win and a 2nd and a 6th. Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson aren't here today. Reece Paget Lowe and Bailey Rigglesford are, so they'll be looking to, well, they're going to be the top 3, but in what order, we shall see. So this will bring the first set of heats to a close. Everybody will have had 1 heat after this. We will continue straight into heat number 2, starting again the same running order with the Honda Cadets. And then what we'll do is we'll run through probably until about 1 o'clock-ish to get all of the first 2 sets of heats for everybody out of the way, as it were. And then we'll probably take a 20 to 30 minute lunch break before we head back out this afternoon for our heat 3s and then our finals. So plenty of racing to come. Some good entertainment so far, which has been great. In our opening heats, here's a win for Ethan Copland in the Rotax Inters. A wee win for Elliot Hitch in the Rotax Cadets. And it was Oliver Ratton in the Hondas. See the guys patiently there getting ready. I just think we've got a bit of track work going on before we can let these guys come out. Won't be very long. And I say guys a lot. You hear me say guys a lot. That's guys and girls. Everyone's a guy. The collective group when I'm speaking. Just saying. There we go. Right, we're on again. Sipping the water as we go here. So our Superkarts and our KZ, number 1 for these guys. And again, difference is what you're going to see now. There'll be a grid start, so they will have a formation grid standing start. And as you can see just there, they go straight through. These guys carry so much speed. They go flat out from the Wingers dip right-hander all the way up into midgets. Excellent top speed, loads of power from these guys as they race up. So they don't take in the chicane, they just go flat out from top to bottom. So they'll have a lap and a half here before they come into grid underneath our noses here in the comms box. And again, 5-minute race as opposed to 7 for these classes, so a slightly shorter race. So just to reiterate, the 125 KZs is Reece Paget Lowe, Jack Price and Bailey Rigglesford. That's our 3 drivers today. They're going to make up the podium, they're going to make up the top 3. Jack Price will be hoping to build on his championship points and take the win. Reece and Bailey will have other ideas. And then in our Superkarts, we've got the 5 entries today, which is Joel Hersey, Fraser Buckland, Joel Hersey, Daniel Buckland, Fraser Everett, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. Sorry, Daniel and Fraser, I combined you 2 there. So yeah, Daniel Buckland, Fraser Everett, Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan and Joel Hersey. A completely different noise from these guys when they're sat on the grid underneath us, and it looks like it's going to be the 71 of Jack Price from the front, with Bailey Rigglesford in second, and then Bruce Paget Low, so the 3125 KZs. And then for the Superkart, it looks like Joel Hersey, yeah, second place in the championship. Joel Hersey, the front runner, and the 42 at Daniel Buckner, so those two get the front position. So a grid start, as you can see, slightly smaller grid, 5-minute race. Yes, Dan Van Dyck Solutions sponsors the opening of this one, and away they go. And here's the 71, great start from Jack Price. So we'll have 2 races in one here. We'll keep tabs on the 2 different classes as the race develops. But what we do know is out of the blocks has gone the front 3 of Jack Price, Reece Paget Low and Bailey Wrigglesford. And stay with the front 3 on the grid. That's those 3 on screen now. And Jack Price is leading the way as they race up to the top, carry so much speed. You've got to get on the brakes or you end up in Basingstoke up there. You've got to get on the brakes, and a big move. Somebody we didn't see it on screen. But we've got 2 karts off as they went up the hill, 3 karts I think. And that was a big moment as they went from the Windsors dip. They bypassed the bus stop as we said on the opening. I think we had a couple of people out of karts there. So I think we'll probably just slow everybody down and group everybody back up. We've definitely got 2 or 3 karts here. We're going to need, I think, to see an ambulance out potentially, because we have a driver who's just gone down onto his knees. So there's two we have just off screen there, but the 2 drivers that are out of their karts are just with each other, which is nice, and they're just exchanging what looks like pleasantries. Racing incident, I think, because they're carrying so much speed as they fly up the hill. That was a big moment. They went up there. Couple of bodies coming out of karts. I think the guy, yeah, they're both stood up now, so the ambulance will come out as a precaution. There's our red flag from what is our start marshal at the moment. You can see the ambulance, you see the drivers on the left hand side of the screen. They're both stood up, so they're both okay, but I think just a bit bad and bruised. I think they came out of their karts. It's funny, in my vantage point I've got here, the comms box, I'm over the start finish line, and to the left of me there's 3 windows. And there's the panel between the 2 windows is exactly where the incident hit. So I was trying to look to the side of the panel, but I just missed it. They obviously came together. Thankfully they're both stood up and okay. It looks like we've now got 6 of our 8 starting karts. We still have the 6 on the start finish line, which is the 3 KZs, the 125s, which is Reece, Jack and Bailey. They're all there, set to go again. Steve Haskell in the 58, we've got 42 of Daniel Buckland and 73 of Matthew Duncan. So there we go, the guys are stood up, they're okay. So the red flags are out, we're just moving the drivers forward here. Probably just while we get these guys smiles there, nice to see. So they're sending everybody back into the pits just while we rescue. So whether they're just going to hold them, because this is the last heat of the initial run of first heats. So as you can see, they've just got the KZs and the Superkarts to go back into the pits. That was a big incident. Thankfully, both drivers are okay, but they were separated from their karts in the incident. And you can see them just in the two black race suits, so they're both okay. It will be a case of just tidying this up a little bit. So no one's going to come out on track for the minute because we've just got the ambulance coming around as a precaution. Just to check the guys over. But it does happen, you know, it doesn't have to be anybody's fault. Racing incidents do happen. These guys are racing, especially in the Superkarts and the KZs. They get such speed from these karts. One little bit of contact from maybe the rear wheels, from rear wheel on the front wheel, a bit of back wheel chasing, and yeah, we can get these type of incidents. So I think just a bit of a precaution at the moment. So you can see our event info along the bottom of the screen there. That's our 2026 calendar from today. Moving into July, August, September, October, we've got double rounds coming up as well. And November the 1st will be our last event. So we will be streaming all of the rounds here at the Speedway portal. We're delighted to be doing so. We've really enjoyed the first 3 rounds. We've taken on board lots of comments. We've managed to rectify a couple of bits, a couple of challenges that we had early doors, and we will be bringing the rest of the championship to you. So we stream live, and then we tidy up the stream, and then that'll be there for forever, as everything is on YouTube, for you to enjoy at a later date. And again, throughout the course of today, you can just see along the bottom of the screen, Collard's there is one of our sponsors, UK's leading demolition contractor. That's just one of the wonderful companies we've got that sponsor our Forest Edge Championship. BKC is another one there you can see. Contact number on the right hand side if you want to get in touch with them. Excellent suppliers of karts, like it says there, parts, new and old, new and used. There's Collard's in the background, right on cue. Demolish, dispose and recycle, as you can see on the sign there. As you drive past that when you come into Forest Edge here. So just a bit of a calm before we get back to some more storms, just while we get the karts off track and make sure that the 2 guys are okay. It is a precaution, I'm sure. Both of them were on their feet. I'll just be getting checked over. So just looking back to the two championships of the 125 KZs and the Superkarts, and again they've raced together in all 3 rounds. So we tend to have a smaller grid for these classes. But Jack Price, who is here today in the 71, he was off the front of the grid. So we had the three KZs on the front of the grid, and Jack had gotten away, shall we say, and has been pretty dominant round 3. Came second in round 2 and a P6 as well in round 1. So Jack leading the way in the championship from Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson, who aren't here today. So Jack will look to build on that, and it's going to give Reese Pagetlow and Bailey Riggs the opportunity to get some points on the board and just try and catch up a little bit. And then in the Superkarts is Harry Morris, that's leading the championship from Joel, who is here, and Fraser today as well. And again, nothing to choose. We have 12 points currently in the championship between those 3. And of those here today, Joel Hersey has had 2 third-place finishes and a second in the opening 3 rounds, and Fraser Everett has finished on the top step in the last round and has had a 4th and a 7th as well. And that's the tail of the championship for all these at the minute. We can just see a bit of movement from an ambulance there, just making its way back. So I think that's the ambulance that parks up near the pits area. So that will just head back around. And then we'll just take our time, and we'll probably, I think, unless I'm told otherwise, we'll just get the remaining 6 karts back out from this class, and we will look to go again. So yeah, the ambulance is making its way off. So again, we like I said at the top of the show, we try and assign 15 minutes to each race, but you can't legislate for incident. It's going to happen. We are going to get incidents as the day and the races progress, and this is one of those. But because we've got 15 minutes for essentially what is a 7-minute race in these opening heats, you do tend to catch up on ourselves, and we're still aiming to kind of go for a bit of a lunchtime break. I think about, it'll be 1 o'clock-ish, I think, where we'll take a half-an-hour break. So you can just see on the left-hand side of the screen there, if you just flick back on to see what's going on, we've just had a bit of an incident in the 125 KZs and Superkarts, where a couple of karts came together as they raced up the hill past the bus stop chicane. They don't take in the chicane, but past the bus stop chicane. We've just had to clear the track of their 2 karts. Thankfully, they're both okay. I don't think we caught it on screen. I was trying to look out the window because that's one of my vantage points is up the hill. I was trying to keep tabs on what was going on. Just see a couple of karts bouncing across the grass. So a couple of drivers just walking back. So under the start there are kart 13, and not looking too fresh at all is the 55. And that is of course R2. That's the 13. You can see Joel sat in his kart there, and the 55 of Fraser Everett. Now that is our 2 drivers that are currently sat in the top 3 in the championship. That's Joel getting a lift back. Fraser is walking back across. But I don't think we're going to see Fraser again, because that 55 kart is in a bit of a bad way. If you zoom in there, yeah, it's not looking too great, is it? So we're quite a way away from that, hence the can't make that any more clear because it is quite away from that camera, but you're getting the idea. That 55 car is looking rather second hand, and it's going to need a lot of work, probably too much work. Well, I say that, hopefully Fraser is able to do something and get back out on track, but yeah, looking like his day. And there he is, constant figure walking along. Thankfully he's okay. His day could have come to a very abrupt end very early on. So I imagine we will just get these, like I say, get these guys back out again. As you can see, the Honda Cadets, that's our next scheduled race there. There's our Hondas ready to go. So they've got far. If we can get back out with Superkarts and KZs, what we've done in previous rounds is when we've had an incident like this, we have paused that heat and dropped it down the queue a little bit by a few heats. So I guess if the Hondas are ready to go, we may see them. It's quite easy to tell the difference between the Honda Cadets and the Superkarts and KZs, so I'll know pretty much straight away. And we'll try and catch up with our graphic once we know what's going on. And they may just pause that heat for the Superkarts and KZs by a couple, just to give those guys the opportunity to try and get back into a race place. So I think that's what might happen. I think we might see the Hondas come out. Those young guys there ready to go. Yeah, visors down. That tells me all I need to know. So we will move forward. We will just pause the 125 KZs and move into heat number 2 of our Honda Cadets. Great opening heat these guys gave us today. Really enjoyable. It was won by Oliver Ratton. Harry Grant got the second place from Max Skilton, then came Cruz Jenkins and Jack Smith. But those top 4, they had a wonderful battle out front. Those front 4. Jack Smith was a comfortable 5th in that little second group of 4 karts. And again, they will have a rolling start. They'll go around again here, not quite in formation to go. And even though the grid's quite small, we've got 4 novice drivers in this, so they will always start as the 4 karts at the back of the grid. So even if they go out and win races, they'll always be at the. But with 8 karts, it makes no difference really. It's such a tight group. And as we saw in the opening heat for the Hondas, the front 4 guys, they jetted off. Really, Oliver, Max, Cruz and Harry Grant, they disappeared. They got their heads down and they had their own little battle. And then the other 4 followed up and had their own personal little battle as well. So let's see if this race takes the same form. Here we go, over the start-finish line. before the start of this race, and it is the 22, 45 and 29 karts. Everyone get through, please. Yeah, safely through. It looks like Max Skilton at the minute is in the 29 kart lead in the way. Nothing to choose really, and again, same form. You can see the black plated karts there, those 4 at the back, and then the yellow plated karts at the front. So the 4 at the back with the black plates are novice drivers. So Max Skilton in the 29 currently lead in these front 4. Max picked up a 3rd place first time out. Harry Grant there currently in 2nd, but nothing to choose between them with Oliver Ratton and Cruz Jenkins in the mix as well. Bit of a look up wide position there as they come up towards the climate for the first time before they come back underneath me here. But it is the 45 from the 29 of Harry Grant from Max Skilton, Oliver Ratton and Cruz Jenkins. That's those front 4. And then Max Saunders, who wasn't out in the opening heat, he is out in this one. So whether he was just a late arrival or just not quite ready to go, but we do have that 9th kart Max Saunders on track in this one, which is excellent. Good to see Max. So there's our front 4. That's Harry Grant, Max Skilton, Oliver Ratton and Cruz Jenkins. They're leading the way. Harry still just from Max Skilton there. And you can see Oliver Ratton just leaning into the bus stop as he did in that opening heat. And then Cruz Jenkins almost just watching what those front 3 are doing, keeping an eye, getting ready to pounce. But those front 4 giving us a race again as they did in that opening heat. Really close movement up the inside as they come through Tollies over the start finish line, and it is up to 2nd for Oliver Ratton from Max Skilton, and then Cruz Jenkins. But Harry Grant still leading the way. These front 4 will be close, I would imagine, for the entirety of the race. We've got those 4 novice drivers there. Max Saunders in the 77 is out on track and racing, which is great. So Cruz just dropping back a tiny bit in that front battle, front 4-way battle. And it's Harry Grant from Oliver Ratton at the moment. Bit of curb going into midgets there. And again, I'll just scrub off a little bit of the momentum and the speed, but didn't seem to matter there for Oliver Ratton. Looking at the inside of Harry Grant, but Harry should have the line coming back in over the start-finish line. Great battle developing as it was in heat number 1 here. Harry Grant from Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's the front 4, and again a bit of curb from the 22 of Oliver Ratton going into Haynes Loop there. For that left-hander of Johnny's, and then racing down into the Wingers Dip. Into the right-hander. So Harry Grant leading the way. Contact warning for Oliver Ratton early on in this one. Then comes Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's your front 4. And then Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods, Harry Price, Max Saunders and Jack Smith has had an issue. Jack was 5th again, but has now dropped to the back of the field. In this one, just going to try and keep an eye. They're pretty spread out, those back 4 or 5. The front 4, they're not pretty much spread out. You can see that. 45 up the inside. Harry Grant will hold the lead. Keep an eye there on the 29 of Max Skilton, who comes underneath both Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton to take the lead of this one. Cruz Jenkins in 4th as in the opening heat. Just surveying, just keeping an eye, watching what those front 3 are doing. Ready to pounce if there is a mistake. So Jack Smith back ahead of Max Saunders into 8th in that little battle at the back 5. Front 4 having a great race out front. 3.5 minutes plus the lap to go on it. They all come through, just taking a bit of that curb as they take in the bus stop before racing uphill into the right-hander, where the 45 of Harry Grant has a look and makes a move. And what that does is that allows Oliver Ratton through as well. So the 29 of Max Skilton just dropping back. It looks like the 90... say that the wrong board number there, I think, but as they come under the start finish, Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, that's your front 4. Again, Oliver just trying to have a look at the inside of Harry Grant. And Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins just hovers in that 4th place, just ready to make a move, surveying and keeping an eye what's going on in front. Just having a look there on Max Skilton, but couldn't get the speed up to get alongside as they come up into the bus stop. Racing up towards midgets. Now keep an eye on the 22. Just had a look up the inside there, Oliver Ratton, but couldn't make that work. It's still Max Skilton from Cruz Jenkins. I like commentating on these 4 because they've all got different helmets. You've got an orange, a silver, a blue and a black. Makes it very easy to keep tabs on who's who. Oh, was there a little bit of contact there as they came through, but it's still the same order. Harry from Oliver, Max then Cruz. That's your front 4. Max just looking up the inside. Will Max be able to hold that move? Yes, or will Oliver fight back? Oliver fights back, and now Cruz takes the opportunity. Holds on to the third spot. So first time into the top 3 for Cruz Jenkins in this heat. But what that battle has allowed, as you can see there, is allowed Harry just to pull away from Oliver Cruz and Max. That is the front 4. Then comes Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods, Jack Smith has got it past Harry Price. And Jack Smith will look to work his way back up into 5th, where he finished in that opening heat, and get the better of William Woods and Rupert Lillywhite. We'll just keep an eye on that off of screen. But the front 4, for the first time in these opening 2 races, have just got a bit of fresh air between them now, as Cruz drops back from 3rd into 4th again, as Max gets the better as they come over the start-finish line into the Haynes Loop. So Harry Grant from Oliver Ratton, then comes Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. Now there is a gap between the 2 and the 2 now, which, like I say, we haven't had that in those opening exchanges, in those opening heat and a half. Now we do that little bit of a gap. Jack Price holding on to 7th. William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite in 6th and 5th. Rupert holding on to that 5th spot at the moment. So the front 2 of Harry and Oliver, you can see on screen there's a gap back to Max and Cruz. So we've got 2 races here, 1 for the lead, 1 for 3rd place. So it's going to be a 2-lap race now. Over the start-finish line, about 30 seconds to go. So 22 and 45 again, looking, just moves over the 45 of Harry Grant there on Oliver Ratton. It's still Max Skilton from Cruz Jenkins in that battle for 3rd. And 13 of Rupert Lillywhite comes over the start-finish line, followed by the 11 of William Woods. And then the chasing Jack Smith in 7th from Harry Price and Max Saunders. So that's our lineup as we're going to get a last lap board when these 2 come round. So we're on a lap and a half to go on this one, just looking over the shoulder there. Harry Grant taking a couple of looks just to see where Oliver Ratton was. Is he preparing to make the move? Is he looking, these 2, they're cat and mouse as they come around for that last lap board. 1 lap to go on this one. Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton, that's the battle for the lead. And Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, that's the battle for 3rd. Pushing Oliver Ratton wide a little bit there, Harry Grant. Let's keep an eye on these 2. This is the race for the lead. This is for Heat 2. The winner of Heat 1 was Oliver Ratton. Currently sat in 2nd in this one. Harry Grant. Picked up 2nd in the first one. So at the moment, there's roles reversed as they go through the bus stop for the last time. It's still Max Skilton in 3rd from Cruz Jenkins in 4th. So we've got 2 little races, got 2 corners to go here. It's still Harry Grant holding Oliver Ratton at bay. Are they going to trade places from that initial heat and get a winner piece on the board? It looks like they're going to. It is a win for Harry from Oliver. And then it was a 3rd place for Max again, and a 4th place again for Cruz Jenkins. So the front 4 the same, just in a slightly different order to before. Coming across in 5th place in this heat is going to be the 13 of Rupert Lillywhite. So best finish for Rupert there. Jack Smith was forever catching, not able to get back up into that 5th spot. So some good action there out front from our Honda Cadets. Harry Grant with the win from Oliver Ratton. They swapped places from that initial heat 1. And then came Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods, Jack Smith, Harry Price, and then Max Saunders. That was our 9 drivers. Some replay action, and again it pretty much developed straight away into 2 battles, didn't it? Those front 4 pulled away like they did in the opening heat, and they had their own little chase going on in that second pack of 5. But look, you can see Cruz there just looking up the outside. You're going up the outside into a corner that is a right hand and you're on the left hand side of the track, you're never going to win that little battle. But Cruz, I like the way he just surveys what's going on in front, ready to pick off that 3rd spot. All that place in front as and when it develops. So a win and a 2nd apiece for Oliver Ratton and Harry Grant. 2 thirds for Max Skilton, and 2 fourths for Cruz Jenkins, and a 5th apiece for Jack Smith and Rupert Lillywhite in those opening 2 heats. So we will move back, I think, to the Superkarts and the KZs, which is wonderful. These guys back on track. Anticipate we are going to see 6 of the 8 due to be on track. I think we're going to see all of the 125 KZs, which is the 69 of Reece Paget Lowe, the 71 of Jack Price, and the 92 of Bailey Wigglesford. They will all be out for sure. And I think we will probably only see 3 remaining karts in the superkarts, which I think will probably be the 42 of Daniel Buckland, the 58 of Steve Haskell, just come underneath me now, yeah, there's the 58 of Steve Haskell, and then the 73 of Matthew Duncan. So unfortunately, Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett, who are our 2nd and 3rd place drivers in the championship, because of that incident first time out, they will have to sit out this heat, potentially the rest of the day as well, depending on damage to kart. So we will see 6 drivers, we will see 2 races in one here, 125 KZs and then the superkarts. So this is just a slight change because there was the incident in the first run-in. We have got the Honda Heat 2 race not out of the way, but we've moved that into ahead of the Superkart KZ, and we will see now for their opening heat. So we'll line up for a grid start, and unlike the Hondas which we've just seen, it is a grid start and there is no bus stop. They race up that hill, which is unfortunately past the bus stop where we saw that incident for Joel and Fraser last time out. So everybody's in, everyone's in formation, just the 6 karts on track. We will have 2 battles for sure. It's front 3, Jack Price is leading the championship in the 125 KZ. He makes the start, no, it's the 92, looking to get over the top into the Haynes Loop, the 92 car of Bailey Wigglesford, who has done that. So first blow to Bailey Wigglesford there over Jack Price, and then the 42 of Daniel Buckland's moved that nice and early. Ahead of the 69 of Reese Paget Lowe, so we've already got a crossover of the 2 classes. And what we will do is keep an eye on these front 2, Bailey Wigglesford and Jack Price. They've already pulled away. Looks like they come underneath us here. Start finish line, it's still the 92. Bailey Wigglesford leading the way in that red helmet from the blue suit of Jack Price in the 71. And then comes Reese Paget Lowe back up into 3rd from Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland. We'll pack at the minute and just tentatively going around the Haynes Loop, just making sure he stays out. Yes, he does, so everybody's around. So we've got the 6 karts still out on track. And the front 2 are the same. Bailey Wigglesford, red helmet, leading the way there from the blue suit of Jack Price in the 71, championship leader at the moment. And then Reese Paget Lowe back up into 3rd place. So just the 3 drivers in the 125 KZ class today. It's just in what order those guys will finish. And it's the 58 at the moment of Steve Haskell that's leading the way in the superkarts from the 42 of Daniel Buckland. The 73 of Matthew Duncan from the 42 of Daniel Buckland. So unfortunately we've lost the 2 drivers. So we're supposed to have 5 on track with the superkarts, but we are down to the 3. So 2 mini races of 3 going on here. Bailey Wigglesford not reading our close racing script and just starts to pull away, and has got about a 2nd gap over Jack Price at the moment, and then there's a couple more seconds back to Reese Paget Lowe. So pretty stretched out at the front. Likewise, out front is the 58 of Steve Haskell leading the way in the superkarts, but the other 2 karts of Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland, they look like they'll have a bit of a race on for 2nd and 3rd position in the superkarts. We go through, it's currently Daniel Buckland leading from Matthew Duncan. So the 125 KZs are forever closing in on the superkarts. They do carry more top speed. And catching up as the race develops, but it is still that 2.5 seconds from Bailey back to Jack Price now, and then subsequent another second or so, sorry, back to Reese Paget Lowe in 3rd. Steve Haskell is comfortably leading the way in the superkarts from Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan, and Matthew's just dropped away a little bit, so no battle there either. But what we will see now is the leaders catching up to the superkarts, the KZs. They will catch them up and start to overtake now. Duncan just pulls out of the way and allows them through. If we can continue yet. Matthew pulls over onto the left there just to allow Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe, who are starting to look like they may get a race on. Definitely no catching Bailey Rugglesford out front at the moment. Good couple of seconds plus now. Back to Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe, but they have got their own race going on. So we do have this race on screen now. That's the best action we've got out on track at the moment, which is the battle for second and third in the 125 KZs. Jack Price currently holding back Reece Paget-Lowe. We are going to have a race on between these two, so Jack Price holding Reece Paget-Lowe off at the moment, but Reece will just keep an eye right on the back wheels. We'll race up past the bus stop. A bit more speed up the hill from Reece. Will he be able to pin that into midgets? Yes, he does. Up into second place. Can he hold it coming out? And back into another tight right-hander. Yes, good move from Reece Paget-Lowe there to get up into second. If these guys in the 125 KZ start to catch up and overtake the other two karts in the Superkarts, which is Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan. So now that Reece Paget-Lowe's got ahead of Jack Price, he's already just starting to pull away a little bit, but with about 3 seconds to a race leader, Bailey Rugglesford, I don't think he's going to catch. And that element of the race done and dusted, as the two guys do just catch up with one of the Superkarts. 42 and Daniel Buckland. They move past as we go over the start finish line. So we are into last lap territory here. Bailey Rugglesford leading the way. Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price having a great battle for second and third in their respective classes. Jack Price looks up the inside, down into the Wingers dip, just didn't have enough pace to get into the spot to make it work. So it is still Bailey Rugglesford, Reece Paget-Lowe, who just seems to have more uphill speed. They race up towards midgets in this heat. It's that right-hander. So it's going to be a race win for Bailey Rugglesford. Did the work on the opening lap, then pulled away. And is Reece Paget-Lowe going to hold Jack Price at bay? Indeed. So a good opening heat for Bailey Rugglesford from Reece Paget-Lowe. Just waiting for everybody else to come around. Just a bit of a gap between the two sets here. Just watching as they come around. Underneath my nose to finish off the race. There's the 58 and the 73. Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. Shame we only had the 3 of the 5 in the Superkarts there. 2 of the front runners really in Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett not able to take their place in the rerun of that heat because of issues caused in the first run-in. So the action tended to be on that opening lap, but then towards the end of the race, Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price gave us something to enjoy as well as they finished their first heat. So we will move on to the second heat, which is going to be the Rotax Cadets. First time out, it was a win for Elliot Hitch from Monroe Wilcox and Tommy Lovejoy. Now those 3 really did pull away. They all had fresh air for their entirety of their races really. Nobody was threatening. And the action that we did see was a little bit further down the order. Darju, Wilfred. So we will see. So we are going to get, I think, 8 karts. Everybody should be out here. Wilfred Tomlinson, Elliot Hitch, Tommy Lovejoy, Jackson Haynes, Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Munro Wilcox, and Oju Storpershtis. That is our 8 drivers here in the Rotax Cadets. There's a win for Elliot in the opening exchange, opening heat from Monroe and then Tommy. But like I say, their races were pretty lonely. So let's see, we'll get these guys around there having their half a lap, just a slight warm up to get them back into a rolling start formation. So nice and steady as they go. And they're looking good, and we're off. It's the 76 and the 23 that lead the way as they come through. It is Elliot and Wilfred out front. Everybody safely through the Haynes loop. Just great to see. Then the left-handers, they race down. And there's that 76 of Elliot leading the way, Wilfred Tomlinson. Looks like Johnny Butterfield has got up there early doors in the 25 kart into third place. Gained a couple of positions off the grid. The last stop for the first time. A couple of the drivers catching curb, especially on the way out, as they race up towards midgets for the first time. Down into climate, into that right-hander. Start to cloud over a little bit here. And then the left-hander before they come underneath the comms box, start-finish line. It is the 76 from the 77 now of Tommy Lovejoy, from Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson, Munro Wilcox, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, and then Arju Storperstis at the back at the moment. So let's see how this race evolves. There's a tight battle there between Tommy and Johnny at the moment for second and third. Likewise, Wilfred and Monroe behind in fourth and fifth. They're having quite a close battle as well. Move up the inside from Tommy Lovejoy into second. Yeah, holding on to second. I think him and Johnny just trying to trade places a couple of times in that battle out front. As they come round midgets for the first time, second time, sorry, into climate. So just a bit of a gap for Elliot out front. Won that first heat, on the way to winning the second one, but plenty of racing to go. Side by side, Tommy and Johnny there as they come through Parsons into the right-hander of Haynes Loop. Really close between the two of them. And again, all that's allowed is the 28 Monroe Wilcox just to catch them up a little bit and get involved in that battle for second and third. It's looking like a 3 or 4 way battle for that position now. Elliot with a 47.62, the fastest on track at the moment. Again, tyres are warming up now. Second and third lap we'll start to see some good times come in terms of lap times. Lap times are just a personal battle really, because it doesn't add to the points in any way. So it's just what you can achieve in terms of the time. So over the start finish line, it is Elliot still from Tommy Lovejoy. Just created a bit of a gap now from Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox. Then comes Wilfred Tomlinson, Oscar Taylor, very close. So it's only the leader that's starting to pull away. Tommy's got a little bit of air. But then from third, fourth, fifth, sixth, there's not very much in that until we drop back to the 44, Jackson Haynes in seventh. And Arju Storperstis back in 8th position. So 47.62, still the fastest lap from Elliot. Tommy Lovejoy also in the 47s, as is Monroe Wilcox. Johnny Butterfield still in the 48s. So first, looking comfortable at the moment, Elliot. Second, Tommy starting to look comfortable as well. Third is where the battle is, Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox. That's the race at the moment, as is Wilfred Tomlinson and Oscar Taylor. Just behind them, a couple of 2-way battles going on. Third and fourth and fifth and sixth respectively. There is the 25 of Johnny Butterfield and Monroe. You're looking at the battle for third there at the moment. The front two of Elliot and Tommy have pulled away a little bit. You see Tommy there just going out of screen. Johnny Butterfield at the moment in that red helmet, just holding back the green helmet of Munro Wilcox. And again, just a little look up the inside. No, it's pretty tricky to make that work as you go through. It gets really tight as you go through that chicane. But has Munro taken the opportunity? Yes, up the inside of Johnny Butterfield in third. Now, if these two work together, get their heads down, they might well be able to try and pull in Tommy Lovejoy in second. Let's see, can they work together, or are they just going to battle and fight it out for that third spot? 3 minutes and a lap to go on this one. First, Elliot looking, Hitch looking pretty comfortable, as is Tommy Lovejoy. Good battle then, developing for third and fourth with Monroe Wilcox and Johnny Butterfield. And then a good battle with the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson on Oscar Taylor for fifth and sixth. Then we drop back to Jackson Haynes and Arju Storperstis. So, out front, Elliot looking comfortable. Won the opening heat. Tommy Lovejoy got third in that opening heat, currently sat in second from Munro Wilcox, who is in third just from Johnny Butterfield. And that's the battle for the two white helmets are Wilfred Tomlinson and Oscar Taylor. Pretty identical, those two, as they chase each other down. Elliot still out front from Tommy Lovejoy, and then it's Munro Wilcox from Johnny Butterfield in that battle for third. 23 and 21, Wilfred Tomlinson, Oscar Taylor. Little individual battles going on behind the leaders. First and second looking relatively straightforward. It's a nice little battle between the 23 and 21 of Wilfred and Oscar. And just ahead of them, Munro and Johnny likewise. Got their own battle going on. As Tommy just started, it's about just under 2 seconds between Elliot and Tommy out front. Be interesting to see when they come back over the start finish line if that's reduced a little bit. I think it might well have done. This is where I'm completely wrong. It's one another second and a half it actually now as they come through climb. I can still see that the gap is sufficient, and it's about that, if not a little bit more. 1.53 to 1.4, so yeah, not a lot in it. Munro still holding on to that third place from Johnny, and likewise Wilfred still holding on to fifth ahead of Oscar. Just go back to Jackson Haynes and Arjuice in the 55 kart in that 8th place at the moment. So the two little individual battles are the ones that are of interest. Elliot is looking comfortable, as is Tommy. We've got a minute, so we're probably going to have a 3-lap race here. Again, is Tommy able just to get his head down, focus, and reeling Elliot out front, or has Elliot got this in the bag? Good to end the race with 3 two-way battles for first, third, and then fifth respectively. But I think Elliot's got enough in the tank, looking comfortable. He's driving a really good race. So yeah, it's still about the same. It's about a second and a half. Munro looks like, again, with a 2-lap race now, Munro just looks like it's a comfortable third now from Johnny. But one little mistake, and Johnny's close enough to get back in the mix. And still that 23 and 21, Wilfred leading the way from Oscar. So that on screen is your Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfield battle, which has developed nicely. Munro's just stolen a tiny bit of a gap now over Johnny. I've just put that battle to bed with a last lap board about to come out for our leader Elliot Hitch. So the Tommy Lovejoy now with the 47.10 has got the fastest lap time. Everybody apart from Jackson and Arjuice now in the 47. No, Wilfred's still a 48.22. Really bring that down here in that little battle. Let's see when they come over here. So no, still in the 48s is Wilfred. But let's concentrate on Elliot leading the way from Tommy Lovejoy. That's your first and second. Elliot again in the bag here, looks pretty comfortable. Over a second and a half back to Tommy in second, and then Munro really put that battle to bed for third place as well. Johnny just a little bit too far back here on this last lap to make any move. And then Wilfred in the 23, I think, is still bossing that little battle for fifth and sixth. So as they come around for the final time, really comfortable race and second win of the day for Elliot Hitch. Tommy Lovejoy third, first time out, second on this occasion. Munro Wilcox second, third, first time out, picks up a third place this time out. And Johnny Butterfield fourth place for Johnny, championship leader. Nice and consistent so far today. And then Wilfred Tomlinson did get the better of Oscar Taylor in that battle for fifth. There we go, there's our confirmed. Elliot Hitch with the win. From Tommy Lovejoy, Munro Wilcox, Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, and then Arju Store Purchased back there in 8th place. So that was heat number 2 of the Rotax Cadets. And you can see it on track. And again, it was a similar story to heat number 1. The front 4 just pulled away as they did in that opening heat. But it was on this occasion Elliot that just really put the race fully to bed. Early on, Tommy was about a second and a half. Tommy Lovejoy throughout, just chasing down. Munro and Johnny had a nice race for third, exchanging that position a couple of times before Munro put a stamp on it. So good second heat for those guys. And we will move on to the Rotax Inters, their second heat of the day. And it was a win first time out for Ethan Copland from James Devereaux, and Oliver Dan in third place in that opening heat, with Henry Alva fourth and Harvey Ball in fifth. So your full list for this heat is going to be Jensen Kim, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Alder, Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Rio Fry, Charlie Nichols, Jack Hudson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson and George Beck. That is our runners. 20 entries in the Inters today. As they just bunch everybody up. Is that the 86 kart of George Beck that's going to lead the way for in this heat, and the 46 alongside of James Devereaux, who was second last time out, so a nice front running position for James, just to try and build on that first time out. And then it looks like Henry Perrin just tucked in behind. So let's see how this race develops. And again, Elijah West not here today, racing elsewhere, so the opportunity for somebody to take a P1 and a podium today. Let's see how we go. Heat number 2 here of the Rotax Inters, and it is the 46-16 moves up Lenny Dorrington into second place. Everybody through the Haynes loop. Yeah, no contact, no problems. 46 from 16, and then it's the 86 of George Beck. That's your front 3. And everybody just tight in behind as they race down into Wingers for the first time. Wingers dip. That right-hander then up the hill through the bus stop. As they race up the hill. Again, just a nice train of karts all the way through. They race up into midgets for the first time, down into the right-hander of Climate. And I tell you what, already storing a bit of a gap here is James Devereaux. Second first time out, leading the way here nicely from the 16 of Lenny Dorrington, from Henry Auger, George Beck, Charlie Dickinson, Warren Atkins, Roman Takata, Harvey Ball, Jack Hudson, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Henry Perry, Ethan Copland. That's how they've come through top 15 on this opening lap. It was James Devereaux, first time out, really putting it to this heat so far. Henry Auger moved up 3 places in that first lap. Harvey Ball's just picked up a contact warning. Again, it's just a warning, just to be careful when you're jostling for position in there. 17 kart there looking at the inside. Henry Auger couldn't quite make that work on the 16 of Lenny Dorrington. That's the battle for second and third at the moment, but James Devereaux is pulling away as the 3 or 4 way battle behind starts to hot up between Lenny Dorrington, Lenny Dorrington, George Beck and Charlie Dickinson. Those guys are in close proximity to each other, but no problems for James Devereaux on these opening couple of laps of this heat number 2 in the Inters as he pulls away and starts to look pretty comfortable. We will concentrate on this little 4-way battle between Henry, Lenny, George and Charlie. That's the 4 drivers from 2nd through to 5th. Fastest lap of the race is James out front with a 44.49 at the moment. Ethan Copland down the order, has gained 4 or 5 places early on in this one. He's up near that top 10. James comes underneath our comms box here, and he's going to stretch the lead a bit more, I think. Yeah, it's already over 2 seconds from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. All pretty close, Henry, Lenny, George and Charlie. Top 3 in this one, and a bit of a lonely drive at the moment for Warren Atkins in 6th. And then again, drivers tucked in behind them: Harvey Ball, Oliver Down, Ethan Copland, Roman Takata, Jack Hudson, Louis Lovell, Oakley Poulter, Henry Perrin, all quite close in that little bunch. Just chasing down the front 5 or 6 here. No such problems at all for James Devereaux out front, looking really comfortable. It was just over 2 seconds before. I think he could increase lap on lap here. But there is now just a bit of space in 2nd place for Henry Auger before we get back to the 3rd, 4th and 5th karts. So yeah, coming up to 2.5 seconds from James back to 2nd place Henry now. And Henry, just like I say, got a bit of a gap before the chasing Lenny Dorrington, George Beck and Charlie Dickinson are pretty close in behind him there. So that's our front 5 or 6. Warren Atkins, Oliver Dan, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Roman Takata. They make up the top 10 at the moment. Jack Hudson, Louis Lovell, Oakley Poulter, Henry Perrin, Arthur Kaiser, Harry Reid, Jensen King, Callum Williams, Charlie Nichols and Rio Fry. Back down to 20. That's our full course at the moment, 20 drivers. Everybody going the distance so far, which is great. James Devereaux has fresh air, he's enjoying his Sunday morning drive. Out unchallenged at the moment, he's extending that lead all the time. 2.63 now back to Henry. Again, Henry's now got a second, give or take, back to Lenny Dorrington, George Beck and Charlie Dickinson in that little additional battle for that 3rd place. big mover, Henry Olga, he gains 6 places, 10 for Oliver Dan up into 6th, 4 for Harvey Ball, 6 for Ethan Cochran, who's got himself up into that top 10. Harry Reid dropped a few places down into 17th, dropped 12 places, Harry. And we're looking to gain a few back on that one. But it is still James Devereaux, coming up to a 3-second lead now over Henry Olga, who has a comfortable 2nd place now, I would say. And then comes a nice battle. These 3 on screen now, from the 16 of Lenny Dorrington, George Beck and Charlie Dickinson. That's the battle for 3rd place. That's the close one on track at the moment. James Devereaux and Henry Olga are comfortable in 1st and 2nd, looking pretty unchallenged. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go on this one. That's a really nice battle. And can Charlie Dickinson just, Oliver Dan, sorry, worked his way up through the field. He's just on the back of those 4 now as well. So that 3-way battle for 3rd place is going to turn into a 4-way battle. And with the ever-charging Oliver Dan, he's got up to the back of those 3. Pack of 4 now is looking really interesting. That's what we'll concentrate on. Lenny Dorrington leading the way at the moment from George Beck, Charlie Dickinson and Oliver Dan. Great 4-way battle now for 3rd place. That's where these guys are looking. Keep an eye on the 24 at the inside here. Has made the move. Another one for Oliver Dan. He goes past Charlie Dickinson into 5th. And his focus now fully is going to be on George Beck in 4th. And then he's going to look to make that move on Lenny Dorrington. You can see it developing. Oliver Dan has got the fastest lap time of 43.64. Only Oliver and James Devereaux leading the way. They're the only 2 in the 43s at the moment. But 2 totally different races. James Devereaux's got his own race going on out front. He can just look to put in good lap times. Whereas Oliver Dan up into 4th and through the Haynes Loop. Really make that stick into 3rd. Yeah, you can see it developing as those last couple of laps were moving on. And now we've got probably a 3-lap race here. Are we going to see Oliver Dan able to get up to challenge Henry Olga in 2nd? That's what we'll focus on now. I think James has had this race sewn up really from the outset. He's driven really well. He's in the 43s, looks consistent, looks good. And so Oliver Dan is the focus now. Can Henry Olga keep enough of a gap? Yeah, we're still going to have 2 laps to go on this one. What's the gap here between Henry and now the 3rd place of 2seconds, if that. So let's keep an eye on that. That's our battle there. That's Oliver Dan, Lenny Dorrington, George Beck. There are 4th and 5th karts. Beck just looking at the inside of the 16 now. Sensible to just come off the gas there a little bit and not make that move. Don't force it. Good points. No point putting any risk on that. James Devereaux's got this one comfortable. Henry is holding on to 2nd, and I think has probably got enough. Unless Oliver can put in some exceptional, he's into the 43.64s, Oliver, so you have to give him credit. He's currently sat 3rd in the championship, hasn't had a podium yet this season. He's going to be looking to put that right today. And there's not a lot now between himself and Henry in 2nd. Has Oliver got enough on this last lap to get up into 2nd? James is leading the way, looking pretty comfortable. From Henry, then Oliver, Lenny Dorrington, George Beck, Charlie Dickinson, Ethan Copeland, Harvey Ball, Warren Atkins and Louis Lovell up into 10th. Roman Tackett, Oakley Poulter, Henry Perrin, Arthur KZ, Jack Hudson, Jensen King, Callum Williams, Charlie Nichols, Rio Fry and Harry Reid bring it to the rear in 20th. So just keep an eye, and maybe another lap would have been enough for Oliver Dan, because he really reeled Henry in. But with just 2-3 corners to go, James Devereaux is having a wonderful day so far here in round 4, as he adds a win to his 2nd place first time out. And Henry, yeah, if there was another lap on this one, I think Henry might have been sweating a little bit, but did the work early on to get a good, comfortable 2nd place ahead of Oliver Dan, who's had 3 3rd places so far. Lenny Dorrington, he picked up that 4th spot in heat number 2, and George Beck got into that top 5. The bigger points, the guys look to chase good positions for that final. So James Devereaux with the win from Henry Olga, the ever-charging Oliver Dan, who overtook half the field, I think, to get up into that 3rd place. Then Lenny Dorrington, George Beck, Ethan Copeland, Charlie Dickinson, Harvey Ball, Warren Atkins and Louis Lovell made up the top 10. And then came Roman Tackett, Henry Perrin, Oakley Poulter, Arthur KZ was 14th, Jack Hudson 15, Jensen King 16, Callum Williams 17, and Charlie Nichols, Rio Fry and Harry Reid made up the 20. So again, another good race out front, but James Devereaux really did the work early on, got the gap, got the space, pulled away, And credit to Henry in second, did the same thing, got the space early on, got himself into a position that second was comfortable. And credit due, because Oliver Dam was chasing for the second half of that race, and maybe just another lap would have been enough for Oliver to get up to challenge Henry. But a second and a fourth for Henry in the opening 2 heats. Hats off, well done to him, very well done. So another good race. So a win and a second for James Devereaux. Ethan Coplin a win first time out, and a sixth second time out for Ethan. So good points towards that final, and that's what they're working on here. They're working to get points on the board for a good grid start in that final when it comes this afternoon. So we will move on to heat 2 of the juniors. Let me give you the runners and riders on this one before they come out for the heat. We're going to see Leo Basterfield, Mia Beckley, Elliot Bennett, Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins, Elijah West, Aaron Nixon Clark, Spencer Trahorn, winner first time out, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Arthur Way, Paris Gray, Harrison Stacey, Jaden Shearing, Daniel Barton, Max Smith, Jensen Collins, Thomas Ray, Tio Jones, Connor Yu, Joshua Jestin, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Alexander Lecheski, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. That's our 28 drivers entries for the juniors. And first time out was a win for Spencer Trahorn from Ethan Cossins. Then came Arthur Way. Fourth place was Stanley Williams, and fifth went to Travis Rose, who is our championship leader at the moment. And there were some big gains as well in that last heat. So we're just waiting for the get-go to get the guys out on track for this one. I'll take this opportunity to sip some water. Excuse me for a moment. So some good racing, well done to all the winners and everyone so far. And again, even though the guys maybe not be at the front of their races, their respective races, they're still looking to improve on their times, their personal bests around here. So even though we don't always give the shout outs to those further down the order, there's some personal battles that I bet they're winning, getting faster lap times, beating an opponent that maybe they've never got the better of before. So yeah, great to see everybody out on track and enjoying today. Like I said in the opening of the show, lots and lots of karting up and down the country today. So a nice shout out for Arthur Way. Go on, Arthur Way Mush from Thomas Ray on YouTube. So thank you all for watching us on YouTube. It's great to have you on board. We're really enjoying bringing you the stream so far. It's great for the clubs. It's great we can get our sponsors across the bottom of the screen as the day develops and the race ticks by. And if you're a kart racer, or you've got somebody in the family you know, there might be an advert that pops up about a spare or a part or some tuning or something from one of our sponsors that could help you. So all the information will be on there. Or likewise, if you need to demolish, dispose or recycle anything, give Collards a ring. They are on site here at Barton Stacey, their Forest Edge track here. So just a little bit of calm before we get everybody out, which will be heat 2 of the juniors. Again, Travis Rose, championship leader, is the only one in the top 3. Ethan Hunt and Jesse Whitmore are not here today. So Travis will be looking to add more points on the board in this fight for the championship. So we are looking at moving into the juniors heat number 2. It's supposed to start at 11:55 and it's now 11:53. I tell you what, we are good on the timing here at Forest Edge. We are waiting the 2 minutes so that we start on time. That's how good we are. I'm sure some incidents will crop up as the day develops, but at the moment we're running absolutely to time, which is wonderful. Well done everybody, all the staff and the marshals, race directors here, keeping this well on track. 44 of Stanley Kearley. We're going to be keeping an eye on 64 of Max Smith, see how Max does in this one. Tyre warm. So again, they'll just put in half a lap, maybe a couple of half a laps before we get the guys in formation. So racing 4 and 2 of the juniors. Trahorn's going to be looking to build on that win first time out. Ethan Cossins in second first time out. With the winner of round number 3, Ethan Cossins. Looking to again build on that victory everything he had to try and push himself up in the championship standings. So 7-minute race ahead of us. You can see the 44 there of Stanley Kearley is going to lead from the front on this one. Everybody looks pretty good. I think we're going to go first time here. We certainly are. And it's the 44 and the 54 and the SC plate of Leo Basterfield as well as we go through the Haynes loop, and there's definitely some contact. Bit of bouncing and movement from a couple of people down the order. It's a couple of drivers' races for sure. The big loser in all of that was the 13 of Elliot Bennett. The airborne for a moment or two there, but it looks like they race up the hill. 3 going into the intermediates all together. That front 3 have pulled away. So we have 3. So level. Whoa, big contact there as they came in. 54. Of Jaden Sheeran has got the benefit, but I tell you, there was a big contact going in. 2 karts. I think the contact warning is going to sit with the 44 of Stanley Kearley. Gave a big shunt going into Tolly's there, just sent somebody else off. He managed to get back onto the track quick. I was just trying to grab who that was. It was pretty hectic, couldn't quite see. Looking like a bumper issue there for Elliot Bennett. Have to pull into the pits. I think we might have seen end of Elliot. Yeah, Elliot goes into the pits. Problem with the back of the cart there. So we've settled down now, and as it's developing, it's the 54 of Jaden Sheeran that's leading the way from that little pack of 3, which is being led at the moment by Ethan Critchley, Max Lovell, Joshua Jestin, Harry Stacey, Stanley Williams, Spencer Trahorn, Arthur Wake. Contact warning for Daniel Barton in the 58. Then comes Ethan Cossins, making up that top 10. They race up the hill, you can see the distinctive helmet there, the 97 of Max Lovell. Jaden Sheeran from Ethan Critchley. There's our timings now on the left. Max Lovell in 3rd place from Joshua Jestin. Let's see how this evolves as this the guys come round under the start finish line. It's definitely Jaden Sheeran leading the way. We said Ethan Critchley from Max Lovell, Joshua Jestin, Stanley Williams up past Harrison Stacey now, Spencer Trahorn, Arthur Wade, Ethan Cossins and Lucas Nibbs. That's your top 10. So a bit of fresh air out front from Jaden Sheeran from the following 3 karts of Ethan Critchley, which you can see on screen there. Max Lovell and Joshua Jestin. That's the 3 chasing. That's your 2nd, 3rd and 4th karts. As we go past them, we've then got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, really pretty close. A nice train of karts heading up the hill towards midgets. So if the 3 again, Ethan Critchley, Max Lovell and Joshua Jestin can work together, get their heads down, tuck in, focus. Drivers are a trio, they should be able to start reeling in Jaden Sheeran. We've got about a second on them at the moment. And in truth, the 2nd and 3rd, a little bit of a moment there for Ethan Critchley and Max Lovell. If them 2 can work together, they've just pulled away a tiny bit from Joshua Jestin at the moment. So we come up towards the halfway stage on the timing of this one. Jaden Sheeran comfortable out front. 2nd and 3rd car. Looks up the inside, couldn't make that work, but had a look up the inside of Ethan Critchley there. But really, they should work together, those 2 guys, until they can reel in Jaden Sheeran. That would be the way to go for me. It was 1.12, 1.19, not much change between first and chasing pair of 2nd and 3rd, Ethan and Max. 4 again, then we drop back to what is now a 2-way battle really, Joshua Jestin and Stanley Williams. And in behind these 2 as Max looks up the inside and really makes it work. Great move from Max up the inside of Ethan Critchley there, I think. As they race through up the hill. Yeah, but for 2nd and 3rd is a good one. Ethan Critchley and Max Lovell now into 2nd place. In the 97 car. Jaden Sheeran out front had about a second, sorry. Last time out, there's been a close battle, and what that is allowed is Jaden to pull away, but also Joshua Jestin just to catch up on the back of Max Lovell and Ethan Critchley as well now. So we've got a three-way battle. Joshua's joined that trio, joined that pair to make a trio in the fight for second place at the moment. Looking further down the order, Arthur Way, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Cossins, Harrison Stacey and Lucas Nibbs. They make up the top 10 at the moment. Yeah, Basterfield, Travis Rose, Daniel Barton, Connie Yu just outside, as is Aaron Clark Nixon. Jaden Sheeran's looking pretty comfortable. Second, third and fourth now. He is close. I was leading that little trio, Ethan Critchley and Joshua Jestin, sorry. And then comes the 84 Stanley Williams, who could catch up on the back of them as well. So, Jaden Sheeran's looking comfortable, but that battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, and potentially sixth, seventh and eighth is now starting to get a bit congested and starting to get pretty close. So, in terms of big movers, 14 places Max has gone up into second place, which is phenomenal. 7 for Joshua Jestin up into fourth, 19 places for Stanley Williams up into fifth, 14 for Arthur Way, 15 for Spencer Trahorns, they move up into sixth and seventh. So some really big movers. And even Lucas Nibbs in 12th has gone up 9 places into that 12th spot, and Elijah West likewise, 12 places up into 16. So some big movers. But it is Jaden Sheeran, Max Lovell, Ethan Critchley, Stanley Williams, Joshua Jestin. That's your front pack. And just a bit of a gap again is created on that last lap with Max and Ethan away from Stanley Williams in fourth. 47 there, just half away, just taking in a bit of the grass as he came out of the Windsors dip up the hill. So 1, 2, 3. So that's the smallest gap we've had for a few laps from Jaden Sheeran back to Max Lovell. So let's keep an eye. Max Lovell and Ethan Critchley are chasing down Jaden Sheeran. Let's have a look at this time. It was 1.23 last time out. It's just over a second. So they are 2 laps to go on this one. Can those second and third place can't reel in Jaden Sheeran, who really had the race to himself out front. Has really been the focus on himself. Travis Rose with 40.99. First driver to get into a 40 down in 9th place. Gaining good places, Travis. Not in the mix for the front run, but he's into that top 10. He's getting loads of places and has the fastest time on the board. And that was last time out as well. So, I think we are going to see a 2-lap race on this one still. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, we've still got 2 laps to go on this one. Just over the line. Jaden Sheeran before the last lap board came out. So, still a 2-lap race. That's good, we like that because this is starting to build into a good race. Just focused on the screen there, we've got 41 car. Spencer Trahorn leading Ethan Cossins and Joshua Jestin. A little battle that's just developed a little bit further down in 5th to 7th. And look at the inside. Jaden Sheeran's under a second, but with just 1 lap to go, I'm not sure Max is going to be Max Lovell is going to be able to reel in Jaden Sheeran, but they've definitely not let Jaden pull away. And Jaden with fresh air and the track to himself has seen these guys come into less than a second now, 0.84. It's the closest it's been, but with just this last lap to go, again, I think a bit like some preceding some races that have gone before us, Jaden's done the work early enough to get the gap to be able to just race comfortably for this last lap. So, as we move well into the last lap, Jaden Sheeran from Max Lovell, Ethan Critchley, Stanley Williams, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Cossins, Arthur Way, Joshua Jestin, Travis Rose and Harrison Stacey. They make up our top 10. And that gap is forever. It's going to be the closest it's been in the entire race here. But Jaden has done the work early on. And in that 54 car, he's going to take this second heat from Max Lovell, who's done really well to get within pretty much half a second. To finish second place from Stanley Williams in the 84. You've got third, fourth, first time out. So consistent. Ethan Critchley picks up that fourth, and Spencer Trahorn takes that 5th place. So as they all start to come over that start-finish line now, it is Jaden Sheeran with the winning heat number 2 of the juniors from Max Lovell, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Cossins, Arthur Way, Travis Rose, who got up into 8th place with the fastest lap time as well of 49.4, Joshua Jestin and then Leo Basterfield. They made up the top 10. Then came Harrison Stacey, Lucas Nibbs, Daniel Barton, Connie Yu, Aaron Clark Nixon, Stanley Keeley, Elijah Lewis, Albert Campbell and Alexander Lecheski. Max Smith was in 20. Then came Riley Allen Hunt, Thomas Ray, Theo Jones, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray, Mia Beckley, Jensen Collins and Elliot Bennett. That made up our 28 karts in that one. Again, good race out front. Jaden Sheeran did the work early. Got the gap, got the space, got the 2 or 3 seconds he needed. You can see some contact going into the Haynes loop for the first time. That affected a couple of the drivers badly. And at this point, the 44 of Stanley Kearley was right in the mix. But just a bit of contact. You just see spinning on the left-hand side of the screen there. That was where that contact was from the 44. And then well done to our team catching that as they came through there. Moving his way up. Again, if Max was able just to get into that second place a little bit earlier, would he have been able to get enough in on Jaden Sheeran? It was about 0.6 of a second in the end that Jaden won by. But like I say, Jaden did the work early, did really well to get the gap, and brought home the win in heat number 2. Some big gains as well in that race, some really big gains in terms of places gained. Max level up into second was 14, 21 places from Stanley Williams in third, Spencer Trahorn was 17 as well, so some really big movers and places gained in that last heat. So we will move on to the seniors now. You can see Michael Pugh there on the left, he will lead out the seniors for this heat number 2. Nicely on it. It has just clouded over. It's a little bit darker than it was earlier. I don't know if the rain is going to threaten. I'll have a check on the forecast in a minute, but I think it was due to just be overcast and cloudy and just a bit miserable in the sky. But it's not miserable on track. We're having a great day so far. The seniors are up next, and winner first time out was Michael Pugh. He's off the front of the grid in this one, I think. Neve Note was in second first time out. Kian Downer was third, Harry Clark fourth, and Luke Richards fifth. And again, Luke did really well. Had a great battle with Nicholas Gorzalidis to get up into that 5th place. And Nicholas was a little bit unlucky. He was holding 4th and 5th throughout, but then just had that incident and dropped back to, I think, just outside the top, or just inside the top 10. I should say Nicholas was first time out. So our runners for the senior Rotax will be Luke Richards, Lucas Reeves, Roman Vickery, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, Michael Pugh, Will Aldis, Jared Detert. Jared, I'm going to learn how to say your name in the break and get it right next time. Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Harry Clark, Lawrence Moss, Joshua Hall, James Watson, Jonas Shuskus, Ben Hicks, James Bailey Sartin, Harry Maynard, Neve Note, and Oliver Murphy. That's our runners in the senior Rotax. And Oliver Gussman's the only one in the championship top 3 that is here today. Bobby Rosier and Zach Burke elsewhere racing today. There's our grandstand. Again, we've got the senior Rotaxes to come, and that'll be followed by the 177 Rotax Masters, then the 125 KZs and Superkarts, and then we will probably take a 20 to 30 minute lunch break where we will just go on pause, grab a quick drink and a voice rest, and then look to go again a bit later on. So there's the timings for the rest of the season. It's just gone off screen, bottom of the screen. Our sponsors are popping along the bottom of that screen as well. Dan's Vehicle Solutions, phone number there, car commercial and repair from Dan's Vehicle Solutions. So this is the 27th of Michael Pugh, winner first time out. Our senior Rotaxes. And again, I think we're just waiting to stick to the clock and go to time. 12:10. 12:10 it is. Out we come. Right on cue. Half a lap, 2 halves a lap maybe. Somebody spun nice and early as they come up the pits there. That's the 95 of Oliver Murphy. And where Oliver no one saw. Himself back in position. And go again. 27, 17, 93 of Harry Maynard, 27th of Michael Pugh. front runners on this one, on the 17. With Roman Vickery at the front of the grid. Slow everybody down. Slow everybody down, bunch them all up, rolling start, as you know. So around they'll cut out the bus stop, they'll come into Tolly's nice straight line speed as they attack the Haynes Loop for the first time. Everybody's looking pretty good, everyone's nice and close. Looks like we hope they're going to get away first time on this one as well. I think we are. So heat number 2 of our seniors, senior Rotax, here we go. We are lights out and we're off and racing. The 27, the 22 and the 93. Byron Sly Hewitt is up there and there's a slide early on in the Haynes Loop and contact down the order. I think that was the 22 that we lost. I think that was Byron Sly Hewitt. He was up there near the front. Contact going through the Haynes Loop. Forced backwards and the big loser there, I think it was the 26 downer. We'll see as they come back round, as everyone comes through the bus stop, up into midgets, flat out down into climate, where you've got to get on the brake a little bit in that right-hander before a nice tight left-hander. As they come across the start-finish line for the first time is the 27 of Michael Pugh that's leading the way. Luke Richards up into second, Roman Vickery, James Watson, Harry Clark, Oliver Gusman, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Joshua Hall, Lucas Reeves, and then Jonas Januszkas. They make up the top 10. It's second lap. It just settles down a little bit. So yeah, the 22 of Byron Sly Hewitt lost 14 places on that opening lap from that contact going through that first corner. Up 5 places, James Watson and Harry Clark and Oliver Gusman. They all gained 5 places on that opening lap, as did Jonas Januszkas down in 10th. Will Aldis, Michael Pugh, Luke Richards there leading the way. James Watson up into third from Harry Clark, Roman Vickery, Gusman, Nicholas Gorzalidis has had an issue somewhere on track there and has dropped way down the order to 13th. Lost 6 places on that lap. So we're focusing now on the front runners. Here we go. Nice move up the inside there. I think that was Harry Maynard in the 93. Oh, lost power going up the hill. Someone punching the steering wheel there. That was completely out of the race, or just lost the momentum and the power for the moment. But the front two, they've got a bit of a gap as they come over start-finish line. That is Michael Pugh and Luke Richards, Harry Clark up into third. So we've got the front two, and then we've got 3 chasing in Harry Clark, James Watson and Roman Vickery. So front 2 pulling away, then we've got 3 karts in close proximity, then we go back to another 5. So a couple of races developing, we like to see. Fastest lap Luke Richards so far 43.7. Front 5 drivers are all in the 40s, as is Byron Sly Hewitt. He's already starting to work back up through. Wrong end of the contact going through Haynes Loop for the first time, dropped way back down the field. He's already back into 12th. And the fastest lap time now goes to Luke Richards. So the yellows are out. We're just being a bit cautious. We've got a kart stuck on the Haynes Loop. So we're just going to retrieve, like I say, the Royal We. We're certainly not lifting the kart off the track, but the team here are. So we're just going to drive under yellows just for the start of this lap. Might be a full course yellow for the moment. Just until we retrieve those karts. Yeah, full course yellows for the moment. So it just gives us a chance to breathe. Michael Pugh, everyone bunch up again. Kind of helps us from a racing perspective when the yellows, full course yellows come out like this, because it gets everybody back together. And get to go again. Anybody that had a few seconds gap, that's gone. But it is Michael Pugh, Luke Richards, Harry Clark, James Watson, Roman Vickery. And now closer than they were, Will Aldis, Oliver Gusman, Jonas Januszkas, Harry Maynard and Nino Tay. They make up the top 10. Nice and steady. We're still on yellows. Still on full course yellows. So the clock continues to tick when we're on full course yellows. So we must have a marshal on track somewhere. You can see the yellow flag boards and yellow flags and the boards are out across the circuit at the moment. just have a quick check back in on movement. Some big movers again. Luke Richards up 4, Harry Clark up 9 into 3rd, James Watson up 5 places, Will Aldis has gained 12 places, Oliver Gusman 7, Jonas Jonaskus is 5, Nigno Tay is 7. And we go green, we're back racing again. So the front 4 just stolen a bit of a gap in the restarting of this one. The front 4 look to just have a bit of a gap back to the 17 kart Roman Vickery. That's your front 4 on screen. There's your number 17 Roman Vickery just coming into shot. Michael Pugh, Luke Richards, Harry Clark, James Watson, they are fighting for the lead at the moment. Full course yellow did just bring everybody a little bit closer together. Essentially gives us another restart to the race, but the front 4 haven't taken a moment to pull away. I think Roman Vicker, or was it Will Aldis there maybe, has just come underneath Roman Vicker. Let's have a look as they come back down here. Big movement there, Luke Richards up to take the lead from Michael Pugh. It was Will Aldis ahead of Oliver Gusman that I just caught making that move, but the front 4 really close. Really close as Luke Richards is now in 3rd. Was leading the way at the start of this lap, but has now dropped back to 3rd place. 46 of Harry Clark into 2nd. Michael Pugh, I think, leading the way now. 27 as they go through the bus stop up toward midgets. So you can see that yellow, full course yellow, really does bring everybody together. The front 8 karts maybe now. Pretty close, training in on each other. There we go, over the start-finish line. Minute 15 plus the lap to go. It is Michael Pugh from Harry Clark, Richard James Watson. That's the front 4. But to be honest, there's not a lot to give between the front 8 really as we go Will Aldis, Oliver Gusman, Roman Vickery, Nigno, and then comes Jonas Byron to make up the top 10. So that's pretty close, that battle out front now. You're looking at the front 5 or 6 karts on screen. Michael Pugh is leading the way there from Harry Clark in the 46. Then comes Luke Richards and James Watson, but there is nothing to choose between them. Fastest lap time, Luke Richards with a 43.7. A lot of the karts now getting into the 40s. Luke the fastest with a 43.7. So big move up the inside as they go through. Tolly's there from the 30 of Will Aldis as he comes up into 4th place. Front 6 karts now. We've got 6 that seem to have just pulled a little bit of a gap then back to 7th. In the 94 of Nigno Tay, a little bit of grass track in there. You can see the dust bellowing up off of the inside of the circuit. So front 2 on screen, Michael Pugh, Harry Clark. Then comes Luke Richards, who is close enough to make a move, let's be fair. Then just a tiny gap to Will Aldis, who got himself up into 4th on that last lap from James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Nigno Tay and Roman Vickery. So winner first time out was Michael Pugh. He's out there again at the moment, but he's not having this all his own way, that is for sure. 46 and the WC plate of Luke Richards, they are chasing him down hard, and there's not much then to Will Aldis and James Watson. So front 5 just starting to edge away now a little bit from 6th place, which is Oliver Gusman in that distinctive yellow and black look that he's got. A few jars, a bit of a gap there as we go through the bus stop. There is nothing in it. The front 5 have stolen just a bit of a gap from the chasing pack. So we are on our checkered flag here. Even missed the last lap board, that's how involved I was. Great race this one. Michael Pugh takes that win from Harry Clark, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Nigno Tay, and then comes Jonas, Joshua and Byron. What happened there late on, but there was something gone down. Michael Pugh makes it 2 out of 2. Harry Clark, 2 top 4 finishes. Luke Richards, the 5th and 3rd in the opening heats. Will Aldis, he came in 4th. First time in the top 4 today for him. And James Watson, he picked up 5th place again, first top 5 for him. So it was Michael Pugh, Harry Clark, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Nigno Tay, and then came Jonas, Joshua and Byron to make up the top 10. And then was Lucas Reeves, Roman Vickery, Cian Downer, and then came Jared, Oliver, Lawrence, James Bailey, Sartin, Harry Maynard, Ollie White, and then Nicholas Gorzalides had issues there for some reason, dropped way down in the middle of the race. Didn't see the race through, so a bit of a recap on that one. Again, some good action out front. Michael Pugh definitely not having that all his own way. And a really good battle with Harry Clark and Luke Richards there. You can see tends to be where the contact is when you've got that number of karts going in. Whoa, some big air time there. It's only one. I think that was Nicholas. That was the issue. Obviously took the bus stop way too tight and really did catch some air. Whether there was a fault with the kart thereafter or not, I don't know, but that sent him backwards because he was up front. The opening exchanges of that one ended up drifting backwards a little bit. Some good action, another good win. Michael Pugh really dominating this today in the absence of William Ray and Bobby Rosier. And there is the 44 car of Ollie White. That's why we've got this small delay before we head into the 177s. But again, a couple of notable shout-outs. 14 places for Will Eldis, 10 for Neve Note in that one. Oliver Gusman gained 8 places. Harry Clark 10 up into second. And then further down, Jared gained 7 places. Lawrence was 4. Lawrence Moss was 4 places. So some big movers in that one. A couple of contact warnings, but nothing more severe than that. And what we'll do is over lunchtime, because things happen, so the races happen so quickly, what I tend to have to do is over the lunch break, I'll just go back in and just have a look and make sure that there was no warnings or penalties, should I say, that affect the finishing order. So I'll go back and check that in a little while. I tend not to get the time to do it during the races because it comes so thick and fast. So our 177s, Max and Masters, they get to go again. There's the 90 car. Sophie Jeffrey there on the left, leading the way in this one. So let's go through our runners and riders for this one. So the 177 Rotax Maxes is Johan van der Broek, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. First time out it was a win for Samuel Cook, then was Matt Jones, then was Sophie Jeffrey. And then in the Rotax Masters we've got Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox, Carl Churchill, Matt Angus, Neil Hemming and Simon Trainall. That's the 6 entries we've got. And first time out, Daniel Hammett with the win, Neil Hemming was second and Gary Cox was third. So that's how we're going to look. We'll see when we get out on track if everybody's running and riding. So yeah, we should have 11 on track. So again, we're just getting those karts off track, and again, we're just going to run to time here. Got some kind of a wasp or hornet in the comms box, annoying us a little bit, trying to encourage him out. So it's a muggy day here. We've had no rain. It is pretty cloudy and overcast. But what that has done is it's given nice, I would say, good driving conditions for the guys here. You can see there it's thick cloud, but we're not due any rain, and I don't think anybody's expecting any. So it's given a nice temperature for the guys to drive in. No issues with tyre choice, which we've had in the opening rounds. We have literally had 4 seasons, and as the guys here at Speedway Portal, Andy, Paul and Pete was here yesterday as well, they were setting up in the rain because it did rain yesterday. So they did well to get everything set up yesterday during the practice, and obviously everyone was practicing, yes, well not everybody, but a lot of the drivers were practicing yesterday, and it was a wet practice. So again, you just get the opportunity to go out and get on the track, but it doesn't really teach you anything for the next day if it's wet and then you're driving in the dry. But yeah, well done to all the team here for setting up yesterday and getting us ready to go. So there you can see, bottom of the screen, there's the rest of the events for the year. First Sunday of every month, July, August, September, October, November. They're the races we've still got to come, but I think we are going to have a double header. I'm trying to think when the double is. September is the double header, where we go Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, if you go onto the Forest Edge website, Facebook page, loads of info on there, and likewise all of our sponsors that are scrolling on the bottom of the screen there. There we go, there's all our Forest Edge socials. Website, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, X, and the email address for the club as well. So we are moving into the 177s, right on time, right on cue, out they come. Johan van der Broek, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey. That is our Rotax Max, and our Rotax Masters is Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox, Carl Churchill, Matt Angus, Neil Hemming and Simon Traynor. They are our drivers on track. And again, the different coloured plates will dictate the different coloured numbers on the plates will dictate the classes that they're in. And again, when our timings pop up on the left-hand side of the screen, that will become quite evident. So Sophie Jeffrey, as an example, is in the 90 kart with a white lettering over the green plate, and Gary Cox in the 14 kart will have black numbers on his green plate. So that dictates and shows you which class they're in. I'll try and keep you up to speed on that. It is an additional commentating challenge when you've got the two classes in one, but here we go. Let's see, we're lights out and we're racing. It's the 87 and the 90 that are out early doors in this one. Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, they lead the way as they go into Haynes Loop for the first time, into that right hand and the left as they race down, and out the 91 there, Simon Traynor in the mix as well. So nicely through everybody, just 11 karts on track for this one, so not such a busy track for these drivers to navigate through. Let's see as we develop racing up the hill. Those front three as they were from the outset. Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones up there. Sophie Jeffrey leading the way from Matt Jones. And Samuel Cook already up into third place and threatening as they come over the start finish line for the first time. Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, Samuel Cook, Gary Cox, Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill, Neil Hemming, Matt Angus, Kieran Thompson, Johan van der Broek and Simon Traynor. That's our top 11. That's our 11 drivers. That's how they are after that initial lap. And it was Sophie Jeffrey that put in the fastest time early on in that one. 42.19 leading the way at the moment. That will change for sure with the close proximity of these guys racing at the moment. They go up into midgets, into that right-hander. Front three, we've got a little pack of three, then the following three are pretty close as well. Here they come. Bit of movement again. Samuel Cook looks like he's got into second place behind Sophie Jeffrey. Yes, he does. Then it is the 87 off Matt Jones, Gary Cox and Neil Hammett. They make up the top five. So in our respective championships, Sophie Jeffrey leading the way at the moment in the maxes from Samuel Cook and Matt Jones. That's the top three. And then in the Masters, Gary Cox from Daniel Hammett and Carl Churchill. So that's the two respective top threes as we move into a couple of minutes gone on this one. And again, the race is taking that same form. Front six, really. Seven, you could add in Neil Hemming into that as well. But it's really two groups of three. Neil trying to cling on to that second three and move up the inside as they go through. Really good move there from Daniel Hammett up into fourth place. So front three, Sophie Jeffrey, Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, that's as it was. Then comes that SC plate of Daniel Hammett up into fourth from Gary Churchill and Gary Cox. So you can see the white and black lettering. That shows the respective championships. So Sophie Jeffrey leading from Samuel Cook and Matt Jones in the maxes, and then Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill, then Gary Cox in the Masters. So winners first time out were Daniel Hammett. He's currently leading again in this one. And Samuel Cook won the opening heat, and he's just moved into the lead of this race as he makes a move in Tolly's butt. Straight back comes the 90 of Sophie Jeffrey. Wasn't taking that move lying down, and Samuel Cook was leading as they went over the start finish line. He's now back in third, so excellent race out front with Daniel Hammett and Carl Churchill joining that pack of three. So we've now got a five out front. Good race developing here. Obviously they're only racing to win primarily to win their class, but you want to finish as high up in the race numbers as you can as well. But it's still the three and the three. Sophie Jeffrey, Samuel Cook, Matt Jones. Matt Jones now ahead of Samuel Cook in that second place. Daniel Hammett's right on the back wheel of those three as well. And Samuel Cook looks again to make a move as he does likewise before. This time he makes it stick and holds on to second place. Samuel Cook up into second from Matt Jones. Daniel Hammett is right there as well. And tell you what, joined them as well. He's now the 16 of Carl Churchill. Front group of five really starting to put it to each other, and the sixth place car of Neil Hemming not that far behind. Sophie Jeffrey, Samuel Cook, Matt Jones. That's the front three in the Maxes. And for the Masters, it's Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill and Neil Hemming. Gary Cox not far away either. So great race this one. Front five, just a bit of a gap. And again, places changing hands with Samuel Cook now leading the way as they come round. Samuel Cook from Matt Jones, all change at the front. Then comes Sophie Jeffrey, who was leading, back into third now. And that front five is now a front six as Neil Hemming joins the party. And while they're battling and scrapping away, the 14 of Gary Cox isn't that far away. He'll just come into shot in a minute. And that, oh, it's a spin, and such a shame for Daniel Hammett there. He was really pushing those front three. And that's cost him, such a shame. As they came out of the wind, just dipped there. It's the problem for Daniel, you just see him spinning on screen. So that has just caused a bit of calm at the front by default, with Samuel Cook now leading the way. From the 87 of Matt Jones, then comes Sophie Jeffrey, then it's now the 16th of Carl Churchill, then comes the 73 of Kieran Thompson and Gary Cox, Johan van der Broek, then Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett drop down to 9th, and 2 minutes past the lap to go. He saved himself and get back up into some better points from Simon Trelaw in 10th and Matt Angus in 11th. So let's just have a look and see how this is going in terms of big gains in this one. So 10 places. Harry Clark, no, Samuel Cook, sorry, up into that lead. Over the start-finish line is still Samuel Cook leading the way from Matt Jones, then Sophie Jeffrey. Kieran Thompson, 5 places. He's the big mover. Johan van den Broek as well has gone at 4 into 7th. So a few spaces and places as well. And in terms of timing, it's Matt Jones with the fastest lap time at the minute. It's Matt Jones, Samuel Cook and Carl Churchill, plus Daniel Hammett, who's now in 8th. But they're the guys that are in the 40s at the moment. So we've got a minute plus the lap to go. So we're probably looking at a 3-lap race here. And Samuel Cook leading the way from Matt Jones. Sophie Jeffrey still in 3rd. It's Carl Churchill in 4th now, taking advantage of that spin from Daniel Hammett. He's dropped down a little. He's gaining, he's coming back up again. It's fair to say he's back into 6th. And it just gives the number 12 card of Johan van der Broek, just the finger there. Say, come on, let's chase, let's work together. Let's see if we can catch up to the back of Kieran Thompson in 5th place. They're not going to catch these guys out front though. These 4 have pulled away. Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey. They're the top 3 in the Rotax Max, the 177 Rotax Max. They're leading their respective class. And then Gary Churchill in 4th place in the race. He's leading the Rotax Masters. So we are going to have 2 laps to go on this one. Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, followed by Carl Churchill. Then comes Kieran Thompson in the 73. Then the chasing back through comes Daniel Hammett, sorry. Neil Hemming's in the mix, Johan van der Broek as well. So we are a 2-lap race here. That's your leader on screen at the moment, that is Samuel Cook from Matt Jones. And that battle at the front has just calmed down a little bit. Sophie Jeffrey just drifting back a tiny bit in that battle for 1st and 2nd, and is a comfortable 3rd at the moment, with Carl Churchill a comfortable 4th, but a very comfortable lead in his class. Those 4 come under, and it is the last lap board now for those 4 as they head through. In 5th place is the 73 of Kieran Thompson. Then comes the 83 of Neil Hemming. Then comes Daniel Hammett, and he gets again the better of Johan van den Broek. That spin has cost Dan for sure. Samuel Cook leading the way. Looks like he is going to add another win, another heat win after that first time out. Matt Jones looks like he's going to come home 2nd, and Sophie Jeffrey 3rd again. Indeed it is, as they come round Tollies for the last time. Samuel Cook with the win from Matt Jones, from Sophie Jeffrey, and a class win for Carl Churchill as he takes 1st place 2nd time out from the 73. Kieran Thompson gets 4th for the Maxes. And then came Neil Hemming, and Neil Hemming with the 2nd. And Hammett got himself back up into 3rd in his class, so not a disaster at all. So Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, Carl Churchill, Kieran Thompson, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, Johan van den Broek, Simon Trenor, Gary Cox and Matt Angus down there in 11th. Some good action on track. We got 4th. So there are same 1, 2 and 3 for the Rotax Maxes. Samuel Cook again working his way through to the front, having a good battle out front with Sophie Jeffrey, as you can see on screen. That also allowed Matt Jones, and then that was the way it stayed. Samuel led the way from Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. That was the 1, 2, 3. There was the spin for Daniel Hammer. That cost Dan. Definitely the first and second in his class from Carl Churchill and Neil Hemming, but got back up into 3rd to gain good points for when we move into that final this afternoon. So that was the 3rd heat for the 2nd heat, sorry, for the 177s, and we will move into our last heat, I think, before the break, which is due to lights out in about 4 minutes. So we've run absolutely bang on to time, which is excellent. So it'll be our Superkarts and our KZs. Again, that was our most incident, the biggest incident we've had so far was in the opening heat of this, when we lost Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett. And looking at their karts when they were rescued from the track, I'm not sure we're going to see them. Oh, there they are, talking on the their green shirt and black hoodie there. That was Joel and Fraser. And somebody else as well, but we will see. We're going to see Reece Paget-Lowe, Jack Price and Bailey Rigglesford. There are 3 of the 125s. I think we're only going to see at the moment, oh no, we've got the 3 out, that's great. Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland. So yeah, we've lost Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett from the day due to the damage to the karts. We didn't really catch it on the screen, thankfully, but there was a big impact, and the damage to the karts was evident. So we wish them well. We look forward to seeing them again next round. But for today, their race is done. So we have 2 mini 3-kart battles in the 125 KZs and Superkarts to take us into the lunch break. First time out, it was a win for Bailey Rigglesford. Reece Paget-Lowe was 2nd, Jack Price was 3rd in the 125s. And in the Superkarts, it was a Steve Haskell win from Daniel Buckland and then Matthew Duncan. And again, that's pretty much, those 2 battles will develop individually. We will see the 125s disappear. Yeah, they do end up catching up to the Superkarts as the race develops. But what we hope and what we want to see is these 3 on screen. Reece, Jack and Bailey stay nice and close, give us a race for a few laps, and give us something to get excited about. And likewise with Daniel, Steve and Matthew in the Superkarts. We want to see them having a close battle for the win of their respective class. So again, big thank you for joining us. We hope you're enjoying it. Oh yeah, we can see a wave. We're going to go around again. We've stalled that there. And again, this is what, we haven't got the camera on it, but we're seeing a bit of a push start here. There we go, right on cue. thumbs up from Daniel. He gets his mate Matthew going. Helping him now. He's not going to be helping him in a minute when they're racing. But that's good to see. It's a little bump start for him. Just stalled that there. Just sends everybody around again quickly. We don't start the clock until the lights go out. So still a 5-minute race for these guys. We get to go again. Here we go. They'll cut off the bus stop. So a 5-minute race, slightly shorter for the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. And 3, Reece Paget-Lowe, Jack Price and Bailey Rigglesford in the 125s, and then we've got Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell and Matthew. Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. So look, same issue again, hopefully not. Keep an eye on the lights. On come the lights. Off go the lights, and we're racing. Heat number 2, a cracking start from the 92 of Bailey Rigglesford. Really made a flyer there. That's good. Reece Paget-Lowe, and Jack Price finds himself 3rd in that little initial battle, going through the Haynes Loop for the first time. And it looks like the 58 Steve Haskell has got the better of the superkarts, Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan in the opening exchanges of this lap and this heat number 2, the 125 and the Ks and the superkarts. So out front, race developing as the first one did a little bit, with a great start from Bailey Rigglesford in the 92. Reece Paget-Lowe tucked into second at the moment, with Jack Price in third. That's your 1, 2, 3, and a little bit further back and stretched out a bit more, with Steve Haskell in the 58 leading the superkarts, with a close battle between the 42 and the 73 with Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan. So what we'll try and do is flip between the two as the race develops, and if there is a close battle we will certainly pick up on it as they fly up the hill towards midgets into that right-hander. It's probably about a second between the 3 guys at the front, 2 seconds from first to third I would have thought. It just stretches out a little bit in the same order. Bailey Rigglesford comes through, followed by Reece Paget-Lowe, so yeah, about a second just over, from first to second, then back to third, and back to Steve Haskell, who's holding his own as the leader of the superkarts. The 73 of Matthew Duncan just getting the better at the moment of Daniel Buckland in the 42. So these guys battle it out for the top 3. So a bit easier to commentate on this one. Just the 6 karts, just the 2-3 car battles. And Bailey Rigglesford is really stamping his authority on this one. Early on he's got the fastest lap time at 37.46. And it's 37.7 for Reece Paget-Lowe, and then a 38.3 at the minute for Jack Price. And then Steve Haskell in a 41.7 is the fastest of the superkarts, and then a 45.5 of Matthew Duncan, and a 47.7 of Daniel Buckland. 45.38 from Matthew Duncan, just got his fastest lap time. We've got under the 47.7. No, still 47.7 the fastest time. But Bailey Rigglesford leading the way, Reece Paget-Lowe second, Jack Price third. And I think Daniel Buckland there just moves over and lets the 3 125s come through. But Bailey here out front isn't reading the script, he's not giving us a close race. He's got his head down and he's disappearing. He's about a second and a half now ahead of Reece Paget-Lowe in second place. Bailey just getting his head down and doing the business, but now the 2 classes are starting to entwine, with the 125 KZs catching up with the superkarts and getting in amongst their little battle. So let's have a look. It was 1.5 second, 1 point, still the same close battle out front between Bailey and Reece. Second and a half, back to Jack. So everybody in their own race at the moment. It's all about getting a good lap time. And I have to say on the last lap, apart from Bailey Rigglesford, nobody improved on their individual lap times. Let's have a look as we come over the start finish line again. That is Bailey, 37.34. Still 37 still almost in the 37s as well now. Jack Price is starting to push 38.03, so he's almost down there. Steve Haskell still leading the way from Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland in the battle of 3. And I think he's really got his foot down. Steve Haskell, he's about to overtake the 42 of Daniel Buckland. We'll go through the Haynes loop. Yeah, he's starting to overtake his respective class drivers. Bailey out front, 37.23, he's got quicker every time. 2 seconds now, that gap to Reece, and 6 seconds back to Jack as well. Just can't get into the 37s, Jack. That'll be a little battle for him. Personal battle was 38.05 was his last lap, 38.03 is his fastest. So something just to keep an eye on as we're definitely going to be moving into a last lap board. 10 seconds, and I think Bailey will get round in time to give us an extra lap. So definitely the last lap board out here for the second heat of the superkarts and the KZs. Through goes Bailey Rigglesford, then comes Reece Paget-Lowe, then comes Jack Price, that's the front 3 in the 125 KZs. And then it will be Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland. That's That's our 3 superkarts. Looks like the finishing order slightly changing the superkarts to the first heat, but as he comes around, midgets down into climate, there's your race leader in a pretty straightforward race for Bailey Wigglesford as he comes over at the start finish line to take the checkered flag from Reese Paget-Lowe in second, and Jack Price will pick up the third. So the same finishing order as first time out. I think our third place driver is going to be Steve Haskell. First place driver, sorry, for the superkarts. I think Daniel Buckland, even though he might have a checkered flag on my screen, I think he's actually going to come third in his class. I think Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan were ahead of Daniel Buckland in that one, but I will confirm that in due course. Yeah, there we go. Steve Haskell from Matthew Duncan. And then came Daniel Buckland. So, Bailey Wigglesford, Reese Paget-Lowe, Jack Price, top 3. Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan, Daniel Buckland, top 3 as well. So, that brings a close to our morning's racing here. And the second heat of the 125 in KZs. And again, we've unfortunately lost a couple of the drivers in the superkarts, which would have probably added to the on-track racing. But the guys have still got to go out and push and race, do the best they can possibly do. Exactly as they have done. So, just while we wrap up that replay, with a pretty quiet race, I would say that was our most quiet race. What we will do is we will take a break, and it's going to be a 30-minute break. So we will be back, I anticipate, around 1:15. So keep us on in the background. After 1 o'clock, we'll see you about 1:15 for the second half of the racing. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. You've spot of lunch, cup of tea. Now the weather's still dry with you, still dry with us, which is wonderful. So that day that we anticipated we would have, where it's a bit overcast. Yeah, a bit of nothing, but it's good driving conditions for the guys. They know what to expect. To be honest, I think we've all been pretty impressed with some of the racing so far. I've really enjoyed the Honda Cadets. I think they've given us plenty to enjoy. Likewise, there's been some good action in the seniors, in the juniors as well, and the 177s as well. So what we'll do is we're just starting to see the Hondas on the left-hand side there. Look, you can just see them starting to get themselves ready in pit lane. So as we go back through, this is the final heat. So again, just to reiterate, this is round 4, the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship. We've had 3 rounds proceeding today. Everybody's accumulating points to go towards that final championship. There's 9 rounds this year. You've got to compete in 7 of the 9. The 7 will qualify you for the championship, so to speak. And then you can just take off either rounds you didn't attend or rounds you didn't do so well in. So it is 7 of the 9. And then the event today, everybody will race in 3 qualifying heats where they're building up points to go towards a better grid position, starting position for their respective finals. So that is the goal, that's the driver. So it isn't all about knocking your pan out to get the win in the heats. It's about building up some good points and getting a good score on the board to get yourself in a good position for that grand final when the winner takes all. So that's what we're building towards. We've had a good morning of racing where we have had 2 blocks of the heats, so everybody has raced in 2 heats. We've only had 1 real incident, which came in the Superkart and the 125 KZ race. Thankfully the 2 drivers involved are okay, and unfortunately their karts aren't, and they're not in the rest of the event. But we wish them well. We'll see them again next time. But apart from that, it's been a decent morning of racing. Everyone's had the 2 heats, so we're going into the 3rd and final heat for everybody. So they'll all have a good understanding on what points they've picked up and where they'll be looking to start in those respective finals. And then we will have those. We've got what we got. Excuse me. So we've got 7 heats to come, and then we'll be following that with the 7 finals. So we'll go in the same order that we ran this morning. We'll start with the Honda Cadets, then we'll move into the Rotax Cadets, then the Rotax Inters, the Juniors, the Seniors, and then the 177s, and then the Superkarts and the KZs to finish off. So a group of heats, which will be their final one, and then we'll get into those finals. So the timing's the same, 7-minute final, 7-minute heat for everybody apart from the KZs and the Superkarts, which will be 5 minutes, and then when we move into the grand finals, it'll be an 11-minute final plus the lap, and 7 minutes for the Superkarts and KZ. So I'll keep reiterating that as we creep through the afternoon's racing. And one thing we'll do as well is, as we prepare for each of the classes this afternoon and their 3rd heats, I will bring you up to speed on issues this morning, whether anybody picked up penalties, which I managed to work through over lunch. And there was a few penalties, changing a few of the finishing positions, bringing a few people up the order, likewise sending a few people down the order. But in the Honda Cadets, they drove brilliantly well, perfectly well. There was no penalties issued in the morning's racing. So the win in heat number 1 for Oliver Ratton. Harry Grant was 2nd, Max Skilton was 3rd, Cruz Jenkins 4th, and Jack Smith was 5th. And then in heat number 2, it was a win for Harry Grant, 2nd for Oliver Ratton. So those 2 just swapped positions in the 2 heats. 3rd place again for Max Skilton, 4th again for Cruz Jenkins, so they've both finished 3rd and 4th respectively, and then it was a 5th for Rupert Lillywhite, whereas in heat 1 it was Jack Smith. So they all drove really well. No bumper issues, no jump starts, no continual contact warning penalty, so all good, all clear for the Honda Cadets. Well done to them. And to be fair, there's been two races in the 1 with the Honda Cadets. We've had the front 4, which has been Oliver, Max, Cruz and Harry. They've been going at it at the front, but then everybody else has been in that battle behind, which has been great. It's been really good to see. So there's Max Saunders in the 77. He's leading out the Hondas here for their 3rd and final heat. They'll all know what they've got to do, but as the 2 Honda races have developed, you can see that there is going to be 2 heats within the 1, two battles within the 1, shall I say. So even if you are 4th or 5th in that little front pack that has been, you still know you can get up there to take the win be a close race, and it's a small grid as well. So the guys are getting ready. We are going to see William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant, Harry Price and Max Saunders. So Jamie Daly is the one that it was listed to race today but isn't here today. Jamie Daly is championship leader. Unfortunately he hasn't been here today. So it has been the 9 drivers. Jamie. So here we go, slowing everybody down, get them into a formation. Looks like we're ready to go. No, we're going around again. So we're just going to head around again. We're just getting to filter back in. Slow down. Love the cadets. As soon as they get back in, 100 mile an hour. As soon as they get back in that car, I want to go for it. Foot down. You can see the marshals out there actively slowing down, waving arms, calm, slow. Let's get a nice formation. Max Saunders there leading the way. I think 29. Max Skilton close behind. So there's never much to give. Here we go. We are racing for the 3rd heat. Off we go. Max Saunders that leads the way into that first turn from Max Skilton. Keep an eye, Harry Grant at the inside, as has been the way this morning. Grant into 2nd. And again, Max Saunders at the front. Only change from this morning's racing, but already we are into those 4 from this morning. Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant. The races have morphed into the same, but it's been good. We've had some really good Honda action. The 2 battles have been great, and this one's doing the same. You can see the front 4 have already pulled away there on screen from the rest of the chasing pack. So here we go over the start finish line for the first time, and at this moment in time it is Oliver Ratton from Harry Grant, Max Skilton, then Cruz Jenkins. Max Saunders in the middle of this race of 9. As he leads Harry Price, Jack Smith, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. So we will focus on, that's the second pace. Max Saunders there leading that second group of 4 or 5 drivers. So Max didn't appear in Heat 1, came out in Heat 2, and is in the action here in Heat 3. So I'm not sure what his issues were, but he's doing well at the minute. He's leading that second pack of 4 or 5 karts. Out front we have a similar picture to before, the front 3 of Oliver, Harry and Max, and the Cruz just trying to hang on to their coattails as they come over start finish lines. Still the same order, Oliver Ratton from Harry Grant, and then comes Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, and then Max Saunders is still in that 5th place, leaving Harry Price, Jack Smith, Rupert Lillywhite and then William Woods. So it's a similar picture to before. Still Max Saunders leading that group. That's the battle from 5th through to 8th, and then just off screen a little bit is William Woods. But that's that second group of 4. The front group is now a front group of 3 really. Cruz has just dropped off a little bit now in this battle. Was able to really cling on in the first 2 heats this morning, and is in the top 3 on a couple of occasions, but on this occasion has just dropped away. So it is that battle of Oliver Ratton, Harry Grant and Max Skilton. That is what we are going to see come round onto screen now as they go through Tolly's over start finish line, down into Haynes Loop, into that big right-hander, which immediately then goes into a left-hander, around Johnny's, flat out down the hill they go, from left inside to outside, then back outside, as they cut the corner off nice and tight through here, and then flat out, fast as they can up the hill, tuck down, head down. You can see the guys doing that a little bit before they take in the bus stop here. A little bit of curb, plenty coming out, a little bit going in, and then again as fast as they can up the hill, heading towards Basingstoke, I guess, before they take that right-hander to come back down into Climate. Again inside to outside, and then nice and tight here through Tolly's, over the start-finish line. That is a lap. There's our corners, and no change. Oliver, Harry, Max, and then Cruz has got a bit of a lonely drive on this occasion. Max Saunders still holding that chasing pack behind, which is being led now by Jack Smith from Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. But that is our front 3 on screen, and that's the front 3 as it has been all day. Really the front 2, just having a look at the inside there, 45, Harry Grant makes the move through the bus stop. Not often see that. You've got to commit to that and get that right. Your timing's got to be good to make a pass through there, but Harry has done that to take the lead from Oliver. With Max Skilton in third, and Max has finished in third in both heats so far. That's where he finds himself again. Whereas Oliver and Harry have traded places at the front in the two heats, and that's been the case this morning as well. 43 of Cruz Jenkins over the start-finish line there, just holding on to that fourth place. And a really good battle, Max Saunders and Jack Smith, I think that is, yeah, that's Jack and Max there battling for fifth and sixth. Really good battle developing, it looks like. Oh, Harry just holds on and holds Max Smith behind. I'm just keeping an eye on that battle while you focus on the front three. And you come through the bus stop, the front three, get a little bit of curve going in, loads coming out. But check over the shoulder, he tends to do that going up the hill. Harry, we've noticed that in the heats this morning, just has a little look to see what's going on a couple of times. Assess who's behind him. And I tell you what, he's got Oliver Ratton behind him as he has had, and Max Skilton as he has had. Some tight through here, no chance of coming up the inside there. Same three, Harry, then Oliver, then Max, then comes Cruz. As I look back down the field as well, it's still Max Saunders, but Jack Smith now puts the move in. Jack Smith moves up into fifth ahead of Max Saunders. Really good battle between them two. Really good race developing. So it's Max Skilton who has the fastest lap on track. So Max is currently in third there in the blue helmet, chasing the silver helmet 22 of Oliver Ratton and the 45 of Harry Grant. That's been 2 third places, just looking around the outside here and has made it work. Into second place goes Max Skilton. So 2 third places. Can Max improve on that and break up these front two that have been the front two all morning? Or straight back at him comes Oliver Ratton, but Max holds on. Look over the shoulder again from Harry Grant. You'll now see that Max Skilton is the one taking chase, with Oliver Ratton right on his back wheel, and they've got to work together now because Harry has just stolen about a second, I would say, over these two where they've just had that little battle. So they've got to work together, tuck in, focus, and chase down Harry. Minute plus the lap to go. Jack Smith now comfortably in 5th place from Max Saunders, and then Harry Price and Luke Lillywhite not too far behind. And there's the 43 of Cruz Jenkins on screen. A comfortable 4th for Cruz, as has been the case all day today. But out front, Harry has just got a bit of fresh air, a bit of a gap. Oliver's moved back into second ahead of Max Skilton, and that is going to just help Harry all the way. He'll be really happy with them battling away. He'll take that all day long. If them two keep battling with each other, all it will do is it will get them off of his scent, and it will give Harry the opportunity to just keep ebbing away. But it's less than a second. This is a 2-lap race now. This plus the last one is what we're going to see. Max Saunders is still in that 6th place, sorry, holding up Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite, or holding off, sorry, should I say, Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. Jack Smith is in the 5th spot. Cruz Jenkins 4th. And now they just reeled in Harry a little bit out the front here. They're not far away, we can see that on screen. There we go. So Harry out front, close is Oliver, then Max. So this will be a last lap board. This is the final lap, final heat for these guys. So if they want to do anything, they've got to do it now. And it is half a second. Oliver's now reeled back in, Harry. He's going to have to make this move wisely if he's going to do it on this last lap, or he may just consolidate and take that second place, knowing that these guys are going to be on the front. This will be the front 3 on grid for the final. At the front 4 with Cruz as well. I'll add Cruz into that as well, and then it'll be a bit of a toss-up between Jack Smith will probably be 5th on the grid for the final. But let's focus in, because Harry, has he got enough space there? I think he possibly does, unless he gets anything wrong in this last lap. I think in his last couple of corners, should I say, I think this is going to be the 2nd race win, heat win of the day for Harry. And so it proves, and it's really tight between the 3 of them, though, nothing in it. 2nd place for Oliver Ratton, 3rd for Max Skilton, 4th again goes to Cruz Jenkins. And just keeping an eye on the rest of the field as they come through. Those 4 really quite a long way away from the rest of the pack. But it is Jack Smith. He's going to get his 2nd, 5th place of the day. Max Saunders grabs the 6th as he keeps behind him in 67, 13 and 11 of Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. So another good race out front, another good battle. The fastest lap time did go to Oliver Ratton with a 47.24. So Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Gilton, Cruz Jenkins, then was Jack Smith, Max Saunders, Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite and William Woods. So 2 race wins for Harry Grant, a race win in a couple of seconds for Oliver Ratton, and 3 thirds and 3 fourths for Max Gilton and Cruz Jenkins. So they will be the front 4 on the grid when we come to the grand final. And they've given us some 3 good heats today. Really good entertainment from them guys. Again, all safely round. Again, I think that's probably definitely a penaltyless heat from them. So 3 heats, no penalties. Well done to all the drivers in the Honda Cadet group today. Driven really well, driven within themselves sensibly, obeying the rules, obeying and showing respect for their fellow racers, not going for holes and gaps that aren't necessarily there. So yeah, well done to those guys. It's some good replays again from our camera team. There we go. So we will move from them on to the Rotax Cadets. And we did have a bit of a change in one of the heats. So this morning in the heat 1, Elliot Hitch was the winner from Monroe Wilcox, Tommy Lovejoy and then Johnny Butterfield. That was the top 4. But then in the second heat, Monroe Wilcox was down for a 3rd place but had a front bumper penalty. So that made it Elliot Hitch with the win, Tommy Lovejoy in 2nd. The 3rd then went to Johnny Butterfield. And the 4th was Wilfred Tomlinson. So yeah, a penalty for Monroe Wilcox in that 2nd would have cost a few valuable points. And again, as we look through the next couple of heats, I'll bring you up to speed on some penalties there as well. So in terms of the front 3 or 4, that was the main penalty, was for Monroe Wilcox in that 2nd heat. So two race wins for Elliot Hitch. A 2nd, it would have been a 2nd and 3rd for Monroe Wilcox but for that penalty. So a 2nd and 3rd for Tommy Lovejoy, a 3rd and 4th for Johnny Butterfield. So very competitive, this Rotax group, these Rotax Cadets, very competitive little group. All have the ability to jump out and do well. And again, Oju Storpurchtis has been in the mix in the races, as has Jackson Haynes. I've talked about them a lot. They just haven't been able to get in and kind of penetrate that front 3 or 4 5 positions, but I'm sure they'll be looking to do that in this final heat. And again, we are due to get going on this one at now, really. We were slightly late starting this afternoon, so we're just a slightly bit over. We're about 10-12 minutes over, so I imagine they're just going to get the group together. You can see a really busy pit lane there. That'll be the next group. That'll be the Inters getting themselves ready to move into pit lane once we get these Rotax Cadets out. Plenty of activity. Again, plenty of families. Let me just scan across pit lane there. You can see some of the big team tents. So are you watching us, watching you? That is the question. That we'll find out. At the moment, we're not too sure. Best seat in the house, look. Us watching you. Oh, no, the phone's the wrong way. Definitely messaging. Definitely messaging. We did wonder whether they're watching us, watching you, watching us, watching you. But he's on his phone. He's messaging. You're on screen. So there's a hood up there, but there's no rain. That's a wind protecting hood up there because we don't have any rain falling. So we're just waiting. Ronaldo Portugal shirt there, ready for the World Cup. We're just waiting to get these guys ready to get out on track. There's a big wave. Good lad. So are you in the 28? Is that Charlie Nichols? That's the 28 car, but we have 2 drivers there. Trying to figure that out. One of you is Charlie Nichols in the 28 car. One of you is. Excellent family run club this. Excellent here at Forest Edge. And again, really busy day today up and down the country with karting, so it's excellent. We've got over 100 drivers here today. And in our Rotax Cadets, we have got Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Tommy Lovejoy, Johnny Butterfield, Monroe Wilcox, Elliot Hitch, Wilfred Tomlinson, and Rotax Practise. That's our 8 drivers. That's our 8 entrants. In a minute, Elliot Hitch is going to be on pole for that grand final, unless maybe Tommy Lovejoy with a win. Just move up alongside him. Monroe Wilcox will be there or thereabouts with a good result in this one. As with Johnny Butterfield. So competitive little group this. And you can see the 55, the black 55 plate there with the white numbers on. That's Rotax Practise. That's a novice plate. The black ones with the white writing. I think I'm right in saying that Rotax is the only novice in this group. But here we go. This is our 3rd and final heat of the Rotax Cadets, and we're off and racing. It's the 21 and 44 lead in the way, and that was a big shunt from behind there. I know that would have been a bump up, but there was definitely a bit of contact. But it is the 21 of Oscar Taylor. Everyone safely around in the 17. Yeah, the 25 there. Johnny Butterfield, who's been in the mix all day long. Tommy Lovejoy, likewise, a 2nd and a 3rd for Tommy today so far. He finds himself out front as they go through the bus stop for the first time. Look over the shoulder as they race up there. So Tommy's just stolen a march a little bit out front, which is good for him at this early stage. But then there's a pack of 4 not far behind as we come around to complete the first lap. Left-hander into Tolly's here. So Tommy is leading the way. Closely then followed by that little pack of Oscar Taylor, Johnny Butterfield, Elliot Hitch and Munro Wilcox. That's a really good little group there, chasing down. And on the back of that as well is Jackson Haynes in the 44. So that group have just got that bit of a gap from Rotax Practise and Wilfred Tomlinson. And they will look up the inside or maybe just come off the racing line a little bit there, Johnny Butterfield. And Elliot Hitch through into 3rd place there. So Tommy Lovejoy is just pulling away. He's got a bit of a gap out front. He's put in the fastest lap time of 48.18 so far. Early days in this one. Tommy doing the business. There is a contact warning for Elliot Hitch. You just see coming out. So it is Tommy Lovejoy leading the way from Elliot Hitch. Now Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Munro Wilcox and Jackson Haynes. Really close, that little group. A group of 5 chasing down Tommy Lovejoy. And again, if they work together, look to really reel him in. Then it's a little break and a gap back to the 55 of Rotax and Wilfred. So the name of the game here is going to be trying to get on the back wheels of Tommy Lovejoy. He's got about a 2.5 seconds over Elliot at the moment, who's leading that little pack that's chasing up the hill. Munro Wilcox, I can just see, distinctive green helmet as they go through midgets at the top down into climate. Pack of 5 still trying to chase down Tommy. Elliot's got a little bit of a gap as well. So 1.5 seconds before, 1.54, 1.56. So no difference in the gap between Tommy and Elliot. And then still Johnny, Oscar and Munro and Jackson. And then just that little battle of 2 at the back between Rotax and Wilfred. 20 of Munro Wilcox going through. So Tommy driving really well. He keeps maintaining that gap of about 1.5 seconds. Which is comfortable. He's got the fastest lap time of a 47.32, and everybody in that top 6 from Tommy down to Jackson has now got into the 47s. It's only Rotax and Wilfred that are still in the 48s. Hopefully for those 2 guys they can get that down into the 47s by the end of the race. But I think this 1.56 gap, Tommy really hammers it through that last corner. It's going to increase a little bit. Just creeping up a tiny bit, so he's doing what he needs to do to stay out front. And Elliot now just created a bit of a gap between himself and that chasing pack of 4, which is Johnny Butterfield, Munro Wilcox, Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. So just starting to settle down now a little bit this one. It looks like Tommy Lovejoy, it all being well, still got enough of a race to race here. But if he can keep his head down and get a win, this will be a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd in the 3 heats today. And for Elliot Hitch, it will be a couple of 1sts and a 2nd. So those 2 you anticipate would be on the front of the grid for the grand final a bit later on this afternoon. But what we've got here at the moment is a really good battle for the 3rd place between Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox. That's what you can see on screen. And there's again just keeping tabs with Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. So if Munro and Johnny start to battle it out with each other, what it will do is it will just let Elliott pull away, but it will create a little group of 4 here that are all fighting for that 3rd place, which is terrific in the heats now. But this is what we want to see when we come to those grand finals. We want to see tight racing for those important top 3 positions. That's ultimately what we want to see. That gap from Tommy down to Elliott has been consistent for the entire race. So they're both tabling 47.18 and 47.20. Their lap times are pretty identical, which is why Tommy's able just to maintain that gap. Monroe right on the back of Johnny at the moment. Butterfield in 3rd and 4th. So that gap out front just extends a tiny bit, but nothing in it really. And likewise, 2 in 3rd and 4th, Johnny Butterfield and Monroe Wilcox in the 25 and the 28. They're on the right hand side of the screen. That's the battle for 3rd. They still do just have that small gap and enough breathing space back to Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes, but if they continue to battle, the lead, the position hasn't changed between Johnny and Monroe for a couple of laps, but that might well change now. Just a little look as they go through the bus stop. Now will Monroe carry the speed and look to make a move up the inside here? I just did have a look. Johnny cut that route off, said nope, not making the pass there. But again, they're looking in the dice, and so you almost drive quite defensively. And then what that allows is that allows the cars behind to catch up, and that's pretty much what's happened here. That little group of 4 is back to a group of 4. Tommy's got a 2-second lead now over Elliott. And just in this little battle at the back as well, Wilfred now has got the better of Arjuice in that battle for 7 and 8. But we have a 4-way battle again for that 3rd spot. Johnny and Monroe really battling it out with each other. And what that's allowed is Oscar and Jackson just to reel him in again. There was a bit of a breathing space for them a moment or so ago. So we are going to have a 2-lap and a bit race to go here before we can assign those final points from this heat to go towards these Rotax Cadet qualifying heats. 2-second gap to just over 2 now from Tommy to Elliott, but then again nothing. Johnny and Oscar still going at it. Johnny and Monroe with Oscar and Jackson not far behind. But this is what we can see. That's Johnny Butterfield there. Tinted visor, 25 kart, holding on to 3rd at the minute from the green helmet, the 28 plate of Monroe Wilcox. Again, these two have been doing this for the entire race. Monroe's been looking as they go up the hill. He's been sniffing around the back as they go into the bus stop. And then has put foot down here and just had a look up the inside a couple of times, but Johnny very defensive, holding that narrow inside line, not letting Monroe dictate in any way. But I think Johnny has got one heck of a last lap on him. Tommy comfortable up front, Elliott comfortable in 2nd. Again, the battle for 3rd. This is what we focused in on. Johnny Butterfield, Monroe Wilcox. Johnny just looking over the wrong shoulder. Monroe was on the outside of the track there. And that's what Monroe Wilcox has got to do here. Just got to try and force Johnny into a mistake. Maybe push outside and get Johnny to move outside and then make that Dyson move up the inside. You can see behind as well, Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes having a really good battle themselves. There's nothing in. It's been an excellent race between these two. Tommy's done excellent out front. He's won the race. Likewise, Elliott in 2nd, really comfortable. But these two guys have given us, with Jackson and Oscar, have given us a good race for that 3rd spot, but it has developed into these two. Tommy takes the checkered flag. He's got the win from Elliott Hitch, and it's going to be Johnny Butterfield that holds on. And Tommy gets his first win of the day. Elliott picks up that 2nd place. Johnny Butterfield 2 thirds and a 4th. Tommy gets a 2nd and a 4th. 5th went to Oscar Taylor. There we go. So Tommy with the win, Tommy Lovejoy from Elliott Hitch, Johnny Butterfield, Monroe Wilcox, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, then Wilfred Tomlinson and Arjuice Storpush. Who had a great little battle at the back themselves. Tommy Lovejoy did get into the 46s, 46A8. Everyone else in the 47s, apart from Wilfred and Arjuice, who were in the 48s. Everyone else in the 47s. So that gives us a good ending to our cadet activity in the heats. And again, I was going to say the mathematicians, all the computer in the bits will start to work out those grid positions, and we'll get that filtered through to us in due course. But those front 4 or 5, I think, will be the front 4 or 5 again. But it's been a really good little battle behind. Oscar and Jackson Haynes did really well in there as well. And likewise, I think Wilfred and Ojus had a good battle at the back. The replay, some good action. You can see they look up the inside. And these guys have, again, there's not very many penalties or warnings. That you sometimes have a look but can't make it stick, so you have to pull out. And again, it's better to do that than it is to commit and get it all wrong and cause somebody else to take to the grass. So we will move on to the Rotax Inters. That is our next group, 20 entries. Let me read through the names who we're going to see again. With Jensen King, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Ulger, Arthur KZ, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Rio Fry, Charlie Nichols, Jack Hudson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson and George Beck. That is our 20 entries into the Rotax Inters. And in Heat 1 it was a win for Ethan Copland from James Devereaux. Oliver Dan was 3rd, Henry Ulger 4th and Harvey Ball was 5th. No penalties or anything in that one. That was a very clean race. But then in the next one it was a penalty for James Devereaux, who did take the checkered flag but had a jump start penalty, and that knocked him from 1st back to 3rd. So that then moved Henry Ulger up into 1st, Oliver Dan in 2nd, James Devereaux went back to 3rd, before Lenny Dorrington had the 4th and George Beck had the 5th. So it was a penalty in that second heat for James, which cost him the checkered flag and dropped him down to 3rd, but still good points. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd in the opening 2 heats. Henry Ulger a win and a 4th in the opening 2 heats. Oliver Dan a 2nd and a 3rd. Ethan Copland a 1st and I think a 6th for Ethan in the 2nd heat. So those guys have all been at the front running, and Harvey Ball's been in the mix, as has Lenny Dorrington. So again, this will be their final heat as they look to add some points to their current tallies in preparation for that grand final a little bit later on. So again, big thank you for joining us. We're really pleased to have you on. The stream obviously will stay on YouTube, so if you want to watch it later on, you can flit in and out and pick bits up later on. Got the messages for Come On Cruise from Ted SXXX. So thank you for the shout out for Cruz. Cruz has done well. Has been on the cusp of that top 3 in the cadets, and we'll have a good shot at it because we'll pretty much start in 4th in that grand final. Again, hopefully, there you go. Give us a wave. There you go. Thank you. Right on cue. Watching us, watching you. Watching us, watching you. That's really good. That's really good. So again, a hectic pit lane. We've got the Rotax Inters about to come out, and then they'll be followed by the juniors who are getting themselves ready there. And again, we're just trying to run to time, just giving ourselves enough time to. So I think we're probably, in terms of timings, we're about 1 race behind, but we will always catch up by a couple of minutes each time we go. So again, last heat for the Inters, 7 minutes plus the lap. When we come to the grand finals, it will be 11 minutes for most of the classes. So these guys get to go again. Hopefully we had some personal bests for some of these guys. You can see an advert for Alfano on the bottom of the screen there. Official agent and retail outlet for Alfano products in the UK, based in Basingstoke. There's a number and an email address there. Give those guys a look up for karting needs. Again, another excellent sponsor that we've got here. Great to have them on board, as with all of our sponsors. And if you're interested in coming on board and doing a bit of sponsorship, supporting the club, all the info is popping up on the bottom of the screen. There's our events coming up from July through to November. Give the club a shout, get involved. So again, another little calm before the storm. Before we go, no storm as in weather storm. We don't want no weather storms. Take that back. Tad windy though. It's not tad windy in here. We're in the comms box. We're quite happy. Elaine's not, because she's had to listen to me in close proximity for the last 3 hours. Wonderful. Here we go. We're back and racing. So our Rotax Inters, this is their 3rd and final heat. Jensen King, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Ulger, Arthur KZ, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Rio Fry, Charlie Nichols, Jack Hudson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson and George Beck. They are our runners and racers for this final Inters heat. All 20 are out. 3 novices in this are Jensen King, Charlie Nichols and Rio Fry. So they'll start near the rear of the grid, as they've done all morning. They've got the black plates, which you'll notice on them. So they'll just get everybody in formation here. There's the 14, you can see Jensen King's got the plate there in the 25. Rio Fry, so nice and steady as they come around. It looks like the 44 of Henry Perrin. He's going to be off of that front grid. They can shoot from the front in this one. And is that the 22 of Warren Atkins next door? I think it is. Those two are going to set the pace early on. She's just calming everybody down. If they take that right, come underneath us here in the comms box. Get cracking with heat number 3 of the Rotax Inters, and away we go. It's the 22.44, 19 moving up there. Arthur Kaiser is looking in the mix. Everybody safely through. A little bit of contact, but nothing much. And it is the 23.44 that are leading the way. Oakley Poulter, Oliver Dan, Henry Perrin, Warren Atkins, they're all up there in the mix at the front as they come up to take on that bus stop for the first time. They go. Henry Perrin in second place, I can see. They race up towards midgets into that right-hander. Oh, nice and close going through there. Remember, you can lose it in this opening lap. You certainly can't win it. Just consolidate, take your time, pick the route. The opponents are racing and driving. So over the start finish line for the first time, and it is Warren Atkins from Henry Perrin. Oliver Dan up into third. Oakley Poulter, James Devereaux, Ethan Copland, Arthur Kaiser. Contact warning has popped up there for James Devereaux. Had a penalty, had a jump start in heat number 2, so just wants to be a little bit careful, a bit excited. And Oliver Dan, I think, has moved up into second ahead of Henry Perrin there. Nice move as they came through the Winger's Dip before they race up through the bus stop. Again, a little bit curb coming in for some of them, loads of curb coming out for most of them, and another move up the inside, and it looks like Oliver Dan has moved his way up to the front of the pack here from Warren Atkins. And then Henry Perrin, yeah, indeed he has. Down Tollies. Whoa, a bit of sideways movement there. A lot of action from the front 3. Oliver Dan, Henry Perrin and Warren Atkins. And again, just a little bit of composure lost and really wide. I don't think that was anybody's fault but Oliver's. And he's back on, but he's lost 7 or 8 places. So from being right near the front, now drifted all the way back, Oliver. Not sure if I lost sight as they went round the Winger's Dip there, but Oliver definitely in trouble. He rattled a little bit from that move, lost a bit of composure and has certainly lost a few places. That's a shame, but look at the front of the pack. We've got, what, 8, 10 karts at the front here, all chasing down Henry Perrin, the 44, 22, Warren Atkins tucked in just behind. Here we go over the start-finish line now. We'll see the damage and who's dropped down. You can see there on the screen all the way back to 11th, 12th for Oliver Dan, but it is Henry Perrin from James Devereaux, Ethan Copland, and we've got a red. We've got a red, and I can't see why we've got red. Oh, we lost someone out of sight, I think. Yeah, so someone's shot straight through into the grass at the bottom there, so we obviously can't see, but that's off screen for us, and it's kind of off. Gone straight down as they're heading down from Johnny's into the Winger's Dip. Such a fast part of the track before they go into the right-hander. So I think there was a bit of collision and we didn't see it on screen. We've lost a couple of the karts that have shot off track. The ambulance is making its way straight down there, so we're just going to hit the pause button on this one for the moment. The red flags are out. So maybe they'll stop the karts when they come back under my nose here on the start-finish line, and I can potentially try and see what numbers we don't have. And in our comms box, from where we can see, we look uphill, so we look up towards midgets and climber and tollies and to the right of Haynes Loop. But as they go around the Haynes Loop by the pit lane and then down into Winger's Dip, they disappear behind the comms box. So then I'm relying on the television screen, as your viewing is as well, We're relying on that, and if the action doesn't happen in the point the guys are pointing the cameras at, it's just one of those things, unfortunately. And yes, we did lose a few karts there.
Hold on, calm down, please.
So all of the drivers have been stopped now on the start-finish line. It says 18, so I think we've lost 2 karts down the bottom. Let's count 18 karts on track. 18, so yeah, 2 karts have gone down into beyond the fence at the bottom of the Winger's Dip. So I imagine, as we had this morning with the TKZs, when there's an incident, I imagine we will just pause this heat, and we will move maybe onto the juniors, who are the next group out. We will see. The juniors are going to be ready to go, but they will move all of these karts, the Inters, back into the pits. I think from here, yeah, there we go. And then we'll move into the juniors. So a pretty short and sweet effort. That was about 3 laps finished before the two cars. I'm not sure which 2 they were, but you can see the ambulance just on the left-hand side of the screen. Hopefully it's just a precaution because of the speed that they would have carried, but there's quite a runoff there. Once they go past those red and blue white barriers, you can see there's a bit of a runoff, and some bushes and some trees. So hopefully everything's okay with those guys. So was it Oliver Dan? Yeah, so Oliver, we saw Oliver have a bit of an incident as he went through Haynes Loop and just seemed to lose a bit of composure. And then as I caught him coming from Johnny's down towards the Winger's Dip, he still looked really uncomfortable, Oliver, and I think it's Oliver that's gone down and in and through the bottom part of the course. So fingers crossed he's okay. It was Oliver and potentially another, because we only had 18 karts in front of me when they brought them back around again. So I think Harry Reid and Oliver Dan might be the 2 karts in question, I think. So we shall see. But obviously we'll just pause it for a minute. We'll just hope and cross our fingers that the 2 guys are okay. Let's sit down there. Again, hopefully it's just a precaution. But yeah, we picked up on that as Oliver was going. There's a bit of contact around the Haynes Loop. Just seemed to drop back a bit, and then disappeared completely, obviously, and that was why. But we can't capture them. We've got 20 odd karts on track. It's really hard to capture everything, every incident, every moment. We certainly do our best, but yeah, Oliver in the 24. Just maybe straightened up, had a problem somewhere. Just seemed to go straight on and through and out the other side. So yeah, whether something just locked or we don't know, but hopefully he's okay. The most important thing. That's the most important thing. So what we'll do is, because the ambulances are in the position they're in, we'll just pause it for 5. We're just going to put a race delay screen up. Don't go too far, keep us on in the background, and hopefully we'll be back with you in just a few moments. Okay, we're back with you. Thank you for your patience while we just had a bit of a downtime there. There was an incident in the Rotax Inters where a cart has gone off track at some speed, so the paramedics and the ambulance were just with. So that now the cart has been removed. The young driver's in with the ambulance. So as soon as we get any kind of update, we can bring that to you. So what we'll do is we're just going to pause the Rotax Inters and we're going to move that back a race. So we're going to bring the juniors forward. So we will revert back to the Inters after this one. But we'll move on to the juniors. So we have 28 entries in the juniors today. This is obviously their third heat, as it is with everybody. The first heat was won by Ethan Cossins from Spencer Trahorn. But Spencer did get a jump start penalty, so even though Spencer crossed the checkered flag first, he was dropped back down 2 seconds with Ethan Cossins taking the win. Arthur Way was third and Stanley Williams was fourth, Travis Rose fifth, and then in heat number 2 it was Jaden Shearing from Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Spencer Trahorn and Ethan Cossins. But again, Max Lovell had a 4th place finish I think, but had a front bumper penalty, so again dropped down the order a little bit and out of that top 5. So yeah, it was a penalty in the opening heat for Spencer Trahorn, taking away his checkered flag for a second, and then for Max Lovell in the second one, taking away his 4th and just dropping him down the order a little bit. So we will move on to the third heat of the juniors. Again, we're just getting paramedic, the ambulance is back in position and marshals back into their posts and everybody ready. So we are going to be running with 28 entries: Leo Basterfield, Nia Beckley, Elliot Bennett, Travis Rose, Ethan Cossins, Elijah Lewis, Aaron Clark Nixon, Spencer Trahorn, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Riley Allen Hunt, Arthur Way, Paris Gray, Harrison Stacey, Jaden Shearing, Daniel Barton, Max Smith, Jensen Collins, Thomas Ray, Theo Jones, Connor Yu, Joshua Jestin, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Alexander Lecheski, Max Lovell and Albert Campbell. That's our 28 drivers in this heat number 3. And it's been a mixed bag in the first couple of heats really. Ethan Cossins has had 2 top 5 finishes, as has Spencer Trahorn. But then we've seen Travis Rose in the top 5 once, Arthur Way once, Jaden Shearing won a heat, 4th and a 2nd for Stanley Williams, 3rd for Ethan Critchley. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the juniors. So we'll see how the grid allows these guys. So 79 and 47, so Joshua Jestin and Arthur Way look like they're at the front, as is 84 Stanley Williams. So that's good for Stanley, already on a 4th and a 2nd. 34 as well of Aaron Clark Nixon. They seem to be the front runners as these guys get ready to come round and start their third and final qualifying heat. So here we go. Is everybody ready to roll? Lights out and we are racing. It's the 84 and the 34 that made blind as Aaron Clark Nixon and Stanley Williams. 2 drivers onto the grass early doors as they make their way up towards the Haynes Loop for the first time. Race down, everybody getting through. A bit of action going through the Haynes Loop. A couple of bits off of the cart I see, but again we don't know who that is at the moment. So there's the 34 and the 84. They're leading the way as we speak at the moment. And that is Aaron Clark Nixon and Stanley Williams. Go up, come down into Tolly, sorry. Now take a left-hander towards me. This is where everything will update. So Alpha Live just having a moment with itself and not giving us any updates. So I'll just stick with the screen for the minute because it's not updating anything on my. And sometimes it does this when we have that little move from one heat to the other. So the yellow flags are out as they go up towards. And I think it's because Alpha maybe still thinks that the Inters are out, but it is the juniors that are out, so nothing's updating at the moment. So let me just talk to you with what I can see, and that is that the 84 and the 47 of Arthur Way and Stanley Williams, they are leading the way. That is your front 2. Closely followed as well by the 34, still in the mix of Aaron Clark Nixon. 47 Arthur Way doing well in there, you can see that. 34. So the Alpha Live's just a bit confused, not giving you full running from first through to last. So what I will do is commentate on what you can see, rather than trying to look outside of the box, so to speak. I'm not really getting any lap times or anything at the moment. Bit of a move up the inside there, just off the curb. But it is still the 84 from the 47. So Arthur Way and Stanley Williams, they're still the two leading from the front here. So those front five just starting to pull a little bit. 41 looking up the inside there, Spencer Trahorn. 16 of Travis Rose looking to follow and does so. They both get ahead of Aaron Clark Nixon as they came through. Widge just dipped there up towards the bus stop. Yeah, that's that chasing pack of three. That's third, fourth and fifth we can see. Out front is Arthur Way. In second, Arthur is. I think it's still Stanley Williams out front. And a good day, Stanley's out front from Arthur Way. And then it was the 41, 16 and the 34. So that same battle, Spencer Trahorn. That is the battle. As we see it, as they race down into the right-hander. Stanley Williams, Arthur Way, they're leading the way. Spencer Trahorn, Travis Rose. I think everything's just starting to update, so we might be able to get some times on the screen now. I think everything's updated and caught up with itself. It no longer thinks it's the Inters, they now think it's the juniors. There we go, we're back up and running. Stanley Williams, Arthur Way, Spencer Trahorn, Travis Rose and Aaron Clark Nixon. That's the top five. Leo Basterfield doing well in there. So is Lucas Nibb, Max Lovell, Daniel Barton and Jaden Sheeran. They make up the top 10 at the moment. That's the 16 kart of Travis Rose on screen, just chasing down the 41 third place kart of Spencer Trahorn. That is that battle. The front two really looking pretty comfortable. The back mark has just come underneath me, getting caught by the front runners now. And those front two, Stanley Williams, Arthur Way, nothing between them two. Likewise, nothing between Spencer Trahorn and Travis Rose. Aaron Clark Nixon's got his own race going on. Max Lovell has moved up into 7th ahead of Lucas Nibbs. Leo Basterfield still holding on to 6th place. So again, just developing into some nice little battles in amongst them, the bigger picture really. And there we can see 84-47. That is your front two, Stanley Williams, Arthur Way. Arthur did pick up a third place in that opening heat. Looking to get into that top 5 or 6 again in this one. Looking good at the moment. They're coming on into Tollies underneath the start-finish, underneath the comms box start-finish line. Those front four just pulling away now. And it is turning into a four-way battle rather than 2-2s. And you can see that look up the inside from Arthur Way. Can he make that work? He'll be on the outside here. Just can't make that stick. So 84 Stanley Williams just holds his line. But we have a front four, which is great. Stanley Williams, Arthur Way, Spencer Trahorn, Travis Rose. That's who you can see on screen. That's our focus for the moment. Hidden just behind is Aaron Clark Nixon, Leo Basterfield, Max Lovell, Lucas Nibbs, Jaden Sheeran and Daniel Barton. They make up the top 10. Just a look up the inside from Arthur Way. And I think Stanley Williams there's moved over and gone from first to fourth. It's a big moment there that we just caught the back of as they came through. It's Travis Rose now in second from the 41 Spencer Trahorn. And Stanley Williams, there you go, bump down to 4th place just like that. But those front four, there's nothing to choose between them. So with a minute and a half plus the lap to go, we've got a really good, exciting battle developing out front. Leo Basterfield, Aaron Clark Nixon is still the 5th place driver from Leo Basterfield, Max Lovell, Jaden Sheeran, Lucas Nibbs and Daniel Barton. And then Connor Yu, Ethan Customs, Ethan Critchley, Max Smith, Elliot Bennett, Albert Campbell, Thomas Ray. They make up the top 17, Jensen Collins 18, Joshua Jestin and Alexander Lecheski make up the top 20. So 11 places gained from Spencer Trahorn to this point. And he's got the fastest lap time of 40.81 as well. Travis Rose leading this race from Spencer Trahorn, Arthur Way and Stanley Williams. That's your front four. 13 places gained from Leo Basterfield, 10 from Max Lovell, 15 from Jaden Sheeran and 12 from Ethan Cossins up into 12th. So even though he's not troubling the top 10, he's done really well to gain those 12 places and get into the mix at the front. So blue flag just to indicate to about marker that the front runners are coming through at some speed. So just a mind out of the way and let them come through. And that is indeed the case, but the front four just stretching a little bit. We're going to get 2 laps out of this one. So we are on a 2-lap race here, and it is the 16 of Travis Rose leading away from Spencer Trahorn after the way, Stanley Williams. Then out comes Aaron Clark, Nixon, Leo Basterfield, Max Lovell, Jaden Sheeran, Lucas Nibbs and Daniel Barton. That's the top 10 as it has been for the last couple of laps. There's a 97 I think contact warning for Max Lovell. I think it's been hung out for him, so we're on a 2-lap race here. The leaders through the bus stop, front four, they've pulled away. Then drop back, and Aaron Clark, Nixon, Leo Basterfield and Max Lovell, they've got a little 3-way battle going for that 5th to 7th spot. But the front four doing well, pulling away. They've got the gap. This is going to be a last lap board out now for Travis Rose. Indeed it is. Front four leading the way. Then comes that little pack of 3. And then a couple drift, 2 adrift behind them. I think Jaden Sheeran and Lucas Nibbs. Ethan Costins moves into the top 10. With Daniel Barton, Ethan Crixley, Connew, Max Smith, Elliot Bennett just outside. So we're on our last lap here. And it does look like Travis Rose leading the way at the moment. Just has a bit of a gap, bit of space. And a bit of fresh air. That movement when Stanley Williams went from 1st to 4th, that was the main talking point in this heat. But it does look like Travis Rose is going to add a win to his 5th first time out. He's going to take that checkered flag from Spencer Trahorn, barring any penalties at the end of this one. 47th of Arthur Way. Kate did coming in 3rd from Stanley Williams in 4th. And then it was Leo Basterfield, Aaron Clark, Nixon, Max Lovell, Jaden Sheeran, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Costins, Daniel Barton, Ethan Crixley, Connew, Max Smith, Elliot Bennett in 15th, Joshua Jestin, Jensen Collins, Albert Campbell, and Alexander Lecheski and Thomas Ray making up the top 20. And then Riley, Alan Hunt, Theo Jones, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray, Elijah West, Mia Beckley, and Stanley Kearley. Mia Beckley, I think only 1 lap. But that was how they finished. Spencer Trahorn with a 48.1. Only Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Costins and Travis Rose getting down into the 40s. Everybody else in the 41s. So some good action in that one again. That little front battle was really developing as the race progressed. And you can see a big moment in that first opening entry to the Haynes Loop, which so often happens. 4 or 5 cars into one, sometimes doesn't go. Somebody ends up getting that nudge off. That's the 47 of Arthur Way that was pressing for the entire race. That front four really did exchange them, and that was the big turning point, was that movement from Stanley Williams as he went from 1st to 4th, just a couple of places in that battle. And ended up in 4th place again, but 4th and a 2nd. He'd be happy with that. Did I say Elijah West? Apologies, I said Elijah West at some point then. Nicely pointed out by my sidekick. So we are going to, I think, are we going to head back and do the juniors? The Inters, sorry. I think we are. I think we are indeed. Yeah, I can see the 44 of Henry Perry, and I can see the 23 of Louis Lovell. So we'll go back with the Inters, and I think we're just going to go again. We're not going to try and restart. We're just going to go with a fresh race. Together. Okay, I'm back. We are sending everybody around. Are we good to go first time out here? we go again, we are, and it's the 44 and the 22 leading the way into that opening exchange around the Haynes Loop. Henry Perrin, 22 of Warren Atkins. They've got themselves into the lead from the outset here. They come through the bus stop for the first time, racing up towards midgets. Pretty safely through the bus stop. So Oliver Dan, I think, was the rail driver involved in the incident earlier on, so we send him all with the best. As soon as we get an update on Oliver, we'll let you know. Let's concentrate. Has a big moment there coming through. 22 and 44 still leading the way, but as they came through under the start finish line, it was the 74 of Oakley Poulter that got in a bit of bother there and has lost many places to the back of the grid, back of the pack. Max Lovell looks like he's moved up into second place, third place there. See that distinctive helmet there as it just goes off screen. The 46 looking to make a move of James Devereux as well. We're on the 44 of Henry Perrin. And that is indeed the race that's developing. It's the 22 of Warren Atkins out front. Always the 46 of James Devereux. So we've had plenty of movement in that lap there just gone. But 22. Warren Atkins leading the way. Still says Harry Reid at the top there. Harry Reid is not leading the way. He's the 22 of Warren Atkins. Something's gone awry with Alpha. It says that Harry has completed 6 laps. He's certainly not completed 6 laps yet. So the 22 and the 23 there of Warren Atkins and Louis Lovell, followed by the 46 of James Devereux. They're leading the way. That's your front 3. It says Harry Reid on the left, but Harry Reid isn't out front at the moment. They safely get through midgets. There's your front 3. Just goes move up the inside from the 46 of James Devereux. Could not make that work. 17, 19 and 40 all in close proximity. Henry Alger, Arthur KZ, Harvey Ball, they're all fighting in there. Henry Perrin just behind, Ethan Copland as well. So that's your front 3. Looking up the inside, is there a move? There is at the 23 of Louis Lavelle. So Louis Lavelle, he's into the lead now, followed by the 22 of Henry Atkins, and then the 46. Bit of an incident going up the hill. Just on the bus stop. Bit of a coming together, but let's concentrate back as they come round under the start-finish line again. This is the leading pack of 4. They've now been joined by the 43 of Ethan Copland. We've got a 4-way battle out the front. It does say on my screen that Harry Reid is out front, but it's also saying that Harry's done twice as many laps as everybody else, so we'll ignore that and we'll concentrate on what we can see, and that is Louis Lovell from James Devereux, Warren Atkins and Ethan Copland. They're leading the way. That was them 4 on screen. There we go. There's Louis, James, Warren and Ethan. That's your front 4. Don't worry about Harry there, the 73 for a minute, but we've got a red flag. Reds are out. Just trying to ascertain what has gone on. Nothing in my eye line. So I think it was an incident earlier on as they came through the bus stop. Somebody's out and stood on the side of the track with a marshal, of course. So the ambulance is just going to come out and pick up. He's looking in a bit of discomfort, but stood up, nodding, talking to the marshal. Been a bruising encounter, this heat 3 of the Inters. This is our second red flag stoppage. You can see a few tears, a bit of discomfort there from that young driver, but stood up and chatting. And the ambulance is with, so hopefully okay. Nothing more than hopefully than a bit of a bruised ego. Didn't want to come off there. He's in a bit of an incident. Hopefully that's what that's about. Fingers crossed. But walk into the ambulance. So that's good news. But what it does do is it stops everybody else again on the start-finish line. 3 minutes and 30 to go on this. At the point of stoppage, it was Louis Lovell leading the way from James Devereaux, Warren Atkins and Ethan Copland. Those four at the front were having a really good battle, and they're all talking to each other. There you go, you can see them on the start-finish line. They're all chatting away. Ethan Copland there as well, Harvey Ball. Really good relationships amongst these young guys, really good to see. But as soon as that visor comes down, they do want to beat everybody else around them. So what this will do is this will condense the grid again for the last 3 minutes of this one. We will get to the end of this Heat 3 on the Inters, we promise, eventually. Let's just hope that all that are battered and bruised are only just battered and bruised. Not too bad. So what they'll do is they'll probably just do a half a lap here. Just to keep everybody still. Or are they going to send them back in again? Because the ambulance is still... hit my mic there. The ambulance is still out on track, so I think they might be going in. An eye on Louis there, and indeed Louis is going in. So Louis takes the rest of the Inters back into our firm A, and they're destined not to get through Heat 3 of the Inters, it would seem. So we're just catching up with Alpha. So I think it has reset itself now, because somebody had done twice the amount of laps as anybody else. But that's all okay now. Harry Reid's back where he should be in the middle of the order, on the same amount of laps. So I think we're as we were. So ambulance just making its way off of their track. Just come across your picture there. And then we just rescued the cart as well. And then what we're probably going to do is again pause the third heat of the Inters, and we may well move on to the seniors. We shall see in due course. We're just waiting to see what happens. Then we can see those guys getting ready to go. But at the minute they're not jumping into carts, so they're not being told to get ready just yet. The rescue truck is out just saving the car. The ambulance has already taken the young driver back into the pits. So again, nature of it. Unfortunately, incidents do happen, and this one was a two-driver incident as they came through the bus stop. So I'm just listening in to see if I can hear what's being said. What the plan is. And we can see the helmet being checked over by the marshals, which is important. And the cart will just come off of track now. So I think it looks like the 19 of Arthur KZ was the one involved in the incident. Yeah, the number 19 of Arthur there. There's his cart making its way back to the pit, so we hope Arthur's okay. He's not involved in that little altercation with another car. Just a little bit close proximity. So we'll move that in, and then I'll wait and see if the seniors start to sit in their carts, or whether we will try and go third time lucky with the Inters. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Bruising encounter for those guys and girls in that one today. But it does happen. So again, if you've had us on in the background all day, that's brilliant. A couple of shout outs for Albert from Matt C42. Come on Albert, you got this. Again, thanks everybody for excuse me, for watching. Excuse me. So I can see some seniors sitting down, which would make me think that we might well be seeing the seniors. The 16 I can see there of Lucas Reeves at the front. And again, as you're watching and enjoying this today, just keep tabs on the sponsors that are scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Big shout out to all of them for the support they give at Forest Edge here. All their details are on there. Phone numbers, email addresses, locations. So we are going to move on to the seniors. Again, we're going to pause the Inters. They'll get there in the end. So let's talk seniors then. We can see them there getting ready to go. I'll give you the running order at the moment. So we've got Luke Richards, Lucas Reeves, Roman Vickery, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, Michael Pugh, Will Aldis, Jared Duterre. I hope I'm saying that right. I did check it in the lunch break and it said the best way I could say it is Jared Duterre. So I hope that's okay, Jared. Oliver Gusman, Ollie White, Harry Clark, Lawrence Moss, Joshua Hall, James Watson, Janusz Shuskus, Ben Hicks, James Bailey Sartin, Harry Maynard, Need Note and Oliver Murfitt. Now heat 1, there was a couple of penalties in both of these actually. Michael Pugh has won both heats so far. In heat 1, Kian Downer, who came through I think in the top 3, got a jump start penalty, so dropped out of the top 5, and that meant that Need Note was in 2nd, Harry Clark then 3rd, Luke Richards 4th, and James Watson 5th. And then in heat number 2 again it was won by Michael Pugh. Harry Clark was 2nd, no change there, but Luke Richards, who came 3rd, he had a front bumper penalty as well, so he then got moved out of the top 5, and that pushed James Watson and Need Note up into the top 5. So a couple of penalties in those opening heats, just affecting the finishing order a little bit, but no doubting that Michael Pugh has won both. Harry Clark has had a 2nd and a 3rd, James Watson a 4th and a 5th, Need Note a 2nd and a 5th, Luke Richards a 4th, it would have been a 3rd but for that front bumper. So that is that's the story of the 2 heats so far for the seniors. In the championship, Bobby Rosier is leading the way from Zach Burke and Oliver Gusman. Oliver's the only one of those 3 here today, so he's going to be looking to try and get as good a finish in this one as he can, and get his best start as he can. His best start he can for that grand final. So we are going to go with the seniors. If you've just joined us again, we've had to just pause the Inters again, another little incident causing the red flag, so those guys have gone back in again. So let's see what the seniors can produce. A couple of good races so far. Again, they'll be looking to get some good points on the board in the hope of getting as good a rolling grid start position as possible for that grand final. They'll slow down, going down into Winger's Dip. They'll get into some formation. It is Luke Reeves there, I think, leading the way. You can see just behind of Januszkus. 65 just having a weave, getting them tyres warm. 38 just catching up as Oliver Gusman as he gets back into what looks like 3rd row of the grid. So here we go then. Yellow flags out, everyone seems to be pretty set. Formation looked good. Away we go, heat 3 of the senior Rotax. 16, 30 and 65, they're the ones that get away. Lucas Reeves, Januszkus and Will Aldis. And off they go in the first corner. Was that Jonas? I think it might well have been. I think it was Jonas in the 65 that went off. And the entry to Haynes Loop. Yeah, indeed it was. And the 95 of Oliver Murfitt. So a disastrous start to their heat 3. They've got work to do just to catch back up with the pack and try and get some good points on the board. But let's head back to the front. And again, a nice train of karts coming through. Led, I think, by Will Aldis. We shall see. Yeah, it was Will from 16 of Lucas Reeves, then Ben Hicks, Oliver Gusman, Lee Note, and down Luke Richards, Byron Sly Hewitt, Harry Clark and James Watson. That is our running order, but it is a nice train of karts all the way through. Someone's just pulled into the pits. We've lost somebody. That front little run. I have to say, Jonas was looking very lively on the steering wheel on that warm-up lap. Didn't really see what happened as they went into the Haynes loop, but it was Jonas that came off worse with Olivia Murfitt, sorry. Olivia and Jonas came off in that first exchange of the Haynes loop. But here we go as they come round. Oliver Gussman just going in big and getting that wrong. Maybe a little bit of contact as well with the 16 kart of Lucas Reeves. But Will Aldis still leads the way now from Ben Hicks, Lee Note taking down, and Luke Richards. Lucas Reeves drops down into 6th. From Harry Clark, James Watson, Oliver Gussman up into the top 10, Byron Sly Hewitt, and then Nicholas Gorzalidis as well. So that is how we're looking. There's the 94 of Lee Note chasing, head down. 26 tucked in behind of Kian Downer, but just pulling away a tiny bit from that chasing pack of 3, but then not much in it in that little group there. But the front 2 definitely just started. Will Aldis and Ben Hicks. There's a move there from Luke Richards up the inside, gains a place coming around the last corner on Kian Downer. Just under 5 minutes gone on this one. Will Aldis leading the way from Ben Hicks. Then 2 are just pulling back about a second or so away from Lee Note, Luke Richards, Kian Downer, Lucas Reeves, Harry Clark, Oliver Gussman, James Watson and Michael Pugh. That's the top 10. Then comes Roman Vickery, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Joshua Hall, Jared Duterre, Lawrence Moss, James Bailey Sartin. Then comes Jonas, Olivia, and Harry's dropped to, I think Harry was the one that pulled into the pits. So we lost Harry from proceedings. So the task is going to be for the chasing 3 to catch up with Will Aldis and Ben Hicks. They're not that far behind, second or so. Back to Lee Note, Luke Richards, Kian Downer, Harry Clark, Oliver Gussman. There isn't much to choose. There's a little gap from the 2 to the 3, back to the 4 karts. But again, it's all about working in, tuck in, sit behind, work with the speed, catch up, work as a unit, and just go at it and try and throw your car at anybody. A big move up the inside, and I think Ben Hicks got the better of Will Aldis there. Yeah, there we go. Ben Hicks now takes the lead. Took that lead through midgets. Took advantage of a bit of a wide line. And he's got himself up into the lead. So Ben Hicks now leads. Will Aldis now leads from Ben Hicks. No, that hasn't updated. It's definitely Ben Hicks leading the way, not Will Aldis. So Alpha just pausing and stuttering a little bit there. It's definitely Ben Hicks leading the way there in the 84 look. So that info on the side of your screen at the moment isn't correct. So that'll update in due course, I'm sure. But for the moment, it is Ben Hicks leading the way in the 84 there. We can see that from the 30 of Will Aldis. That's the 2 out front. And they're pulling away. And again, a move up the inside into 3rd place. Comes Luke Richards. So Alpha's just frozen a little bit at the moment. So again, we're just going live with what we can see and what I can say. The front 2 of Ben Hicks and Will Aldis are leading the way. Luke Richards has moved up into 3rd place. He's leading that little pack of Kian Downer, Harry Clark, and then Oliver Gussman's just a little bit adrift at the back. So we've just taken the timing off the left just because it wasn't updating and refreshing and giving us a live feed. And again, I think it's because we've had to flick the races around. Let's just try and refresh again. No, so the screen is still. We won't bother putting the timings up there because it's not giving us the correct one at the moment. It's just stuck at the moment. So what I can tell you is 27 kart there of Michael Pugh. He's had a disaster in this one. He's just spun off as he comes through Tollies. Yeah, you can see he's frustrated with himself there. In a bit of a tricky spot as well. He's have to get that kart away, which he does. He's used all his frustrations to drag that kart away from the edge of the track there. So as you can see, 84 on track. Leading the way is Ben Hicks from the 30 of Will Aldis. That's your front 2. Doesn't update at the moment, but then comes Luke Richards, and we're live again. Everything's back up to date. Just seems to catch up on itself when you move the heats about. So Ben Hicks, Will Aldis, Luke Richards, Lee Note, Kian Downer, Harry Clark, James Watson, Oliver Gussman, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Roman Vickery. That's the top 10. Then comes Byron Sly Hewitt, Joshua Hall, Lucas Reeves, then Jonas, Lawrence, Michael, Jared, James, Olivia, and Harry out of the race. So that is how we are with just over a minute and the lap to go. Yellow flags are out for the moment on a part of the circuit, but not full course. So Ben Hicks, he made that move on Will Aldis a couple of laps ago and just managed to get a bit of breathing space between himself and Will at the moment. It's just over half a second till we drop back to Luke and then Neil and then Kian and then Harry and James. So the front five really have a gap until we get back to the 46 of Harry Clark, but no one's within touching distance. They're all probably, you know, a couple of tenths away from each other, so no one's close enough to land a blow at this moment, but we've still got 2 laps to go on this one. I don't think the guys are going to get around before the last lap board. No, we're going to have a 2-lap race now then, so it's going to be Ben Hicks leading the way from Will Aldis, then comes Luke Richards, Nino Takey and Downer, Harry Clark, James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Nicholas Gorzalidis and Roman Vickery. Top 10 as it has been, no change on that front. A couple of cars going side by side, the 64 and the 40s, Harry Clark and James Watson, I think that was, battling for 6th and 7th. Great little battle developing there. But Ben Hicks, he has enough room to feel, I would say, relatively comfortable at the moment. With 2 laps to go, lap and a half, I think he'll be quite happy with this at the moment, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. The thing for Will Aldis is he does have Luke Richards on his tail, so he's going to have to drive a little bit defensive, and then that stops your forward racing momentum when you are being a bit defensive. So that will play into the hands of Ben Hicks out front. Ben leading from Will Aldis, then comes Luke Richards, Nino Takey and Downer, James Watson, Oliver Gusman, Harry Clark, Nicholas Gorzalidis, Roman Vickery. That's top 10. And then Byron Sly Hewitt, Joshua Hall, Lucas Reed, Jonas Jonas, Lawrence Moss, Olivia Murphy, Michael Pugh. And then we've lost Jared, James and Harry, which is a real shame. So we'll just keep an eye around the last couple of corners. It looks like it is going to be a win for Ben Hicks in the 84. First time he's been in the top 3 today. He'll be pleased with that. And just looking to make a move is Luke Richards. No, can't make it work. Will Aldis holds on to that 2nd spot to add to his 3rd earlier on. Luke Richards picks up the 3rd. Nino Tay in the 4th spot. So 3 top 5 finishes for Nino Tay in the 94 kart. That'll be pleasing. And Kian Downer, he in the number 5. He picks up the 5th place position in the 26 kart. So good race out front. Ben Hicks made the move on Will Aldis and then made it stick. And you can see the top 10 into the top 20 there. And then the last few drivers we didn't see. From Michael Pugh down, they didn't finish the race, unfortunately, those 4, which means we will need to see the rescue truck come out and just collect a couple of the cars. I think a couple went into the pits of their own accord, so whether they just had car issues that they knew. So here we can see a couple of good replays of the heat as it developed. There's the first spin. That was that was Nicholas. Oh no, that was Jonas. That was Jonas in the 65. He was looking very lively on the warm-up lap, and then went in a bit hot. It seemed going into the Henry's loop for the first time. That's the move there, up the inside from Ben Hicks, and he made it stick from there and just pulled away and had enough of a gap really from Will Aldis in 2nd. And then Will was very conscious, I think, as the race developed, on Luke Richards right on his tail there, as you can see, really chasing him down, but managed to hold on. So that completes the 3 senior races. And what I think what Alpha does is when we don't complete a heat, Alpha mid-heat of the next heat just seems to lose its way a little bit before it refines the transponders and who's out, and then it resets and we go again. So just for those couple of laps we run a little bit blind. To a degree, but we get back in the end. We get back on track. So what I think we're going to try and do is go 3rd time lucky on the Inters. That would be good for these young guys. They've been in and out and in and out and in and out. So whether we will have a full race or part race, we are just waiting to hear that now. That's for the Inters, and that's because we've started and stopped this on 2 occasions now. So we're just waiting to hear. And we shall see what comes. But yeah, we hope you're enjoying the racing today. It's been a little bit more drawn out than we'd liked. When you get the stoppages, it always is the way. Just a shout out to congratulate Louis James for passing his arcs at Forest yesterday. Great work. Well done. That comes from JLT Lou. JLT Lou, yeah, shout out to congratulations Lou James for passing his arcs at Forest yesterday. Well done. Love to see that, love to hear that. She's carrying the 55 kart there. Roman Takata, get him into position. AA logos all over that kart. So let's go. Third time lucky. We are going to see Jensen Kin, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Auger, Arthur Kaiser, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell. We won't see Oliver Dan, unfortunately. He was involved in the incident earlier on. Rio Fry, Charlie Nichols, Jack Hudson, Harvey Ball, Ethan Copland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson and George Beck. They are our drivers that we are going to see. I haven't had an update on Oliver Dan, but we wish him well. I hope he's okay after that incident down in Whingers, which was the first stoppage of this, quite a high speed through the barriers incident. Hopefully he's okay. So we're just waiting to see whether we're going to go full race or part race on this one. Once we know that, we will let you know. So with the chopping and the changing and the moving, it wouldn't surprise me if mid-race we get a little bit of confusion. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We can see the 22 and the 23 karts there. That's Warren Atkins and Louis Lovell. They're at the front of the front of the pit lane, ready to go. So the rescue truck has just come out to take back in the 2 or 3 karts that were stranded. So I imagine these guys just want to get out there and race and finish their third heat, so we can tick on. So we are going to be we are a little bit behind here now because of the incidents that we've had. We've still got to see the 177s and the Superkarts for their final heat, their third heat, and we're just trying to get over the line with this third heat of the Inters as well. So once we have those 3 out of the way. The finals were supposed to start at 3, but we are 3 heats behind, which, you know, in essence is what, about 25 minutes, if we can move quickly and get them rolling. So we're probably about half an hour behind schedule because we've had 2 or 3 of those big incidents today. And we were talking at the Speedway portal. We're, you know, delighted to be bringing you this this live stream in association with Forest Edge, but we were talking that there wasn't so many karts on track today, so would that make it a more straightforward affair? I don't think it did. I think we can put that conversation well and truly to bed, because we've had 2 or 3 bigger incidents than we would normally see, potentially, where we've just needed some ambulance assistance. Guys here just working overtime just to get everything back in line so that everything's as it should be. So I think we'll probably do a part race on this one. It's probably going to be like a 5-lap race rather than run into the clock. But I could be wrong, and we will find that out in due course. So we are going to see the Inters. They're ready to go, and then we will get into the 177s. Rotax and Max and Masters for their last heat, and then we'll follow that up with the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. And then we'll go again. It's been one of those afternoons so far, isn't it? Thanks for sticking with us. If you've got us on in the background, just waiting for your respective race that you want to see. Maybe a driver that you know, family member, or a friend. I appreciate you supporting the stream. Give Forest Edge Kart Club a like on YouTube. Give that a follow. And then any updates, any little videos that come out, you will be first to see. So I think what they'll do is they'll grid these guys up, and I think we're probably going to have a 4-minute race. I think that's the intention. So we'll complete, we did about 3 minutes last time out, so we'll get the last 4 minutes done. So what the guys have got to do is just get everybody in the right order. So the transponder, so they go over the start finish line, everyone's in the order that they finished those 3 minutes of that last race. So yeah, it just takes a bit of sorting out, but the guys are doing that in here, working overtime to make sure that we get rolling in the right way. So here we go, we can see that the marshals on the right hand side all just starting to get the karts in the right order to come out, and then they'll come out single file, follow each other across the start finish line in that order, and all should be well, we hope. Nice fist bump there. Really level. I think it's Warren Atkins, yeah. I can see Warren written on the back of the suit. Roman Takata in the nice yellow. So that's what we're doing here. You can see them moving and jiggering, just getting everybody in the right order. head in hands from our pit marshal there. Getting everybody in the right order, so when they come out, we are in the right order just to get going. Get this here, heat 3. But I'll tell you what, we've got 4 minutes and a second on this. Guarantee it's going to be the best 4 minutes of our day so far. Best action, closest racing, jostling for position. I would say I'd lose my voice, but I'm already almost losing my voice. It's going by the second, I think. It'll be a work day of emails for me tomorrow. Not many phone calls. But we'll get everybody out. We'll get this heat done and dusted. Feels like I've accommodated on this heat since about 1 o'clock. Everybody being nice and patient. It's just one of those things. Nothing you can do about it. Our grandstand. Little fella's checking his emails. Hopefully he's not on social media just yet. Not hopefully he hasn't got an email yet. Everybody just ready to go racing. So we'll get the 3 heats out the way. And it does feel a little bit like that now. We'll get these out of the way. The Rotax Inters, the 177 guys have been very patient out of the TKZ and as of the KZ and the Superkarts. And then we'll get into the action. We will get into the grand finals. 7 grand finals. We'll start with the Honda Cadets and we'll work our way through. They've all been accumulating the points as the days ticked on to go to that grand final, so they can get their best possible starting position on the grid, and that is when the action, well, I'd say the action really hots up, but we've seen some hot stuff already, but that is when it gets really competitive into the Haynes Loop for the first time, and that is where you just hope everybody can race nice and steady. And that's midgets, that's where they race up the hill. You can just see the bus stop there on the left hand side of the screen. They come up into midgets there at the top, and they keep it nice and tight as they come through there, carrying loads of speed down into climate. Only positives from drivers about this track, only ever hear positives. Really enjoy racing here. Lines are good, it does offer overtaking opportunities. The Whingers dip, called that because the driver used to whinge about it way back in the day, constantly complaining about it, so they thought, right, we're going to call that the Whingers dip, and that's how that ended up getting its name. It's a very technical corner, the Winger's Dip. Haynes Loop, that's what gives us a lot of the problems, is the Haynes Loop, because it's a long corner. You carry loads of speed over the start finish line, and as you go down, it's almost the first corner of the track, really. As they go into that Haynes Loop, it's a long drawn out corner before that tight left, before they carry the speed down the hill. So it's about getting those right. And again, you drift off the line a tiny bit. When the racing is close, that's it, you're gonna lose out. Okay, here we go then. Third time lucky. Hopefully all these guys know where they need to be. We're going to go for a 4 minute and 1 second race on this one. Everybody just needs to come around in full. Oh, we've already had a spinner there. We've already had a spinner there. So I think we need to slow down a little bit here. Get everybody together. We've already had a spinner coming out of the Winger's Dip. Then you get back into position. So hopefully live timing will catch up in due course. For the minute, I think we're probably going to be going a little bit blind to it all. Live timing is still showing me the seniors. Hasn't yet flicked over to the Inters. Let's see if that happens over the course of the first lap or so. But we can see Louis Lavelle out there. Louis Lavelle leading the way. There's Louis Lavelle, that's the 22 just in behind as well, Warren Atkins. So the 22 and 23, they're at that front. That's where they were at the time of the stoppage. So they get to go from there again. They will fire from the front as they come round here for this 4 minute shortened race. There's the 46 as well, and the 43 of Ethan Copland and James Devereaux. So Louis Lovell leads the way as they come round. First one through, followed by the 22 and then the 46. So it was Warren Atkins and then James Devereaux. That's your front three. Ethan Copland's just tucked in behind them as well. So it'll take off a little bit of time just to catch up, I think. But you can see everybody coming through, a nice train of karts as they go through the bus stop. So those front three just pulling away a tiny bit. Not too much in it. Big move up the inside there from the 46 of James Devereaux. He's pushed his way into second place. Past the 22 of Warren Atkins. It's still Louis Lovell out front. And now as well as that Ethan Copland moving up into third place also. Harvey Ball up into third. Ethan Copland in fifth place. It's Harvey Ball that's worked his way up and got himself into third. There's your front two. That's Louis Lovell and the 46 of James Devereaux. And then comes Harvey Ball, who's worked his way up into that top 3 or 4. And a move up the inside from the 46 of James Devereaux as he now takes the lead of the race. Shortened race, of course. Only 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go. So as they come underneath the start, there's nothing to choose really between the karts out the front, but it is still that order of the 46 of James Devereaux taking the lead from Louis Lovell. And then we've got the 40 of Harvey Ball, the 4 followed by the 43 of Ethan Copland. That's your front 4. Then comes the 22 of Warren Atkins as well. So again, we're just running with what we can see. Alpha hasn't caught up and given us anything updated as yet. So what you can see is what we can see. So the front 4 just pulling away. A little bit of movement there in 5th and 6th. But the front 4, they do have a gap. The front 2 have a gap really. Back to 3rd and 4th. And it still is that 46 of James Devereaux leading the way from Louis Lovell. Yeah, just going off down a little bit, just off line. Is that going to allow? Harvey Ball just holds on to it. From the 43 still of Ethan Copland. So as they go down, race through, and then up they come. You can just see Harvey Ball having to look over his shoulder. That's a tough place to try and make the move as they go through the bus stop. So James Devereaux still leading the way there from Louis Lovell. And then it is the 43 of Ethan Copeland and the 40 of Harvey Ball trading places. There's 40, 43 there, nice and close. 46 still leading. And it is still 40, 43. Then comes the 16 and the 22. So Lenny Dorrington's got himself back up into the mix. Warren Atkins still there as well. So front two now have a gap. Third and fourth, they've now got a gap from that chasing pack of 6 or 7 karts, all tucked in. Second place with just trying to catch up. There they are, coming through the bus stop, the front two. James Devereaux still leading from Louis Lovell. Then here comes the leaders. Third and fourth now is still, I think Harvey Ball has still got it just from Ethan Copeland. Yeah, there we can see. Harvey Ball still holding on to that third place. So we've got 2 laps to go on this one. Still James Devereaux leading from Louis Lovell. As they race down and through, there are yellow flags out at the moment. Someone's come off, so somebody near the back of the mat is down off in the Wingers dip at the bottom, but that's not affecting the front two. They are going to get a last lap board out when they come round, and it is still James Devereaux leading from Louis Lovell, and then there's a big old gap there now back to Harvey Ball, and Harvey Ball's just coming under pressure from Ethan Copeland. Here we go, then on to the last lap. That board is out. That board is out for James Devereaux, leading the way from Louis Lovell. And then comes Harvey Ball. No, indeed, I think Ethan Copeland's managed to pick off Harvey Ball into third place. So we have a change there. No change at the front though. James Devereaux, he's leading the way from Louis Lovell. And then it is Ethan Copeland from Harvey Ball. With Warren Atkins there as well in the 22. So coming around, taking in the last couple of corners. It is going to be a win and a first place for James Devereaux. He's going to add that to his second and third. Win for James Devereaux from Louis Lovell. It's his first top 3, and then it is Ethan Copeland who gets that third place, sorry, ahead of fourth place Harvey Ball. So there's our top 4 drivers. Apologies, we didn't run further down the order, but Alpha Live, not playing ball. We've got lots of question marks, lots of numbers and digits and transponders that we can't relay to drivers because we don't have all that information here. But that was our top 4. It was a win for James Devereaux from Louis Lovell, from Ethan Copeland, and then Harvey Ball. That was the top 5. Warren Atkins was definitely up there in the mix, as was Lenny Dorrington in that top 6 or 7. But that is the final heat for the Inters. Henry Perrin was in the mix. I think George Beck and Jensen King were in the top 10 as well. Dickinson, I think, rounded out the top 10. That's how it ended. That is our final. We finally got there. We finally got the third time lucky of the Inters. You can see the move there from the 46 kart, working his way through. He made his way up to the front, didn't he? Really well, James Devereaux. So we move on to the 177s. Heat 1 in the maxes. That saw a win for Samuel Cook from Matt Jones. And then third place was Kieran Thompson. It was supposed to be Sophie Jeffrey who crossed that finish line in third, but a bumper penalty pushed him back down the order. Pushed Sophie back down the order. So yeah, Heat 2 was a win for Samuel Cook. Second, Matt Jones again. Sophie Jeffrey did get third place, and then Kieran Thompson picked up the fourth. And in the Masters, in the 177 Masters, it was a win in Heat 1 for Daniel Hammett. Second was Neil Hemming. Third was Gary Cox. And then in the second heat, it was a win for Gary Churchill. Second was Neil Hemming. Third was Daniel Hammett. And then fourth for Simon Trinnell. So 2 seconds for Neil Hemming. First and third for Daniel Hammett. And Gary Cox and Carl Churchill, they've both found themselves in those top 3 as well. So out come the guys for the 177's final heats. Again, 2 races in 1 here. guys in order. We're going to try and move through these last couple of heats pretty swift so we can get on with the grand finals. Nice and steady as they go. Again, 2 races in one here. Johan van den Broek, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey, they make up the Rotax Max. And then the 6 in the Masters, Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox, Carl Churchill, Matt Angus, Neil Hemming and Simon Trenor. So we've got 11 karts on track, 2 individual races in one. Lights go out and away we go. Is the 16 and the 73 that are away. Carl Churchill and Kieran Thompson, nice and quickly they blasted away. Samuel Cook is up there again in the mix as you'd expect. Currently sat in 3rd, I think there, just looking to make a move. Early doors up into 2nd on the 73 of Kieran Thompson, indeed he does. Samuel Cook up into 2nd early on. Train of karts as they all get through safely. Into that right-hander at the top, through midgets down into climber, another right-hander, then sharp left. Through Tollies, back under the start-finish line. Then we'll get an update on who's where across the board. And it is the 16 of Carl Churchill leading the way from Samuel Cook, Sophie Jeffrey, Kieran Thompson, Simon Trinell, Gary Cox, Matt Jones, Neil Hemming, Johan van der Breek, Daniel Hammett, and then Matt Angus. That is our 1 to 11. And in terms of the individual little races that we've got going on in here, Carl Churchill, he's down in the Masters. He's leading the way at the minute. Down there. He's somewhere ahead of his closest driver, whereas Samuel Cook, Sophie Jeffrey, Kieran Thompson, they're all up there for the Rotax Maxes. So if we come around under the start-finish line, it is still Gary Churchill leading the way from Samuel Cook. Then comes the 90 of Sophie Jeffrey, Kieran Thompson, Gary Cox moves up, and Matt Jones, Neil Hemming all ahead of Simon Trenor, Daniel Hammett, Johan van den Breek, and then Matt Angus. That's your 1 to 11, but Carl Churchill is leading the way. Samuel Cook tucked into 2nd. So Samuel Cook has won both his respective heats so far. Sophie Jeffrey has picked up a 3rd place. It would have been 2 thirds, but for that bumper penalty in heat number 1. But you can see the front 7 there, really not close enough to land a blow on each other, but all pretty close. Samuel Cook was going to look to try and shorten that 2nd gap from himself to Gary Churchill. He's done that. It's all just over half a second. So Samuel Cook just reeling in Carl Churchill. Carl Churchill obviously in the Rotax Masters, whereas Samuel Cook is in the Maxes. But it doesn't matter, you still want to finish first on track, that's for sure. So as they race through up the bus stop into midgets, that gap at the front from Samuel Cook is now way down on that half a second as it was at the start of the lap. There's not a lot in it now, and you can see Samuel Cook just starting to eye up. Where can he make a move here on Gary Churchill to take the lead of the race? He's obviously the leading Max driver, but the Masters as well. As over they go, Gary Churchill, Samuel Cook is 2/10 now, nothing in it between those front 2. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Sophie Jeffrey, who's got a bit of an individual race going on, before a bit of a gap back to the 73 of Kieran Thompson and Matt Jones. Kieran Thompson and Matt Jones both in the Rotax Maxes, so they're chasing Samuel Cook down, as well as Sophie Jeffrey. So it is Carl Churchill, he's out front leading the race, and he's leading. Not anymore. Battle out front, Samuel Cook takes the lead of the race from Carl Churchill. When they come round, that will flag up on your screen as they went through midgets. It was a good move from Carl Churchill, from Samuel Cook to take the lead from Carl Churchill. I tell you, Sophie Jeffrey isn't that far away from the front 2 either now. So their little battle has just allowed Sophie Jeffrey just to reel them in a little bit. And there's a bit of a gap back to the 87 of Matt Jones. And again, all of those guys, apart from Carl Churchill, they're all in the Rotax Maxes. In the battle for the Masters, it is Carl Churchill, and then we drop back to Gary Cox and Neil Hemming and Daniel Hammett. So all of those guys are in the Masters, just off that lead. But the front 3, Samuel Cook now out front, just starting to pull away a tiny bit from Carl Churchill and Sophie Jeffrey, who is right on the back wheels of those front 2. So race developing, the 87 of Matt Jones, then comes Neil Hemming, Gary Cox, Kieran Thompson dropped down a couple of places from that last lap. Daniel Hammond, Johan van den Breek, and then Matt Angus and Simon Trenor 3 laps. So I think we've lost Simon He's out the race. Bit of grass track in there as they came through. So Samuel Cook leading the way here. Also leading in that battle to be top Rotax Max. Carl Churchill in second, but he's leading the way for the Masters. Then comes Sophie Jeffrey and Matt Jones. Again, they're both in Maxes. So over the start finish line. Two minutes plus the lap to go here. Samuel Cook, Carl Churchill, Sophie Jeffrey. That hasn't changed much, nor was Matt Jones in fourth. Neil Hemming, Gary Cox, Kieran Thompson, Daniel Hammett, Johan van den Breck, Matt Angus. That's our running order as we see it. So just concentrating on the battle that's just a little bit down the order there. The battle out front, Samuel Cook is comfortable now, I would say, over Carl Churchill in the lead of the race there. You can see them coming through midgets before the right-hander of Climate. Those front four, probably about 2 seconds covering the front four karts, I would say. None of them close enough to the one in front to do anything about it. No positional changes from Samuel Cook, Carl Churchill, Sophie Jeffrey and Matt Jones. But then that little chasing pack of Neil Hemming, Gary Cox, Daniel Hammett moves up past Kieran Thompson now as well. Bit of a closer battle between them, that's for sure. But the front four, yeah, covered by about 2 seconds. And there's probably but there's a move up the inside from the SC plate of Daniel Hammett. I think he's taken Gary Cox there. So that is a little battle within the Masters. Daniel Hammett getting the better of Gary Cox. Out front though, no one's going to get the better of Samuel Cook at the minute. He's looking pretty comfortable out front, as is Carl Churchill in second. But Sophie Jeffrey now coming under pressure from the 87 of Matt Jones. You can see that as that's developing. And then it's the 83 of Neil Hemming. Daniel Hammett getting the better of Gary Cox, as does Kieran Thompson. Gary Cox just drops a few positions there on that last lap. So we're on a 2-lap race now. We're into the second to penultimate lap here. Just waiting for the guys to come into shot as they race up through the bus stop. Samuel Cook, he's got enough gap, he's got enough space, he's going to be leading the way. He's going to be taking, bar any mechanical failure, he will be taking the Rotax Max, winning this one from Sophie Jeffrey and then Matt Jones. That's the top three. In the Masters it is Carl Churchill still holding on to second place in the race, and then we have to drop back a little bit to Neil Hemming and then Daniel Hammett. That's the second and third place karts for the Masters. So we are 1-2 though. Last lap board will come out for Samuel Cook when he comes around next time. But for the minute, he's racing up towards midgets. He'll go around the right-hander. He's got plenty of space, fresh air now, Samuel Cook. So this is going to be his third win of the day. He's won all the heats. He's dominated the heats, it's fair to say. But Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey just getting a little bit closer to Carl Churchill with a lap to go. And again, they're fighting to finish ahead of him on track, but they're already second and third. Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey in the battle for the Masters, in the battle for the Maxes, should I say. The 177 Maxes. They might just want to get the better of them on track as well. And we can see that battle on screen. That's your second and third and fourth karts on screen. Carl Churchill in the 16, he is the one that's holding on to that second place at the moment. So Samuel Cook coming around to take the win. He takes first place and he does hold on in the 16 kart. Carl Churchill from Sophie Jeffrey and Neil Hemming. So good race out front. Samuel Cook does the business again. Matt Jones picks up the second place. Sophie Jeffrey third. So a similar picture to the last heat. And it was Carl Churchill who picked up that win from Neil Hemming in second, and then Daniel Hammett in third. So there is your 1 to 10. It's only Simon, there he is, who didn't finish the race. Just see them. So yeah, we'll just have a little look back on that one. So I hope you kept up with that. So obviously we've got 2 races in one there. So in terms of the classes, Samuel Cook with the win from Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey in the 177 Maxes, and in the 177 Masters it was Carl Churchill from Neil Hemming and then Daniel Hammett. So they were the top three. So Carl Churchill, he's had a couple of wins in there. 3 second places for Neil Hemming. So we can already see a picture of the grid for that the 177s. Simon Cook with 3 wins, Matt Jones with 3 seconds and 2 thirds for Sophie Jeffrey. So that picture is quite a clearly painted picture for us in terms of the grid starts for the finals. So on to our last heat. Seems like a long time ago we had the 125 KZs and the Superkarts out. So we will see them again. And again, it's 2 3-kart battles. Yeah, we've got the 6 karts coming out again. So 2 race wins for Bailey Wrigglesford, 2 second places for Reece Paget-Lowe, and 2 third places for Jack Price in the opening 2 heats in the 125 KZs. And in the Superkarts, it's been 2 first places for Steve Haskell, a second and third apiece for Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan. And of course, we did lose Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett earlier on, which was a real shame. Those 2 sat second and third in the championship before the start of today. But unfortunately didn't get past the first lap of Heat 1. Big incident, thankfully they were both okay. So we're into a 5-minute last heat here for the KZs and the Superkarts. So the guys will just slow down. They'll have a grid start. These guys. And again, we'll see Bailey, Jack and Reece on the front row in the KZs, followed by Daniel, Steve and Matthew in the Superkarts. 5-minute heat, last heat before we move into the excitement of the grand finals, where the Hondas will go first. They've given some really exciting racing, the Hondas, so I'm looking forward to that one. So let's again hope that these 2 clusters of 3 can stay nice and close and give us something to cheer. Bailey Wrigglesford in the 92 has made 2 jet-propelled getaways and has basically won a canter, really, from Bailey Wrigglesford, who has had a bit of a battle with Jack Price. Out go the lights, away goes Bailey. It's almost a deja vu, and a hand in the air from the 71 of Jack Price. So he's had an error, he's had a mechanical failure, off the start line, which has caused him a problem, and he's gone straight into the pits. So there you can see him going in. So we are down to 5, we're down to Bailey Wrigglesford leading the way from Reece Paget-Lowe. Just the 2. You can see them racing up into midgets for the first time. And then we've got the 3 of Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. So just the 5 karts out on track. It's going to get spread out, there's no point saying it's not. So we can just enjoy the speed that some of these guys bring. Bailey Wrigglesford leading the way from Reece Paget-Lowe. Then comes Daniel Buckland, Steve Haskell and Matthew Duncan. And unfortunately we have lost Jack Price, and I can see him in Parc Fermé. He's out of his kart. So we've lost Jack from this last heat, but hopefully he can sort out whatever issues he's got and he can go again when it comes to that grand final. So 4 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. And we're taking the same pattern that we took before, minus Jack Price, with Bailey out front from Reece in second. Bailey has put in the fastest lap time, he's going to improve that, 39.3 down to a 37.8. Terrific second lap from him down into the 37s. 38.3 from Reece Paget-Lowe. And then Daniel Buckland, Matthew Duncan and Steve Haskell, they make up those 3 of the Superkarts. But underneath me here is the 58 of Steve Haskell. We've lost Steve as well. Looks like a mechanical. That's a shame, right underneath our nose here. So unfortunately we are down to 4. We've lost Steve Haskell from the Superkarts. We've lost Jack Price from the 125 KZs. And we have 2 match races, as we call it in Speedway. We have Bailey Wrigglesford and Reece Paget-Lowe in the 125s. And we have Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland battling away in the Superkarts. So 2 individuals. Shame for Jack, shame for Steve Haskell. But those guys are both out. As you can see on the left hand side of the screen, it says that Steve is leading the way. He's not, he's out of the race unfortunately, as is Jack Price. Hence the reason there's no laps by the side of their names. 37.4 for Bailey, getting quicker on that last lap, and also down into the 37s for Reece Paget-Lowe as well, with 37.59. So they're both in the 37s now, and 2 in the 39s for Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan. So just yellow flags as they come round off of Climber into Tollies, just while we remove the car of Steve Haskell. But just the 4 karts on track. This is a pretty straightforward one. Reece Paget-Lowe not close enough to Bailey Wrigglesford to land a blow, but they're both improving on lap times. 37.3 now for Bailey, still a 37.5 for Reece. And a 39.52, so Daniel Buckland has just gone his fastest time, as has Matthew Duncan. So 3 of the 4 getting fastest lap times on that last lap, which is good to see. They've got the foot down, improving on their lap times. Let's see if Reece Paget-Lowe can get that 37.59 down. There we go, across the start finish line. Let's keep an eye here. So 37.79 on that occasion. The 37.14 from Bailey Wrigglesford. He's getting quicker with every lap. Here comes Matthew Duncan. Here comes Daniel Buckland. Can he get that 39.52 down? Not on this occasion, but 38.32 from Matthew Duncan as he improves his lap time. So this is all about the lap times here and now. Can't see any positional changes. Bailey Wrigglesford looking pretty comfortable out front. From Reece Paget-Lowe. A couple of seconds between the two of them at least. Can't improve on that occasion. Neither of the 2 guys in the 125 KZs get their times down. And we've got a good little race going on now with the Superkarts. Matthew and Daniel Buckland, they're right on top of each other as they race down underneath us here. Neither of them improved on their lap times. I think that's because they've got a bit of a race on. So we do have a race in the Superkarts. So hopefully the guys on camera will pick up the fact that Daniel Buckland and Matthew, here we go, here's the 2 guys, they're having a bit of a race here, Daniel and Matthew, which is good to see in this one. 36.96 from Bailey Wrigglesford. He's really starting to put his foot down now. So here's this race. This is the Superkarts. This is Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan. Giving us a bit of close racing between these 2. Currently Matthew Duncan out front in this little battle. He's taken that 3rd spot from Daniel Buckland. Daniel not getting tailed off. He's trying to keep on the battle. He's just on to the last lap here. I think we're going to see the checkered flag for Bailey Wrigglesford as he wins the 3rd heat of the 3. He takes that checkered flag. Well done to him. With a good lap time there at the end as well with a 36.96. 2nd place for Reece Paget-Lowe. And by default 3rd place for Jack Price. Unfortunately Jack didn't finish the race. And in this little battle for the win of the Superkarts, it looks like it's the 73 of Matthew Duncan that's done enough. It's his 1st race win from Daniel Buckland, who adds another 2nd to his heats. And then again, by default, Steve Haskell, he picks up the 3rd place, even though he didn't finish the race. So that is all of our heats done and dusted. We will now just rescue a couple of the karts that are out on track. I think it's only the 58 of Steve Haskell that needs to be rescued. But a great start. You can see that blinder of a start there again. From Bailey Wrigglesford, he puts his foot down, gets out at the start and disappears. And then the 73 of Matthew Duncan got the better of Daniel Buckland as they had a bit of a close race for a couple of laps there. So we will move on to our grand finals, and we will start with the Hondas that have given us some brilliant entertainment today. And it has been that battle out front of the 4 karts. So our grid is going to look like, on front row, Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton. They will be followed by Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins on the 2nd row. And then we're going to find Rupert Lillywhite and Harry Price on the 3rd row. And then Jack Smith and William Woods on the 4th row. And then Max Saunders will be the solitary car on the 5th row. So 9 karts in total. So yeah, Harry Grant with 2 race wins in the heats. He takes pole from Oliver Ratton, who had 2 second places, plus a win in the heats. And then Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins that had 3 thirds and 3 fourths. 3 fourths, easy for me to say, respectively in the heats, as they find themselves in 3rd and 4th. So we'll just get this kart off track, and then let's hope we have 7 fantastically straightforward, exciting, no red flags grand finals. Let's see. So good luck to these guys: William Woods, Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harry Grant, Harry Price and Max Saunders. That is the lineup. And like I say, front row will be Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton, 2nd row will be Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, 3rd row will be Rupert Lillywhite and Harry Price, then comes Jack Smith and William Woods, and then Max Saunders behind. So are we good to go already? No, they'll go round again. Got the yellows out at the moment. So slightly longer race times, 11 minutes for the heats. So they'll have a rolling start, but front row, 2nd row, 3rd row, 4th row as outlined. So around they come, nice and steady, as they'll get sent right at the bus stop. They'll come underneath me here. Let's see who gets the gate out of Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's your front 4, as it has been in the heats up till now. So our first grand final, Honda Cadets. Let's go racing for this grand final. Lights go out and away we go, and it is the front 4 as you would expect. And who's got the better of those open exchanges? And it is the 45 of Harry Grant from the 22 of Oliver Ratton. Then comes the 29 of Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. So a mirror image of what we've seen in the opening heats. Let's see how this race develops. It is going to be these 4. Can Cruz Jenkins just hold on to the back of those front 4 and make any inroads? Finished in 4th place on 3 occasions. Can Cruz go one better and get up into the top 3 to get on that podium? Or will it be Harry, Oliver and Max, as it has been throughout these opening exchanges today? So here we go, over the start finish line for the first time. Nothing to choose between the front 3. Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, that is your front 3. Just a bit of a gap then back to Cruz Jenkins. And then comes Rupert Lillywhite, Jack Smith, Harry Price, William Woods and Max Saunders in that second battle, as it were, to try and finish in 5th place. Rupert Lillywhite holding that 5th spot at the moment. Nothing to choose between the front 3, bumper to bumper, Harry, Oliver and Max as they race up through the bus stop. Cruz not far behind, still keeping tabs. Harry Grant does have the fastest lap time at the moment from Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. So a bit of a contact warning coming in for Oliver Ratton in the battle for that front 3. So just a warning at this stage. A little bit of contact, but no change as they come over the start-finish line. The front 4. Jack Smith has moved up into that 5th place in that second battle that we've got going on for the minor placings. But 5th is the first for those guys as they chase down each other. Jack Smith leading the way from Rupert Lillywhite, Harry Price, William Woods and Max Saunders. That battle there you can see on screen, that is the second pack, as it were, with Jack Smith now getting the better of everybody else. The front 4, they're now working their way up into midgets, and a look up the inside from Oliver Ratton on Harry Grant. Has he made that work? Yes, he has. Oliver Ratton has taken the lead. I think we were looking at that battle for 5th spot. Didn't see the overtake from Oliver Ratton on Harry Grant. I called it out of the window, with Max Skilton close enough to get involved and Cruz Jenkins close enough to get involved. So it's been 3 third places for Max Skilton in the heats, 3 fourth places for Cruz Jenkins in the heats. Can they go one better, those 2? This is that chasing pack of Jack Smith, Rupert Lillywhite, Harry Price, William Woods and Max Saunders. These 5 all chasing down that 5th place. That's going to be their big result today if they can get the better of their respective opponents in this little battle. But out front it is still Oliver Ratton leading the way from Harry Grant, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's our front 4. will possibly pick them up as they come round onto the start-finish line. Here we go, this is your leading pack. Oliver Ratton, Harry Grant, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's the front four. They're leading this race. The winner is going to come from those four. Cruz just dropping away a little bit. Jack Smith still holding that 5th place in that little battle going on behind these front four. So 7.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Pretty calm and controlled at the minute. Oliver Ratton just taking the lead from Harry Grant. That's the race at the moment. You can see it there nice and close with Max Skilton in 3rd place. Cruz Jenkins, there's a second between all four of them. When we go back from front to 4th, Cruz Jenkins close enough just to keep an eye on what's going on. Oliver Ratton leading the way still from Harry Grant. Then comes Max Skilton. Just a look up the inside and a move from Harry Grant to take the lead of this race back. Will Max Skilton be able to follow through? Not on this occasion. Oliver Ratton holds on to that 2nd place, but what that does do is, again, it just allows Cruz Jenkins just to creep back up onto the back wheels of Max Skilton in 3rd. Jack Smith is just starting to pull away in 5th from that chasing pack and has almost got 5th place sewn up at this stage as Harry Price, Rupert Lillywhite, William Woods and Max Saunders battle away behind. But Oliver Ratton looking up the inside, but Harry Grant doesn't allow that to happen, holds on to the lead. And to be honest, there's no point trying to get anybody else to work with you in this front four because they're all close enough. One mistake and they could be in the lead. So it is Harry Grant still from Oliver Ratton. There was an almost positional change there, but it didn't happen. So it is Harry Grant, Oliver Ratton, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins as we see them come through into shot as they go into the Haynes Loop. And they'll keep it tight into that left-hander of Johnny's before they race down into the Wingers Dip. Front two just starting to pull away, are there a tiny bit? There's nothing to choose between them, that's for sure. Harry Grant and Oliver Ratton, and there's nothing to choose between Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. Looking up the inside here, Oliver Ratton. Will he make a move as they go through the midgets? Really close here. Who will hold it? It's looking like it's going to be the 22 of Harry Grant, but fair play to Harry Grant, sorry, because he's really held his line there and held the ever-charging Oliver Ratton at bay for the moment. But at the inside into the Haynes Loop, wow, contact between the front two of Oliver Ratton and Harry Grant, and that has pushed Harry Grant back down to 4th place. I think it was just rubbing his racing, but there was definitely contact between Oliver and Harry, and that has sent Harry back down into 4th place. And for the first time today, we have a different front three. Harry Grant back in 4th now as Oliver Ratton leads the way from Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins up into that top 3. But Harry Grant is close enough. Nothing's going to make that much of a difference. These four are going to stay close for the remainder of this race. We're well into the second half of this race now, and it is being led by Oliver Ratton from Max Skilton, then Cruz Jenkins and Harry Grant. Less than a second covering the front four. Jack Smith looking pretty comfortable in that 5th place. But into the pits comes Oliver Ratton. So Oliver Ratton out of the equation, which is a real shame. So we've just got that front three, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, who have been 3rd and 4th all day long, they are 1st and 2nd here from Harry Grant in 3rd place. Oliver Ratton's gone into the pits, and I think we've lost Harry from the remainder of this race, which is a real shame because that 4-way battle has been a 4-way battle all day. And it really has been Oliver and Harry battling away out front. But into the equation now comes Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins in positions they've not been in all day. But Harry Grant does look quick. He's putting them under loads of pressure, trying to force the mistake right on the back wheels here of Cruz Jenkins. So as long as these three do nothing silly, they're all going to get a podium out of this. But in what order, that is what remains to be seen, as we're 3.5 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. Max Skilton leading the way. Jack Smith comfortable now in that 5th position. 5th position is his. Rupert Lillywhite's just dropped away a little bit at the back as well. So looking up the inside here, the 45 of Harry Grant up the inside of the 43 of Cruz Jenkins, makes it stick, holds that position as they came through midgets down into climate. So Cruz Jenkins back into 3rd place. It is Max Skilton leading the way from Harry Grant. That's your front three. But again, Cruz Jenkins gets picked off but doesn't get dropped. The front three, nothing to choose. We're into the last 3 minutes of this one. This is an excellent race out front from these three. And Max Skilton, who has been third all day, suddenly finds himself leading this race from Harry Grant and Cruz Jenkins. But again, there's probably less than half a second, I would say, covering the front three drivers. But it is Harry Grant that looks the most offensive, looks the most working, looks the losing the track the most, trying different things, looking to put pressure on. But for the moment, it is still Max Skilton from Harry Grant and Cruz Jenkins. But Harry Grant working the track again, trying different lines, trying to put pressure on Max Skilton, who's leading the way. Max holding firm at the minute, 2 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. And again, 0.35 seconds covering first to third, so any of these guys can win it. Jack Smith having a lonely race in what is fourth position now. William Woods, Harry Price, Max Saunders gets past Harry Price and Rupert Lillywright. Max Saunders into sixth position. Max Skilton just looking over his shoulder a couple of times, but there's the move from outside to inside as they go through midgets from Harry Grant. Excellent move. Can he hold it? And he's carrying bags of speed after the move. Max Skilton up the inside. No, just tucks in and sits and follows. So Harry Grant back into the lead of this race, was down in fourth for a period of time. Max Skilton in second, Cruz Jenkins in third. That's your front three as it has been since we lost Oliver Ratton 4 laps ago. Jack Smith having a lonely old drive, but is in fourth place. And then fifth, sixth and seventh is still William Woods, Max Saunders and Harry Prayer and Rupert Lillywright. Harry Price and then Rupert Lillywright. And Oliver Ratton is out of this race. So there's your race leader, the 45 kart of Harry Grant. Second place, Max Skilton. Third place is Cruz Jenkins. But there's nothing between them. Any of these three could make a move and win this with a couple of laps to go on this race. Harry Grant just looking over his shoulder, making sure he can see what's going on behind him with Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins right there. Ready to pounce, ready to make a move. Max Skilton is really close. It's fair to say, just looking. He's got Harry Grant on the edge. Harry is looking, not sure whether to stick or twist Max. He's in that position now where if he goes for the move and gets it wrong, he could lose second place to Cruz Jenkins. So we are going to come up to a last lap board and we're going to have a 1 lap shootout between these three out front. Harry Grant will lead going into the last lap from Max Skilton. Then Cruz Jenkins, his last lap time here. Last chance to loom. Will Max try and make a move? Looking outside, looking inside. Really putting Harry Grant under pressure here. So it's the 45 of Harry Grant leading the way from the 29 of Max Skilton, who is looking quick, I have to say, and putting Harry under pressure. And Cruz Jenkins in third is right there as well. So we have a hell of a lap to finish this race. Harry looking left, looking right, over his shoulder, trying to see where Max Skilton might try and make that move. Cruz Jenkins is tucked in comfortable third place. It's the worst that Cruz is going to get out of this race is the third place, but Harry looking as Max tries to make a move around the outside, switches back, but I think Harry has done enough to win this race, and he has. Max Skilton from Harry Grant from Max Skilton, then Cruz Jenkins. Excellent race right to the line, and fair play, because when you're under pressure like that, as Harry was for the entirety of that race, he obviously dropped down for a moment into fourth place, but got himself back up ahead of Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That's the top three. Jack Smith with the fourth place from William Woods, Max Saunders, Harry Price and then Rupert Lillywright. We lost Oliver Ratton unfortunately in that battle earlier on, some laps ago now. So congratulations to Harry Grant, who takes that win from Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins. That is our top three in the cadets, and they've given us 4 excellent races today. The Honda cadets, I have to say, been close racing from those front 4, and the race, each race has basically been a mirror of each other, with those front 4 just pulling away and getting a bit of space from the rest of the pack, and it's just in what order they were going to finish. I always felt Cruz was just on the edge of the front 2 or 3, but because of the issue that Oliver Ratton experienced, Cruz does get that 3rd place, a 4th, a 4th, a 4th and a 3rd, and for Max Skilton a 3rd, a 3rd, a 3rd and a 2nd. And Harry Grant with a couple of wins in the heats. That was the move there. So whether it was a technical issue for Oliver Ratton, I don't know. Yeah, a bit of curve there you saw coming through. Maybe he knew he had to pull off. Excellent race, well done to all of those guys, and we are seeing the Rotax Cadets coming out now. And the front row, rolling start, the front row will be Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. 2nd row, Oscar Taylor and Johnny Butterfield. 3rd row will be Munro Wilcox and Jackson Haynes. And then the 5th row will be Wilfred Tomlinson and Arju Stor Perstis. 4 rows, 8 drivers. And to be honest, anything can happen. We just want to see everybody get safely through that first corner. That's the key. So they'll just get slowed down now, get into formation. So the front row of the rolling grid, reiterate, Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. Then 2nd row will be Oscar Taylor, Johnny Butterfield. 3rd row will be Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes. And then the 4th row, Arju Stor Perstis and Munro Wilcox. So here we go, we are off and racing, and here's the front 2, the 76 and 77. 11-minute races, that's what we've got ahead of us in these finals. And it is the 76 and 77 of Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. That's your front 2 as they come through. It's Elliot Hitch that's got ahead of Tommy Lovejoy in that first little exchange. Whoa, big curve there coming through from the car in 3rd place, which I think is Johnny Butterfield. Caught some air there as he came through. So everybody safely round, everyone safely through, but just a bit of a gap already starting to develop out front from the front 2. Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy, that's our front 2 cars. Johnny Butterfield in 3rd, Oscar Taylor, Munro Wilcox, Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes, and then Arju Stor Perstis. That is your 8 karts in this final. That is how they come through. Front 2 just pulling away from the next 5, really. Just a bit of a gap from Elliot to Tommy, then back to Johnny Butterfield. That's your front 2, the 76 and 77 of Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. Then comes Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Munro Wilcox with that distinctive green helmet. Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes, and then just a bit of a gap back to Arju Stor Perstis back there in 8th spot. But the front 2, are we going to get a straight shootout between those 2 guys for the win in this one? Still very early days. It is Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy from Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Munro Wilcox, Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes. Nothing has changed there. The running order exactly the same. Front 2 just started to edge away. Oh, a bit of contact there and onto the grass. Comes the 21. Did Oscar Taylor just catch the back of Johnny Butterfield there? I think he might well have done, and caught a bit of air as he came through. I think that was indeed the case, but what it's done is it's cost Oscar Taylor, Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox now the battle for 3rd place. And Oscar Taylor went airborne as he came through there, caught the grass after Johnny's and had to get himself back on track, but did so. But out front, Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy. Then it is Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox, Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes. Then comes Oscar Taylor. Arju Stor Perstis as well has got ahead. Arju has got ahead of Oscar Taylor as well. So Oscar's gone from being in a battle for 3rd to 8th, and work to do to get back up into some good points, some good championship points. That'll be the target now. But our front 2 of 76 and 77, Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy, they are pulling away. They're looking good out front, and likewise a little battle developing between Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox, and then another battle between Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes. So we've got 3 two-kart battles out front here, first and second, then second and third and fourth, and then fifth and sixth. 3 battles developing. We won't know which one to film because they're all close, they're all racing. That's the battle for second at the moment. That's Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox in second and third. And just behind them it is Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes. So 3 battles in one. Still Elliot Hitch leading from Tommy Lovejoy. Still Johnny Butterfield holding third from Munro Wilcox. And then it's Wilfred Tomlinson holding off Jackson Haynes in the battle for fifth and sixth at the moment. So you can see it there as they come through. We have 3 two-kart battles to try and keep on top of. And I think we've got a bit of movement out the front. I think Tommy Lovejoy has got the better out front of Elliot Hitch. I think that move came through midgets, and whoa, on the back wheel there, Munro Wilcox just taking in the back wheels of Johnny Butterfield. And we do have a new leader in Tommy Lovejoy. He got the better up in midgets of Elliot Hitch, and Johnny Butterfield was just carrying Munro Wilcox there just for a split second as Jackson Haynes looks to put pressure on Wilfred Tomlinson. That battle for fifth. 3 two-kart battles in this one till we get back to Arduous Northhurst's and Oscar Taylor, and they're going to start having their own little battle as well. So we have 4 two-kart battles in this Rotax Cadet final. Tommy Lovejoy just still holding on to the lead from Elliot Hitch, but it's close. Johnny Butterfield just holding off Munro Wilcox, but again that is close as well. And then I think Wilfred Tomlinson is just getting the better of Jackson Haynes at the moment. So 6 laps, 6 minutes to go plus the lap. Tommy Lovejoy from Elliot Hitch out front, then comes Johnny Butterfield holding on to third place from Munro Wilcox, but Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes, they've got their own little battle for their 4th, 5th and 6th as well. So interesting stuff. 4 two-kart races with Arduous Northhurst still holding off Oscar Taylor as well at the back. Oscar was doing so well in front in the first couple of laps, but then has dropped back and is now in a battle to try and get some better points on the board. So Tommy Lovejoy out front in that green helmet. I can see him at the top there coming through midgets. He's holding off Elliot Hitch for the lead of this race. Johnny Butterfield in third, holding off Munro Wilcox in that battle for third. Here's the leaders coming through on screen now. Tommy Lovejoy just holding off Elliot Hitch. Then coming through again, we have Johnny Butterfield just holding off Munro Wilcox, and likewise Wilfred Tomlinson just keeping Jackson Haynes at bay. And in that battle for 7th and 8th as well, Arduous Northhurst, this is keeping the 21 of Oscar Taylor behind. So this is the battle for third that you're watching on screen now. That is Johnny Butterfield with Munro Wilcox just pushing, just looking to see, trying to get Johnny Butterfield to make a mistake. Johnny Butterfield championship leader, Jackson Haynes in the 44 car, Oscar Taylor, he's third in the championship, but not doing so well in this one. After that incident, he's dropped to the back. So our 3 championship leaders are in this race, and a big moment for Johnny Butterfield in third. I don't think Munro Wilcox is going to be able to get the better of him, but it was a big moment there, just holding on Johnny Butterfield. And again, the 23 car of Wilfred Tomlinson still just holding on, as is Arduous Northhurst. So no real change there. Tommy Lovejoy still leading the way from Elliot Hitch. Johnny Butterfield still holding on to third from Munro Wilcox. Just having a couple of looks over his shoulder there, Johnny, to see where Munro is. He's pushing him, but he's not close enough to get in amongst him to put him off. Tommy Lovejoy out front, still holding on to the lead from Elliot Hitch, but again, nothing to choose between those two out front. Tommy Lovejoy does have the fastest lap. No, he doesn't. Elliot Hitch now gets the fastest lap of the race with a 46.73. Tommy Lovejoy with a 46.82. Those two quickest on track. That's them on screen now. That's your battle for the lead. Tommy Lovejoy, Elliot Hitch, they're leading the way. Johnny Butterfield has just stolen a second or so, I would say, on Munro Wilcox, who goes into the pit. So an issue for Munro. So we've lost that battle for third. That's a shame. But Johnny Butterfield now has a lonely race in third. As long as he keeps going forward, he's going to get the third place trophy, the P3 today. Still 3 minutes plus the lap to go for him to keep concentration, but he has got a lonely little battle with himself now in that third position. Not so much out front. Tommy Lovejoy still from Elliot Hitch. 2 wins and a second for Elliot in the heats, a first, a second and a third for Tommy. So these two have been at the front. These have been the front runners in the heats so far, and that's as it's proven here in the grand final. There's the 44 kart there of Jackson Haynes looking to get ahead of Wilfred Tomlinson. So Tommy Lovejoy still leading the way from Elliot Hitch. That's your first and second. Johnny Butterfield now pretty unchallenged in third place. As long as he keeps going in a straight line, no mechanicals, he's going to pick up the P3 in this one. Still a battle between Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes in 4th and 5th. Likewise, Arju Storpershtis and Oscar Taylor in 6th and 7th. We've lost Munro Wilcox now, a couple of laps down. That is what has given Johnny Butterfield a track to himself, really, in 3rd place. He'll be happy with that, he won't mind that. So what can Elliot Hitch do out front? Can he make any inroads on Tommy Lovejoy's lead? There's Tommy with the green outfit, the green helmet, green race suit, leading the way from Elliot Hitch. And in terms of lap times, 46.65 and a 46.73 last time out for the front two. So there's nothing to choose between them. And I think that's the challenge that Elliot has got, is they are both tabling really, really similar lap times. So any small gains from Tommy Lovejoy will just give him more of a gap from Elliot Hitch in 2nd place. As you can see there, the 77 off. It's about half a second gap between the two. Elliot will just want to try and reel him in. 1.5 minutes plus the lap to go on this this grand final for the Rotax Cadets. It was Harry Grant who won the Honda Cadets. They've been together in the first 3 rounds, these two groups of cadets, but they've got their own race today, and making the most of it. Some good races from these two. Can anything change out front though? Still Tommy Lovejoy from Elliot Hitch. That's still our front two. Our front two drivers, you can see them on screen there. Johnny Butterfield's pretty much got 3rd place wrapped up with a couple of laps to go on this one. It's Tommy Lovejoy and Elliot Hitch. That is what we're watching. Can anything change? That's your front two. Can Elliot get up? Can Elliot get close enough? He's not close enough to challenge. He's just off half a second or so, I would say, off of Tommy leading the race. You've got to be closer than that to put pressure on to make that driver in front, make that error. To just lose concentration a little bit. Now, are we going to see a last lap board? It's going to be close as they come through here. I think it is a last lap board, yep. We're on to that final lap. Tommy Lovejoy leading from Elliot with Johnny Butterfield in 3rd. The last lap is out. Can Elliot do anything about Tommy Lovejoy out front? I don't think he can. I think he's a little bit too far back to be able to make any inroads on this. It does look like it's going to be a win for Tommy Lovejoy as he races up through the bus stop. Plenty of curb coming out as always. Is Elliot going to make me eat my words? Can Elliot get up? He's got 3 corners to go to really make anything happen here. I don't think he's going to do it. I think we are going to see a win for Tommy Lovejoy. He did get a win in one of the 3 heats. He had a 2nd and a 3rd, and he's going to take home the checkered flag with a win. Win for Tommy Lovejoy from Elliot Hitch. And then in 3rd place, we have a very, very lonely 3rd place coming in here for Johnny Butterfield. He won't mind that. 3rd place for him after 2 thirds and a 4th in the heat, so very consistent. So Tommy Lovejoy from Elliot Hitch, Johnny Butterfield, Jackson Haynes, Wilfred Tomlinson, Arju Storpershtis, and then Oscar Taylor and Munro Wilcox. Fastest lap of the race did go to Tommy Lovejoy with a 46.65. So well done to the Rotax Cadets. Well done to Tommy Lovejoy, being consistent at the front. Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy all day. It's going to come down to them two really, but you just felt Munro Wilcox could have stayed in the mix. He would have had a really good battle with Johnny Butterfield for 3rd and 4th. And if maybe that's what did it there, just that little jump up onto the back wheel from Munro Wilcox there on the back of Johnny Butterfield. It seemed to be the last piece of action that we saw from Munro Wilcox. Such a shame, but congratulations to Tommy Lovejoy. He takes the win as we move on to our juniors. You can see the 46 there. So I think we're going to see our seniors out next. Oh, is it the Inters? Yeah, I've moved my sheet down because of the running of it earlier on. So here we go with our final. And our race order is going to be James Devereux and Ethan Copland. They'll be on the front of the rolling start. Second row will be Harvey Ball and Lenny Dorrington. Then will come Louis Lovell and George Beck. Then Henry Auger and Warren Atkins, followed by Oliver Dan. If Oliver Dan is out, it'd be terrific if he is. It will be terrific if he is. We shall see. Charlie Dickinson, Henry Perrin, Roman Tackleton, Jensen King, Charlie Nichols, Arthur Kaiser, Jack Hudson, Callum Williams, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter and Rio Fry. That will be our final. Just looking to see if I can see the 23 Oliver Dan. I think that's his position if he was to be out on track, but I don't think he is. So here we go, we're off and racing for the Rotax Inters. It's the 46, 43 and 40 that far away at the front. James Devereux, Ethan Copland and Harvey Ball. Everybody through. Louis Lovell. We do have a spinner at the back, but back out on track. So everybody's going to get through. Haynes Loop for the first time. And your leaders are James Devereux, Ethan Copland and Harvey Ball. Like it is Ethan Copland out front. Yes, it is Ethan Copland from James Devereux. Then comes Harvey Ball and then Louis Lovell in fourth place. Fifth, I think, is Lenny Dorrington. We'll see when they come round here, but definitely Ethan Copland leading the way in the 43 car. Then that little cluster of carts as they come through. It is James Devereux, Harvey Ball, then James Devereux, Louis Lovell, Henry Olga, George Beck, Henry Atkins, then comes Lenny Dorrington, Henry Perrin, Charlie Dickinson make up that top 10. At the moment, really close out front. Between our second, third, fourth and fifth carts, really. Just a bit of a lead for Ethan Copland. About a second or so he's got on his fellow racers here in this one. You can see that gap there as he comes through the bus stop. Ethan Copland leading the way from Harvey Ball, then James Devereux, Louis Lovell, Henry Auger, George Beck, Warren Atkins, Lenny Dorrington, Henry Perrin, Charlie Dickinson. They make up the top 10 on this second lap. So as they come over the start-finish line again, 9 minutes and counting on this one. Ethan Copland leads the way from James Devereux, now from Harvey Ball, Louis Lovell, Henry Auger, George Beck, Warren Atkins, Henry Perrin, Charlie Dickinson, Arthur Kaiser. Now they make up your top 10. But with a second and a half for Ethan Copland out front, he's looking good. He looks like he could be pulling away in this one. He looks like he could be stretching that lead all the time. In the 43 cart there, you can see him as he comes through. Then close, probably for the next 4, 5, 6 carts from James Devereux. Harvey Ball, Louis Lovell, Henry Auger, George Beck, Warren Atkins and Henry Perrin. That's that chasing pack. It looks like Ethan is doing all the right things here, pulling away. There's about a second and a half before. I think that's going to be increased. Yeah, creeping up to nearer the 2 second mark now. But that pack that is chasing, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be where our race is. Cart number 46 of James Devereux just starting to get a bit of fresh air between himself as Louis Lovell just looks up the inside there of Harvey Ball, but couldn't make that move work. That is that battle there, back to the 17 of Henry Auger. That's third through to fifth. That is that chasing pack, that is that battle. So you can see a warning coming out for the 30 cart, Jax Hudson, who is down, in 16th, 17th position at the moment. A little look up the inside here from the 17 of Henry Auger on Louis Lavall. Can he make that work? Will Henry hold it? No, Louis hold it. Sorry, Henry does make that work. So Henry gets up ahead of Louis Lavall into 4th place. So the race is now Ethan Copland out front. He's got distance, he's got air. So has the 2nd place car of James Devereaux. Looking comfortable in 2nd at the moment. Then it's the 3rd place car of Harvey Ball, 4th place of Henry Auger, and 5th of Louis Lavall at the moment. So Ethan Copland out front, James Devereaux in 2nd. Those guys looking pretty comfortable as we speak. Almost a 2-second lead for Ethan Copland over James Devereaux. Yeah, Henry Auger moved up ahead of Louis Lavall. There's Harvey Ball in 3rd at the minute from Henry Auger, Louis Lavall, George Beck, Warren Atkins, Henry Perrin, Charlie Dickinson, Arthur Kayser. And then further down we've got Oakley Poulter, Jensen King, Harry Reid, Jack Hudson, Charlie Nichols, Rio Fry, Roman Takata, Lenny Dorrington and Callum Williams. That is our 19 karts on track. Fastest lap time for Ethan Copland with a 43.84. It's only Ethan and James Devereaux in 2nd that have got into the 43s. So they're starting to put the hammer down on the rest of the field, and it's up to the rest of the field to work together to try and initially reel in James Devereaux in 2nd. Is it a 2-second gap now from Ethan? No, still about the same. It's back to James, just under 2 seconds, but not a lot in it. And then it's Harvey Ball, Henry Auger, Louis Lavall, James Beck. That's that chasing pack from George Beck and Warren Atkins. But the front 2, they're not messing around. We have a yellow flag out. We have somebody stranded up there at the top. Somebody's gone off the Lenny Dorrington. In the 16 kart, we've lost up in midgets at the top of the course. So 6 minutes and a lap to go. Ethan Copland looking really in control of this race. He's not messing around. He's got the fastest lap time. He has now over 2 seconds on James Devereaux in 2nd place. But I think the race that we should be concentrating on is indeed what you can see on screen is Harvey Ball, Henry Auger and Louis Lavall. That's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So that is the last podium spot on screen. You can see right there, and there's a bit of a gap back to George Beck in 6th place. So this is our battle. Harvey Ball from Henry Auger, Louis Lavall. That's the 3 that are chasing down that 3rd spot, that 3rd place spot. The front 2, I'm not sure they can do anything about them at the minute. They look good out front. 2-second plus lead for Ethan Copland over James Devereaux, but a move from the 17 car of Henry Auger. He's gone up into 3rd place, dropping Harvey Ball down into 4th. So that is where the excitement is on this race, is that battle for the podium, for that 3rd place spot, that P3. They're the 3 going at it here, and there's nothing to choose between the 3 of them. That is our race on screen. So again, it's a tricky spot in 4th for Harvey Ball. He wants to get it back into 3rd, but if he looks to make a move on the 17 kart of Henry Auger, he could get it wrong and then lose out to Louis Lavall. He's looking up the inside here. No, 17 kart of Henry Auger just holds on to that move, onto that position, under pressure, under the move from Harvey Ball. But these 3 are going to give us some entertainment for the next 4.5 minutes, you feel, in that battle for 3rd place. Coming up to 2.5 seconds now from Ethan back to James in 1st and 2nd. So our battle for 3rd really is the battle that we want to focus in on. That is where anything can change. .43.81 now from Ethan Copland out front. He really has got that hammer down. He's increasing lap on lap, and a 43.88 for James Devereaux as well. They're really getting down into the 43s. Henry Auger, he's in the 43s now with a 43.95 in that battle for 3rd, and it is a really good battle. Henry Auger leading the way from Harvey Ball, then Louis Lavall. That is our battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th as they come across the start-finish line. 3.5 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. 86 kart of George Beck, comfortable in 6th. Bit of a lonely drive from him. So we go back to Warren Atkins and Henry Perrin, who are having their own little battle. Likewise, Charlie Dickinson, Arthur Kayser and Oakley Poulter in that fight to get into the top 10. But not much else to say about Ethan Copland out front and James Devereaux in 2nd. They are looking pretty comfortable, in control. Their destiny really is in their own hands in 1st and 2nd. As long as there's no mechanical, they don't make any errors. They've got first and second tied up here with 3 minutes and a lap to go. This battle on screen is the good one, just off the line a little bit there. I thought that was going to allow Harvey Ball a run up the inside into Tolly's, but he couldn't make it work. Excuse me, Louis Ball is all over the back of Harvey Ball, and that's making it really difficult for Harvey to make a move on Henry Auger into that third place. So this is a great battle. This is where the action's going to lie. Harvey again just has a look. Henry holding firm though on that third spot. He wants that trophy, he wants that podium. That's where it's at, 4th and 5th. I always think of the worst places you can finish, even though you're ahead of another 20 odd drivers, because you're just that close, touching distance to the podium. And that is at the minute where Henry and Louis find themselves. But it's really close as they come through Tolly's again. Nothing to choose between these three. Fractions of a second, literally, as they go round into the Haynes Loop. Just keeping an eye on James Devereaux in second and Ethan Copland in first. They're comfortable. They're still on track, so keep an eye here. The 40 car of Harvey Ball. What can he do? He's got to try and pressure that mistake from Henry, but is he going to make that move up into the bus stop? No, I don't think so, as they all follow train as they come through. Great battle for third place here. Ethan Copland really is in control of this one. He has his James Devereaux in second place. Looking good, those two guys have driven really well. But there is no such easy ride here for Henry, Harvey and Louis. Third, fourth and fifth with 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Anything can happen in this battle for the podium. Still George Beck with a lonely drive in sixth, and then Warren Atkins and Henry Perrin have got their own battle going on till you go back to Arthur Kaiser and Charlie Dickinson in that battle to get into that top 10. But back to the front we go, concentrating on these three. It's bumper to bumper. Henry Auger, Harvey Ball, Louis Lavall. They're driving really focused. One mistake from them and they're out of the equation. One bit of pressure on that driver in front, they might make a mistake, and then they've got to look to make that move. We are going to have a 2-lap race here, we certainly are. 43.73 for Ethan Copland out front now. James Devereaux with a 43.84. Louis Lavall, he's now into the 43s as well. It's Harvey that's not, but that doesn't matter because Harvey's moved into third place. He made that move and got the better of Henry Auger with Louis Lavall in fifth place. Nothing to choose between the three. Keep an eye. Henry looking to fight back early here. He's got 1.5 laps to do it. 1.5 laps to get back into third place, but he's going on the outside line. Maybe to look and get that switch back up the inside. Didn't make that work at all. So, last lap board is well and truly out for these guys. Ethan Copland's going to get the win, that's for sure. James Devereaux is going to get that second place. I think we might still have 2 laps. I'm going to keep an eye on the start here, on the start marshal, just see if that 2-lap board comes out or whether it'll be a checkered flag on Ethan Copland, our leader. Still saying 2 laps on our screen. So Ethan Copland looking comfortable, looking good out front, starting to catch up with the back markers now. It is going to be a last lap board for Ethan, so we have a lap and a bit to go on this one. Ethan starting to pick off the back markers. He's got the last lap board, he's leading the way. Second place is James Devereaux, the 46, and then our battle, still our main focus as they come through on screen now. Harvey Ball, Henry Auger, Louis Lavall. This is last lap, last chance saloon for these three. Harvey looks like he might have just given himself enough air between himself and Henry Auger. Louis still going to want to try and get up into that 4th place to get some extra points on the board in the championship. There's Harvey, he's currently holding 3rd place. The leader, and no question about the leader, and it has been for the entire race, is Ethan Copland. He's driven really well today. He is going to take this checkered flag, no question. James Devereaux, here comes Ethan Copland with the win, punches the air. James Devereaux in second, he's done his bit, and holding on to 3rd is going to be Harvey Ball, ahead of the charging Henry Auger and Louis Lavall. George Beck gets the 6th, Warren Atkins in 7th, Henry Perrin, Arthur Kaiser, Charlie Dickinson, congratulations to the top 10. Then comes Oakley Poulter, Jensen King, and it will be Jack Hudson, Harry Reid, Rio Fry, Rome and Takata eventually. Charlie Nichols and Callum Williams, Lenny Dorrington. So that is our finishing order. Massive congratulations to Ethan Copland. He really bossed that from start to finish. He's been in the top 6 in every race today. James Devereaux, he picked up that second place after a winner, second and third in the heats. And it was Harvey Ball who managed to hold on to that third to add to his 4th and 5th. So he gets that last podium spot. Congratulations to those 3. Well driven from Henry Alger and Louis Laval. They really put pressure on for the entire race, but just couldn't get up alongside Harvey to get into those top 3. George Beck had a lonely drive. Warren Atkins and Henry Perrin, they put it to each other for the entire race, with Arthur Kayser and Charlie Dickinson making up that top 10. So some good action, some good replays. That was Henry and Harvey trading places as the race developed. Excuse me. So we will move on. We've got some more exciting finals to come, no question about that. And it will be so it looks like we're going to have our juniors out next, and our junior lineup, I'm hoping, is as follows. Yeah, that looks good to me. I'm just checking Stanley Williams, consistency across the board. So again, rolling start. Stanley Williams on the front row along with Arthur Way. Then will be Travis Rose and Spencer Trahorn off of row 2. Ethan Cossins, Jaden Sheeran off of row 3. Max Lovell and Leo Basterfield off row 4. Daniel Barton and Ethan Critchley off row 5. Lucas Nibbs and Joshua Jestin off of 6. Alexander Lecheski and Aaron Clark Nixon. Then comes Thomas Ray, Connor Yu, Harrison Stacey and Albert Campbell. Max Smith and Jensen Collins. Stanley Kearley and Elliot Bennett. Elijah Lewis and Theo Jones, Riley Hunt and Oliver Warren, and then Paris Gray and Mia Beckley. So they are our rows for this rolling start. And we've just got the rescue truck out, just picking somebody up from the midgets at the top there. So some excellent heats, some good results for a few people. Championship points on the board. As we move into our junior Rotax, then we'll have our seniors, the 177s, and then our Superkarts and our KZs, and then we will be done for round 4. So again, a big thank you for joining us. Big thank you to our sponsors that keep rotating on the bottom of your screen. Big shout out to all of them for their help and support of this championship. Round 4, this has been an excellent round 4. Everyone adding some points, and again, because there's so much karting going on up and down the country, we have seen a few new faces, and we're going to see a few new faces making the rostrum. So 4 finals to run, 4 finals to go. Our grandstand looking busier than it has all day. When we get to the finals, that's always the case. Everybody wants to have a piece of the finals, get a good vantage spot. And here we go, the guys are out. So our junior grand final. Stanley Williams, Arthur Wade, Travis Rose, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Cossins, Jaden Sheeran, Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Daniel Barton, Ethan Critchley, Lucas Nibbs, Joshua Jestin, Alexander Lecheski, Aaron Clark Nixon, Thomas Ray, Connor Yu, Harrison Stacey, Albert Campbell, Max Smith, Jensen Collins, Stanley Kearley, Elliot Bennett, Elijah Lewis, Theo Jones, Riley Allen Hunt, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray and Mia Beckley. That's your 1 to 28. Rows of 2, Stanley Williams and Arthur Way will be off the front row. And Travis Rose and Spencer Trahorn close behind, followed by Ethan Cossins and Jaden Shearing. So that's your front 3 rows. Let's see who can make a flyer, who can get into the Haynes loop first, who can pin it, who can keep it nice and tight, and get through into Johnny's and down into Wingers. Here we go, exciting junior grand final. Some good grand finals to this point. Here we go, everybody looks ready to go. We are good to go, lights are off and we are racing, and it is the 84 on the grass. But it was the 84, I think, of Stanley Williams, who's made a great start. Everybody through. Arthur Way, Travis Rose, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Cossins, Jaden Shearing, they're all at the front, they're all trading paces at the front there. Finger in the air from the 97 of Max Lovell to say, let's go, let's chase. Let's get our heads down. Let's chase that lead in pack. So Stanley Williams, he was the fastest through sectors 1 and 2. As they come round, Tollies for the first time, across the start finish line for the first time. It is the 84 of Stanley Williams, Spencer Trahorn, Max Lovell, Travis Rose, Arthur Way, Jaden Shearing, Ethan Cossins, Leo Basterfield, Ethan Critchley, Aaron Clark-Nixon. They make up your top 10, and it's Max Lovell, Spencer Trahorn, big movers at the front to get themselves onto the podium positions at the moment, but plenty of race left to go, that is for sure. That's your battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th right there. It is Stanley Williams out front. Stanley Williams 2 4ths and a 2nd in the heat. Somebody just getting the bus stop wrong and going right across the middle there. I don't think they gained or lost any positions, so all should be well. There's your battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. 16 kart of Travis Rose keeping it nice and tight as they come through, but there's nothing to choose between that 2nd between the first 4 karts here before another gap back to the next 4. So Stanley Williams, Spencer Trahorn, Max Lovell and Travis Rose, that's your front 4. And then there's a little bit of a gap back to Arthur Way, Jaden Shearing, Ethan Cossins and Leo Basterfield. That's the chasing pack. So 2 races already developing. Front 4, then the next 4. But to be honest, there's nothing between the front 8 really. The gap is then back to 9th. A little gap back to Joshua Jestin, sorry. Leo Basterfield in 8th at the moment. So keep an eye, front 2, move up the inside. Early move from Spencer Trahorn, gets the better of Stanley Williams, but that's allowed Travis Rose right on the back wheel as well. Tight as they go, front 8 really close now. Good race we've got developing here with these front 8, nothing to choose between them. I'd say there's about less than a 2.5 seconds between first to 8th. One mistake, one bad move and it's going to cost you. But Spencer Trahorn, he made that work stick as he came through Tollies under the noses of the comms box here, and he took the lead from Stanley Williams, Travis Rose, but it's really close and there's movement. Let's see, I think Arthur Way Travis Rose, still got hold of 3rd, but no, he's gone wide there and he's gone to the back of that pack, I think, almost. Yeah, lost 3 or 4 places there, Travis Rose. I don't know what happened, whether there was contact or he went for the move, but I think the only thing he's got on his side is that front pack is still so close. He's kept himself ahead of Jaden Shearing in 8th, so still in that front pack of 8, Travis Rose, but he was the loser in that little battle coming through Tollies there over the start-finish line. No such problems out front for Spencer Trahorn. He's leading the way. Fastest lap time at the minute is with Arthur Way down in 3rd. He's got that fastest lap time, but 41s all the way down pretty much to 15th place. And again, a bit of movement there coming through Tollies. I think the SC plate there of Leo Basterfield, yeah, he definitely caught a position up there. That's for sure, as did Travis Rose, still in 7th. Spencer Trahorn leading the way. Stanley Williams in 2nd, Arthur Way, Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Ethan Cossins, Travis Rose, Jaden Shearing, Joshua Bestin and Harrison Stacey. That's your top 10. That's how it looks from Ethan Critchley, Daniel Barton, Daniel Keeley, Connor Yu, Max Smith, Alexander Licheski, Elliot Bennett, Elijah Lewis, Jensen Collins and Thomas Ray. They make up our top 20. Albert Campbell, Riley Allen Hunt, Theo Jones, Oliver Warren, Mia Beckley, Paris Gray, Lucas Nibbs, and we've lost Aaron Clark-Nixon. So that is our 28 as we stand. Leader, Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Williams, Arthur Way, Travis Rose has moved back up into 5th. Lost a couple of places to Leo and Ethan, but has got them back. So Travis Rose now on the case, championship leader of course. He's looking to get back into the mix here in the top 3 or 4. He's got work to do to catch up with Max Lovell, Arthur Way, Stanley Williams and Spencer Trahorn. That's our race leaders, that's our top 4 But again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's top 8. There's nothing to choose between the top 8. And just looking up the inside, Travis Rose ahead of Max Lavelle now. Max Lavelle, I think he got the better of Max there. Back up into 4th place, yeah, I think he did. So you will see a movement on that left-hand side. It will be Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Williams, Arthur Way and Travis Rose ahead of Max Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Lewis, Ethan Cossins, Jaden Shearing, Joshua Heston, Justin and Harrison Stacey. They make up your top 10. Really close out front, really good race developing for the lead of this race. And the big points and the rostrum. Nothing to choose really. 2 seconds between the top 8. Really close race. Changing hands again. I think there might have been someone changing hands there as they came through positional change through the bus stop. But no change out front in the front 4. I can see that. Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Williams, Arthur Way and Travis Rose. That's your front 4. Travis Rose though up into 3rd he goes ahead of Arthur Way. So he's back up into that top 3 and he's going to be chasing down Stanley Williams and Spencer Trahorn now. He's the one to watch at the minute. Travis Rose, he's got the fastest lap time. He's the only driver in the 40s, 40.96 for Travis Rose. So he means business, but still less than 2 seconds covering the front 6 karts. Just a little bit of a gap now back to 7th and 8th, but just 2 seconds covering the front 6. Spencer Trahorn now just out front from Stanley Williams. Them 2 out front. Then comes Travis Rose, Arthur Way, Max Lovell, Ethan Cossins. That's your front 6. Jaden Shearing, Joshua Justin, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Critchley. They make up the top 10. So we're halfway through. This race has gone quick. Plenty to talk about, plenty to enjoy. Was there a bit of movement back towards the pack of those 7 or 8 there? I'm not too sure. Just off screen, off camera. Max Level still holding on to 5th place. So Spencer Trahorn out front, but nothing now to choose between Stanley Williams and Travis Rose. Keep an eye on Travis Rose, going to look to make that move. Try and get up into 2nd. He wants the lead of this race. You can sense that. He's got to get past, and he's done it. Has he done it? Yes, he has. As they go into Haynes Loop, up into 2nd place goes Travis Rose. There you can see ahead of the 84 kart of Stanley Williams. Arthur Way still in 4th place. And I think Ethan Cossins might have got the better of Max Lovell in 5th and 6th place as well. We'll see that as they come up the hill. Yeah, I think they have. So out front, Spencer Trahorn, as he has been for a little while now. Travis Rose in 2nd from Stanley Williams. Then comes Arthur Way. Max Lovell back ahead of Ethan Cossins, holding on to that 5th place now. Really close front 3, really close second 3. Battle for the top 3, battle from 4th, 5th and 6th now. Arthur Way just holding on to that 4th place from Max Lovell and Ethan Cossins. Then we do now have a gap back to 7th really to Jaden Shearing, Joshua Justin, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Critchley. That's the top 10. But it looks like a 3-way battle now for the win of this race. Then we've got another 3-way battle. So Arthur Way, Max Lovell and Ethan Cossins, they've got to work together. They've got to tuck in. And Jaden Shearing is on the back of those 3. If those 3 can work together. But the leader of the race is now Travis Rose. He leads from the 41 of Spencer Trahorn. It's been coming. It's been coming. Travis Rose has been reeling everybody else in, picking them off. Now 2.5 minutes plus the lap. Will Travis Rose get his head down? Will Spencer Trahorn and Stanley Williams be able just to tuck in, get in that slip, hold on to the back of the 16 car of Travis Rose? Have to wait and see. Max Lovell, Arthur Way, Ethan Cossins and Jaden Shearing. That's the battle from 4th back to 7th. Jaden Shearing, then it comes Joshua Justin, Harrison Stacey and Ethan Critchley. Then Daniel Barton, Daniel Kearley, Max Smith, Alexander Lecheski, Elliot Bennett, Jensen Collins up to 16 in this one. So the front 3 now are pulling away from the next 4. That's fair to say, but it is Max Lovell. He's got himself up into Max Lovell into 4th place ahead of Arthur Way, Ethan Cossins and Jaden Shearing. That's that second pack of 4 chasing the front 3. There you can see the 16 of Travis Rose is just looking to pull away. That's the curve coming out. And a big spin, a big move there. Hand in the air from the 70 car. And it was the 99, unfortunately, of Albert Campbell. Got in the way of Theo Jones there, I think. But here come the leaders across the start-finish line. Travis Rose leading from Spencer Trahorn, then Stanley Williams, Max Lovell in 4th, Arthur Way, Ethan Cossins, Jaden Sheeran, that's the chasing pack of 4, behind the front 3. So that race just, I think, is calming down out front. I think we've got a minute plus the lap to go. I think Travis, once he got himself in front, was always going to drag the race out. And that is as is happening now. But he's not getting away really from Spencer Trahorn and Stanley Williams, that's fair to say. Those front 3, there is a good battle between Max Lovell, Arthur Way, Ethan Cossins and Jaden Sheeran. That 4th to 7th battle is a great one, really close, really tight. So we're into a 2-lap race, no question about that. This +1 is what we're going to see. That's the battle there for 4th place. Max Lovell, Ethan Cossins, Arthur Way and Jaden Sheeran. That is 4th through to 7th. Then we do have a bit of a gap back to Joshua Jestin, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Critchley that make up the top 10. So Travis Rose out front. He's leading this from a very tight Spencer Trahorn and Stanley Williams in 2nd and 3rd. But what's going to happen now? We're going to see some blue flags. Have we got movement from 2nd to 3rd? I think Stanley Williams might have got the better of Spencer Trahorn in 2nd. I think he has. I think Travis Rose obviously is leading, but it is now Stanley Williams in 2nd from Spencer Trahorn, and movement as well. Ethan Cossins up past Max Lovell, Arthur Way and Jaden Sheeran. So a bit of movement as we head into the last lap of this race. Travis Rose, I think, has probably done enough. I don't think there'll be enough in the lockers of Stanley Williams and Spencer Trahorn to get back and really challenge and really push. Although we've got back markers coming into play, so some blue flags will be coming out. Let's keep an eye though. I think Travis Rose is going to have done enough. Yes, it looks like he has. This is the checkered flag coming out now for the 16 of Travis Rose, and then the 84 and for 41. Great race, good run, good battle out front. Travis Rose in the 16 takes the victory from the 84 of Stanley Williams and 3rd of Spencer Trahorn. So really good race out front. We'll finish in order. Travis Rose, Stanley Williams, Spencer Trahorn. That was your top 3. Ethan Cossins did get the better of Max Lovell in that battle for 4th. Arthur Way for 6th. Jaden Sheeran, Joshua Jestin, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Critchley. That was the top 10. Then came Daniel Barton, Staniel Kearley, Max Smith in 13th. Alexander Lecheski, Jensen Collins, Elliot Bennett, Elijah Lewis, Lucas Nibbs, Thomas Ray, Riley Alan Hunt, Oliver Warren, Paris Gray, Mia Beckley, Albert Campbell, Theo Jones, Connor Yu, Leo Besterfield and Aaron Clark Nixon. So congratulations to Travis Rose. He had to do it the hard way. He had a bit of an off, got himself back on track, and from 4th or 5th got himself back up into 1st place. And again, some battling going on there as they went through the Haynes Loop for the first time and bouncing across on the replay there across the bus stop. But no damage done, everybody through, and an excellent result. And congratulations to Travis Rose ahead of Stanley Williams and Spencer Trahorn, and then Ethan Cossins, Max Lovell, Arthur Way, Jaden Sheeran, Joshua Jestin, Harrison Stacey and Ethan Critchley. They made up the top 10 in what was an epic battle out front. I think that's where we lost the SC kart of Leo Besterfield. Was in the mix at the front running of the race, but then just got it wrong. Coming through Tollies, and again a bit of a bouncer coming through the bus stop there. Well caught again by the team on cams. Great race, great race. We will move into our seniors. The young lads enjoying the grandstand. So we will move into our senior Rotax final, and no surprise to see Neem Note off that front row with Harry Clark. So I think the 177s look set to come out, not our seniors Just looking at that, that looks like the 66 of Samuel Cook. So just a quick race switch for us before we head into our seniors. We will have the 177s. That's obviously the 2 races in one. As you can see, the 66 there of Samuel Cook. So in terms of the grids for these two, so it will be our 177s first. Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey. That will be the front 3 for the Rotax Maxes. And then for the Masters, we are going to see Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, and then Gary Cox. They are our front runners. But from front to back of the grid is Samuel Cook, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, Kieran Thompson, Gary Cox, Johan van den Brack, Matt Angus, Simon Trenor, and then Gary Churchill. So again, the 2 races in one. We'll try and keep you up to speed with who's doing what in the 2 races. You obviously want to finish as high up in terms of the race order as you can, but we will have 2 races in one here. And it will be Samuel Cook, Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. They will lead the way in the Rotax Maxes. You can see them there on screen. And that would be the 80 so that's the 90 there of Sophie Jeffrey, the 87 of Matt Jones. And then a little bit further down we will see the C plate of Daniel Hammett. So here we go, we're off and racing, the lights are off, and it is the 66 and 87 that make a flyer. 87, sorry, Matt Jones and Samuel Cook, they go through Haynes Loop first, they lead the charge. Then I think it is the 83 of Neil Hemming's got up there, ahead of Sophie Jeffrey in 3rd place and 4th respectively. That is the SC plates of Daniel Hammett. Daniel Hammett, he's up into 5th as well. So let's keep an eye as they race up the hill towards midgets for the first time in this 177 Rotax Max and Masters final. The sky's looking a bit darker, I have to say, overhead, but let's concentrate on the action on track. And it is, at the moment, Matt Jones leading from Samuel Cook. That's your front 2. Then comes Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, Kieran Thompson, Johan van der Brack, Gary Cox, Simon Trenor, Matt Angus and Carl Churchill. Sophie Jeffrey getting back up into 3rd. So Matt Jones, he will be leading for the Maxes from Samuel Cook, from Sophie Jeffrey. That's your front 3 Maxes at the moment. Your front 3 Masters are Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett. They're leading the way there. And then back to Gary Cox in 3rd. So that's our 2 races in one here. Let's keep an eye out front. The front 2 just pulling away a bit, Matt Jones and Samuel Cook. They've been dominating at the front really all day, with Sophie Jeffrey just tucked in behind, and that is the case again today. And then it is the 83 of Neil Hemming and Daniel Hammett. They're leading the way for the Masters. But it is the 3 Rotax Maxes, that are out front and driving away at the moment. Yellow flags are out. Just trying to look why. There's a bit of a spin behind the window. I didn't see what went on there, but big move. I think Samuel Cook has just taken the lead of this race as they went up into midgets. Yeah, you can see it there. Samuel Cook takes the lead from Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey in 3rd. Those 3 all obviously the Rotax Maxes. And then comes the 83 of Neil Hemming, leading the SC plate of Daniel Hammett. They're in the Rotax Masters, so there are 2 individual races going on, nicely poised. The front 3 are all in the Maxes, the next 2 are in the Masters. So 2 good battles on track for their respective leads of their classes. Samuel Cook did the business early, he's got himself out front. He's got 8.5 minutes to hold on, but when we look on screen, there's probably about 2 seconds between the front 6 karts. So there is a race out front. That is for sure. Samuel Cook's not going to have this all his own way. Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey are on his tail. Then comes the 83 in the SC plate of Neil Hemming and Daniel Hammett. They're in the Rotax Masters. They've got their own fight going on. Yes, they're fighting 4th and 5th on track, but they are fighting for 1st place in their class. That's the battle there, you can see. Front 3, they're all Rotax Maxes. The next 2 on screen, they're Rotax Masters. Lovely, well poised. Well done to these guys for giving us 2 perfect races at the front. Front 5 are battling away for the lead of the two classes. Really good to see. Samuel Cook out front. He's holding that lead from Matt Jones. Samuel Cook's got the fastest lap time as well. He's the only driver in the 40s at the minute with a 49.6. So is he just starting again to put that hammer down? Just pull away a little bit. Into the 40s now go Matt Jones and Sophie Jeffrey. 49.3, bang on, exactly the same time from the karts in second and third. That battle that you can still see there, that's Neil Hemmett, that's Daniel Hammett. They're battling away for lead of the Rotax Masters. 4th and 5th on track, but fighting to win their class. Perfectly poised this race, bumper to bumper. Samuel Cook, is he now just starting to pull away? And I think a hand has gone up there. I think Matt Jones has a problem. Yes, he does. We've lost Matt Jones as we go through midgets at the top. Hand in the air, he's got a mechanical issue. Such a shame again. When it comes to the grand final, that will propel Sophie Jeffrey up into second. By default, Daniel Hammett and Neil Hemming, they'll move up into third and fourth in the race, still first and second respectively in their class. So Matt Jones had an issue and has dropped down the order a little bit. Whether that will see him drop out the race fully, we'll just wait and see. But what it does do is it does just give Samuel Cook a little bit of fresh air out front. Back to Sophie Jeffrey in third. A little bit of a gap for those guys. Now over the chasing few. Such a shame. Such a shame. That is the SC plated kart of Daniel Hammett. He's third on track and leading his class. That's the 73 of Kieran Thompson. So Kieran Thompson now with the issue to Matt Jones. Kieran Thompson has moved up to third place in the Rotax Max battle. So Kieran Thompson now finds himself on a podium position in his class. Daniel Hammett's leading the way with Neil Hemming and then Gary Churchill. That's your front three in the Rotax Masters. So the two races in one here, perfectly poised. I think Samuel Cook is looking comfortable out front. He had a 1.32 second lead over Samuel Cook last time around, but funny feeling that might just be stretched a little bit as they come over here. Yeah, it's up to 1.62. Daniel Hammett with the SC plate, he's third place on track, but again still leading his class from Neil Hemming. So as we look on screen, Samuel Cook, Sophie Jeffrey, Kieran Thompson, that's your 1, 2, 3 in the maxes. Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, and then down to Kart Churchill in 6th. That is your front three. So the front 6 karts are 3 from the Masters, 3 from the Maxes, leading their respective classes here. That's Samuel Cook on screen, looking good out front. Sophie Jeffrey in second. It was 1.62. Again, I think it might just be stretched a little bit. Although Sophie Jeffrey is keeping in the 40s in terms of his timings, but it is just stretched now down to about 2 seconds. So Samuel Cook, Sophie Jeffrey, Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, Kieran Thompson, Kart Churchill, Johan van der Breck, Gary Cox, Simon Trenor. That's your top 9. Sadly, we've lost Matt Jones and Matt Angus from this race, but we do have a race on in both classes here. Samuel Cook leading the way from Sophie Jeffrey. Drop down to 5th, then you get Kieran Thompson. He's third in that battle. And Daniel Hammett, he's leading his class from Neil Hemming, and then down to 6th to Kart Churchill. So 2 races going on in the front 6 karts here. Samuel Cook looking comfortable there from second place. Sophie Jeffrey, it is over 2 seconds lead now for Samuel Cook. He's won all the heats, he's looking dominant here. He's looking like he will clean up today, but again, hopefully not a commentator's kiss of death, barring any mechanical failure. So Samuel Cook from Sophie Jeffrey and Kieran Thompson, that is your top 3. That is your top 3. And then Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, and then Kart Churchill. That is your top 3 in the Masters class. So Samuel Cook over the start-finish line he goes. The gap now back to Sophie Jeffrey, creeping up to 2.5 seconds. Then comes Daniel Hammett and Neil Hemming. They're not close enough really. Kart Churchill has moved ahead of Kieran Thompson. So in terms of the Masters battle, we've now got the 3 side by side. Third place on track is Daniel Hammett. 4th is Neil Hemming. 5th is Kart Churchill, but they are 1st, 2nd and 3rd in that battle for the Masters win. Samuel Cook out front is looking dominant ahead of Sophie Jeffrey, and then down to 6th place is the 3rd place driver in the Max's battle, which is Kieran Thompson. So just starting to settle down now. 3 minutes plus the lap to go here. Nobody really in touching distance of the kart in front, which is a shame. Everybody's got a bit of breathing space, so no pressure from anybody anywhere on track at the moment, which, you know, from a racing perspective, we'd like to see it a little bit closer, but these guys can just look to hammer in some good lap times. So in terms of lap times, 40.79 from Samuel Cook, 40.93 from Sophie Jeffrey, and Kieran Thompson, he's third in that battle for the Maxes, the Rotax Maxes. He's still in the 41. So a bit of drift really of the front two, Kieran Thompson. Daniel Hammett has done a 49.8. Neil Hemming's in the 41. And interestingly, Carl Churchill is in the 49.8. So let's keep an eye on that, because that is a position that can potentially change. Carl Churchill all the time is catching up to the 83. No question about that. That could be an interesting little development. Samuel Cook, Sophie Jeffrey, they're leading the way here. Kieran Thompson in the number 6 car. In the 73 car. He's in 6. But interesting, Daniel Hammett, Neil Hemming, Carl Churchill, they're 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the Rotax Masters battle. And here we can see on track, yeah, this is the 90 and the this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd on track. But the battle that I'm interested in is Carl Churchill in the 16. He's gaining all the time on the 83 of Neil Hemming. Now that battle is 4th and 5th on track, but he's 2nd and 3rd in the battle for the Masters. So that's quite an interesting development. That's an interesting one to keep an eye on. Carl Churchill in the 16, Neil Hemming in the 83. Neil Hemming in the 83. So we've got a minute and a lap to go on this one. So there is plenty of time. Carl Churchill, can he catch up and get 2nd place in his class? I think he's close enough to do it. Samuel Cook over the start finish line again. So we've got 2 laps left on this one. Might even be 3 laps, depending on how quickly Samuel Cook can get round. I think we've probably got 3 laps, to be honest. But the 16 car of Carl Churchill is chasing down the 83 of Neil Hemming in that battle. There we can see it, well picked up from the cams. Our camera guys on the case here. They've got that battle now on screen, which is Neil Hemming and Carl Churchill. 4th and 5th on track, but 2nd and 3rd in their respective classes, in their respective class. So can Carl Churchill in the 16 get up in the, just keeping an eye on Samuel Cook. Yep, so we've got 2 laps to go on this one, 2-lap race. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd on track are done and dusted, but look, keep an eye on this one here. Carl Churchill in the 16, started from the back of the grid, the rolling grid. He's now on the back wheels of Neil Hemming and pushing for 2nd place in his class. Can he get P2? Has he got enough in these last 2 laps to get up and challenge Neil Hemming? Samuel Cook is out front. He's driven fantastically well all day long. Massive, massive credit to him. He's been superb. He's out front. He's leading the way. He's in charge of this one. No question about that. So he's going to get the last lap board now. Into the last lap for Samuel Cook. 2nd place is now on track, Daniel Hammett. He's going to win his class as well. So 1st and 2nd in the race. He's 1st and 2nd in their class. That battle, that 16 and 83 battle, that's the one I'm kind of keeping my eye on with this last lap to go. I don't know whether Carl Churchill is going to have enough corners and enough opportunity to get up and challenge to get into 2nd place. So at the moment, Samuel Cook leading from Sophie Jeffrey and Kieran Thompson. That's the top 3 in the Rotax Maxes, and in the Rotax Masters it's Daniel Hammett. Looks like he's going to take the win. Again, he's driven superbly today. Here comes the checkered flag for Samuel Cook. He takes the win. And likewise, here comes the winner, Daniel Hammett. He takes the checkered flag in the Masters as well. And Carl Churchill just didn't have enough to get up to challenge 83 Neil Hemming. Just a little bit too late in the race for him. And here comes Kieran Thompson, I think, in the 73. And he will take 3rd place in the Masters. So terrific racing there. Samuel Cook's been extraordinary, driving really well today, as has Daniel Hammett. Them two both deserve their wins. Sophie Jeffrey, a couple of 3rd places. So Samuel Cook with the win, from then 3rd place Sophie Jeffrey, from then 6th place Kieran Thompson. That's your top 3 in the Rotax Maxes. And then in the Rotax Masters, it was a win for Gary Churchill. It was a win, for Daniel Hammett. from Neil Hemming, from Carl Churchill. So that was our finishing order in the Rotax Max and Masters. An excellent race to finish for those guys. Kieran Thompson, he picked up the third. A shame for Matt Jones and Matt Angus. They both dropped out of the race and unable. Matt Jones possibly would have been in the mix for a podium, I think, in that one, but just wasn't able to get up. So we're not messing around. We're straight on to our senior Rotax final, and we are going to see if it updates my screen, please. Now's the time to update my screen. Here we go. Neve Note off at the front of the grid. Harry Clark. Then comes Will Aldis, James Watson, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, Ian Downer, Jonas Jonaskas, Lucas Reeves, Byron Sly Hewitt, Ben Hicks, Joshua Hall, Roman Vickery, Nicholas Gargidis, Jared Dutour, Lawrence Moss, Oliver Murphy, and then Harry Maynard. That is our lineup for this heat. And again, no surprise to see Neve Note with the 2nd, 4th and 5th in the heats on the front row of the grid, alongside Harry Clark, who had a 2nd and a 3rd in the heat. So those two are at the front. We look like everybody's in position, ready to go, and we are racing. And it is that 46 car out front has held that early doors. Harry Clark, great start from him as he comes through. Keep an eye, it is the 84. Harry Clark still up there, as is Will Aldis. So the 46, Harry Clark, led from the front here. The 94 of Neve Note in 2nd place. So the front two, still the front two, as they race up into it's very close as we go up there. Possibly a little bit of contact at the front, but nobody coming off track, which is the most important thing. So let's keep an eye as they come around Tollies over the start finish line for that first time. And it is Harry Clark, Neve Note, Michael Pugh up there, James Watson, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Ben Hicks, Kian Downer, Jonas Jonossi. They make up the top 10. Roman Vickery and Luke Reeves just outside that top 10. So plenty of action early doors in this one. Harry Clark, Neve Note, they started from the front. They're leading. A contact warning for Neve Note in 2nd at the moment. Then there's a small gap back to Michael Pugh, who's had a couple of first places in the opening heats today, up into 3rd place here. So round we come through Tollies over the start finish line. Harry Clark still holding that lead from Neve Note, from Michael Pugh, James Watson, Luke Richards, Ben Hicks up into 6th from Will Aldis, Byron Sly Hewitt, Kian Downer, and Jonas Jonaskas finishes up that top 10 position at this moment in time as they race up the back straight through. A little bit of movement up the inside there. No, had a look, couldn't make that work. Harry Clark and Neve Note still leading the way from Michael Pugh in 3rd. Is there movement in the front two? Looking up the inside, has Neve Note made the move? Yes, into 1st place ahead of Harry Clark. So Neve Note leading the way, and that's allowed Michael Pugh to really get on the back wheels of the front two. Luke Richards up into 4th place from James Watson, Ben Hicks, Will Aldis, Kian Downer, Jonas Jonaskas, and then Byron Sly Hewitt make up the top 10. Nicholas Goslin's just outside from Roman Vickery, Lucas Reeves, Joshua Hall, Olivia Murphy in 15th, and then Jared Dutour in 16th place. So 94, Neve Note now leading the way here from Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, Luke Richards. That's your top 4. Top 4 do have a little bit of a gap over 5th place at the moment. Will they start to pull away? We've got 8 minutes and a lap to go on this one as they come over start finish line. Orderly fashion as they come through Tollies. Luke Richards up into 3rd now, ahead of Michael Pugh. Just made that move on that last lap. Neve Note leading from Harry Clark, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh. But like I was saying, that front 4. But James Watson is right there in the 64, and that group has just bunched up again. Front 7 or 8. It was a 4 for a moment, but it is now a 7 or 8 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Front 7, then just a bit of a gap to Kian Downer in 8th. So, race on here. Lee Note has just managed to pull out just a little bit of a lead over second place, which is still Luke Richards up into second from Harry Clark now in third. Michael Pugh. So Luke Richards is the big mover here. Luke Richards is gaining on every lap, a position on each lap. Can Lee Note hold on to that lead, or will the ever charging Luke Richards get up into that leading position? There's your front four on screen. Harry Clark and Michael Pugh, James Watson to Ben Hicks. Really close out front. The front 7-8 karts now, nothing in it really. Probably about 2 seconds covering the front 8. And nothing to choose in the front 2. I tell you what, really pushing is Luke Richards. He's really pushing. He wants the lead of this race. He wants to dominate. He wants to get out front and then lead from the front. Try and pull away and stretch a lead out here. But really close all late as they come through. Bit of a spin there for the 50 kart of Lawrence Moss. He manages to get wheels in line back on track and going again. But that is our look at the lead. Look at the lead. It's chaos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crammed onto our screen. That's how close it is out front. And it is still Lee Note back in front from Luke Richards, Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, James Watson. Really close. Nothing to choose between those front 7 or 8. Fastest lap time in the minute is with Luke Richards. But though the front 15 or 16 karts are all getting into the 40s now. Over the start-finish line, nothing to choose between them. I'm telling you, Ben Hicks ahead of James Watson was the only move, 15-6 on that last lap. Lee Note leading the way from Luke Richards, Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, Ben Hicks, then James Watson, Will Aldous, Cian Downer, Jonas Guinness was 9th, Nicholas Gorzalidis in 10th. That is your top 10. Roman Vickery, Lucas Reeves, Joshua Hall, Jared Tutor, Brian Sly Hewitt, Lawrence Moss, Olivia Murphy, Harry Maynard. They take us up to 18th in this race. So really close out front. We're going to keep tabs now on these front 3 or 4. But in truth, the front 8 altogether, is it the front 9 even? Now with nothing to choose between them. Front 9, over the start-finish line they go. Here they come. Lee Note, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, Harry Clark, Ben Hicks, James Watson, Will Aldous, Cian Downer, and Jonas Guinness. That is really, really close between less than almost a second and a half between the front 9 karts. That's how close this race is. This is the closest battle we've seen out front. They're really, really making it work at the moment. Those front 9, they're pulling away and there is a gap. The front 3 just looking to work together maybe. There's a small gap, little look up the inside from 5th into 4th, but Ben Hicks doesn't go for it, just holds back. So really exciting end to this race. We've got 5 minutes plus the lap to go. Bit of movement. Yeah, the 27th of Michael Pugh back up into second place ahead of Luke Richards. Lee Note still leading the way out front, and that little battle behind us just allowed each to pull away a little bit. Harry Clark, Ben Hicks, James Watson, Will Aldis and Cian Downer and Jonas Guinness. That's the top 9. 1.6 seconds covering 9th place up to 1st. Absolutely nothing in the front battle here. Again, tough to call, stick or twist. Do you look to make a move, or do you consolidate, just hold what you've got? There's plenty of laps to go. I think there is a move, a contact there, big contact. I think that was from the 5th and 6th car at the time. Just trying to keep tabs. Yeah, they're back there together now. I think it is the 46 and the 84 of Harry Clark and Ben Hicks. There was contact, and that's driven them back to 8th and 9th now, and that gap is now 2.78 from karts 9 of Ben Hicks through to Lee Note leading the way from Michael Pugh and Luke Richards. And Lee Note's just got a gap now from Luke Richards in 2nd and Michael Pugh in 3rd. So again, just a bit of change of hands at the front. Tough to keep up with this one, plenty happening. And again, as they go through the midgets at the top, they're battling away at the back there. I think Ben Hicks and Harry Clark. No such problems at the minute for Lee Note, leading the way, 3.5 minutes plus the lap from Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, James Watson, and it was Ben Hicks and Harry Clark again, trading blows, and they've done it again. Big incident as they went through the Haynes Loop. I'm not sure if we caught that on track, on screen or not, but there's a bumper hanging off. That's the end of the race there into the pits. I didn't quite catch who that was, but what it does do is it does give space between the front drivers. We've got 7-6 now battling away out the front. Lee Note, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, James Watson, Will Aldis. I think it's Cian Downer as well. I think it was Jonas in the 65 that had that issue there. A bit like earlier on in the wars today, Jonas. So, Lee Note, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, James Watson, Will Aldis, Cian Downer, And it was Jonas that we've lost the back bumper. There was contact going through there, and that's the second or third time today that Jonas has been in the action. But what that's done, the front 3 or 4 is now condensed again. We've got a race on. Luke Richards and Michael Pugh are right on the back wheels of the 94 of Niamh Noté. This is a great race out front, and I tell you, James Watson is there as well. He's got himself back in the mix ahead of Will Aldis, Cian Downer and Harry Clark will make up that top 7, but it's the 6 out front. They're the ones that are going to dominate this race now. 2 minutes 16 seconds plus the lap to go. There's nothing to choose between them, and is that a move up the inside from the 64 of James Watson ahead of Will Aldis and Cian Downer now. Excellent race out front, and it's a race of 5 now, I would say. 6th place Michael Pugh has just lost out a little bit in those exchanges, as has Harry Clark down in 7th. That's the 5 you can see on screen, and again contact between 2 near the back there. And again, that's allowed Niamh Noté back out front from Luke Richards, I think it is, from James Watson. So it's all happening in this one. We've got 1 minute and 40 plus the lap to go. Those 6 karts, 5 really. Michael Pugh's just struggling to keep on the back, but he's there or thereabouts, and he does catch up as they come into Tollies. 1 minute and 27, got an excellent race developing here. Michael Pugh looking to get the better of Cian Downer and get himself back up into 5th to hopefully push for the top 4, which is led by Niamh Noté, Luke Richards, James Watson, Will Aldis and Cian Downer. That's your front 5. Look up the inside from James Watson, but couldn't make that work. Still Luke Richards in 2nd. Niamh Noté out front. Excellent race this one. 6 karts going toe to toe out front, nothing to choose between them, less than a second. Covers the front 6 karts, and I'll tell you what, that's going to allow Michael Pugh to get back involved. Harry Clark as well. Nicholas Gourzalidis, sorry, isn't that far away either. There's a warning for kart 30, Will Aldis, bit of contact maybe, as they jostle as they go into the Haynes Loop. And I tell you, all of a sudden Michael Pugh is back in the mix here in 4th. He was back down in 7th for a while there, but has fought his way back up. Nicholas Gourzalidis, I think, has gained a couple of places from that 8th as well. But out front, it's still Niamh Noté out front from Luke Richards with the WC plate, from Michael Pugh now holding on to 3rd from James Watson. Then comes Will Aldis. Excellent race out front, this one. Can't look away from the front 4 now, have really stolen a bit of a gap. Keep an eye on Michael Pugh here, big move. 2 of them side by side, and that might have cost Michael Pugh. I think it has. It's cost him as he's dropped back to 4. He's almost in the lead for a moment or 2, but he's battled back into what looks like 3rd place. But is that Cian Downer in the 46 kart of Harry Clark that's come back into the reckoning? Can Michael Pugh fight his way back into 3rd? He has done. Fair play to Michael Pugh. That was touch and go then for a while, but out front it is now Luke Richards leading this race. Niamh Noté has been the big faller in all those exchanges there, has dropped way back, well not way back, but back into 4th, but considering he was out front, that's a big change. Luke Richards out front now from James Watson. Hard to keep up on this one, they're so close here as the last lap board comes out. Contact warning for Harry Clark, the 46. Is that Luke Richards back out front from James Watson? James looks to repay the favour and come back around, but holding the line will be Luke Richards here. He will be on the inside as they come into the Windjars dip. He will be in the ascendancy as he comes round up towards the bus stop. So Luke Richards now leading this race from James Watson. Michael Pugh, I think, has got hold of 3rd place here now. He's got that by the scruff of the neck. Niamh Noté, a wag of the finger from James Watson just to say, let's go. Let's try and get some distance between ourselves and Michael Pugh. But I don't think that matters because it's a shootout out front here. Can Luke Richards hold it tight round the final 2 turns? Yes, he does. An excellent race and a big win for Luke Richards. It was tight, but not tight enough for him to get his finger out to wag at the camera as he takes the victory from the 64 of James Watson. Then the 3rd place of Michael Pugh, who I think had every place in the top 7, 6 or 7 as that race developed. But what a phenomenal race. Niamh Noté, a notable mention there in 4th place. Luke Richards with the win from James Watson. Michael Pugh picks up that 4th place. Niamh Noté in 4th. Will Aldis, Harry Clark, Cian Downer, Ben Hicks, Nicholas Gourzalidis, Roman Vickery. They made up the top 10. And then came Lucas Reeves, Joshua Hall, Byron Slice-Hewitt, Jared Tour, Lawrence Moss, Jonas Jonaskus, Oliver Murphy, Harry Maynard, and I don't think I can speak. That was fantastic. Excellent race The front 10, 11 karts were all in the mix there for half of that race, and then it just dropped away as we came towards the conclusion of that race. But up into first got Luke Richards. Again, Luke Richards, I think he had every conceivable position. We can see him on screen in 5th there. Michael Pugh was in 3rd as we are watching this replay, but again now up into 3rd. Tay was leading for so much of that race. A real shame that he wasn't able to hold on to that, but phenomenal racing out front, really exciting stuff. I will be back with you shortly for the final of the KZs and the other supercars. Out come the superkarts and the KZs for our final grand final of the day. An excellent last race, that senior Rotax. Congratulations to all the winners today, everybody that's taken the checkered flag today. So let's see what happens here in our last final, the 125 KZs and the superkarts. And we are going to see Jack Price out. Those mechanical failure that he had in the last one hasn't kept him out of this final. That's good news. So we'll see Bailey Rigglesford, Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price on the front of the grid, and then Steve Haskell, Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland. So we have 2 3-kart shootouts here in the KZs and the superkarts. And an excellent day of racing here. And again, it's been a busy day for karting up and down the country. So a big shout out to our 100+ drivers that we've had here today. We look forward to seeing everybody else back on track at our next round, which is going to come thick and fast. First Sunday of every month we're on track. Make sure you like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, on the Forest Edge Kart Club page here. It'd be nice to see a few more likes on those 505 subscribers. Give it a follow and then you'll be notified. You can see when we're on track next time out. Big well done to Jackson Haynes. Well done, Jackson, from Amy. So we are off and almost running on our last final of the day. Will it be a blinding start from Bailey Rigglesford again? Or can Jack Price or Reece Paget-Lowe get ahead? He is good at the start, it's fair to say. Jack Price looks like he's got up into second place. The 58 of Steve Haskell is leading the superkarts. So, as has been the way, Bailey Rigglesford leading the way from Jack Price at the moment, and Reece Paget-Lowe. That's the front 3, that is your 125 KZs, and then we've got our superkarts. Steve Haskell, Daniel Buckland, Matthew Duncan. There are superkarts, 3 3-kart races we've got going on here. Let's hope that we can stay close and have a bit of action to round off our day. It is, as it has been all day, Bailey Rigglesford leading the way. Across the start-finish line, Jack Price holding on to second at the moment from Reece Paget-Lowe. And then Matthew Duncan leading the way in the superkarts from Steve Haskell. and Daniel Buckland. So, like I say, 3 kart races. And there's our leader out front, Jack Price, and Reece Paget-Lowe nice and close in second and third as they come into Climate, and they go left into Tollies over our start-finish line. Fastest lap of the race so far in a 38.04 for Bailey Wigglesford up front. Both Jack and Reece also in the 38s. As is Matthew Duncan in the 73 car. So Matthew Duncan leading the way in the Superkart battle. Looks like Steve Haskell's currently holding on to second place from the 42 of Daniel Buckland. So there are 3 kart races. There's our battle for second place. In the 125 KZ, Bailey Wigglesford will be head down, will disappear, will check out. Barring anything mechanical, that's going to be a victory. No doubt about that. 37.71 for Bailey now. And 38.26 and 38.21 for Jack and Reece. They both improve on their lap times, but not enough to reel in Bailey Wigglesford, that's for sure. Matthew Duncan still holding on to the lead of the Superkart battle from Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. So what you're seeing on screen there, that's the battle for second and third on track. Second and third in the 125 KZs. Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe. And the gap to Bailey Wigglesford out front was about 2-2 before. I've got a feeling that's going to stretch just a little bit as each lap goes on. Yeah, it's up to nearly 3 seconds, but Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe giving us something to watch and enjoy here. And I tell you what, likewise, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland in the 58 and the 42, they're having a battle for second and third. So the two leaders, Bailey Wigglesford and Matthew Duncan, they've pretty much got their own classes, race leads and wins, bar anything mechanical, sewn up. But we do have 2 good battles for second and third, and I'll tell you, Jack Price has just lost out to Reece Paget-Lowe as they went up the hill there into midgets. So Reece Paget-Lowe now has second place of the 125 KZs. Over the start finish line comes Matthew Duncan, and Steve Haskell, he's still holding on to second place over Daniel Buckland in that battle for second and third in the Superkarts. So that is a bit of a race developing there. This is still that second and third battle, Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price in the 125 KZs. And maybe we'll pick up on the other battle that's developing between 58 and 42, Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland, as they battle it out for second and third in the Superkarts. And they are really battling it out in the Superkarts. A great race up there. They race up towards midgets. Steve Haskell still holding out Daniel Buckland, but there is a nice race developing between the 58 Steve Haskell and the 42 of Daniel Buckland. Hopefully our camera team can pick up on that, because that, to be honest, is the best race on track at the minute. That now is Reece Paget-Lowe pulling away from Jack Price. And again, here we go, spot on, Steve Haskell here in the blue suited 58 car and Daniel Buckland in the 42. Now they've been going at it, because I tell you what, the cornering and speed on these karts is different. You can see that right there. Every time Steve Haskell comes off the pace a little bit, Daniel Buckland is catching him up. That's a great angle as they race up towards midgets. Facing Basingstoke way in the country as they take in that right-hander. So nothing to choose between these two. Great race between Steve Haskell and Daniel Buckland. Is Daniel just going to bide his time and wait for the right time to make a move on Steve Haskell? They go through Tollies, Parsons, and then into the Haynes Loop. Out front, there is no denying that Bailey Wigglesford is pulling away from Reece Paget-Lowe and Jack Price. So that 1-2-3 has been put to bed early in this race, I think. Matthew Duncan's got a very lonely race as he leads the way in the Superkarts. And this is what we're talking about. Look up the inside from the 42 of Daniel Buckland. But again, he just comes off the gas last minute, as Steve Haskell very late on the brakes was Daniel Buckland, but just wasn't in the position to make the move. But an excellent race developing between these two. Been the best race in this Superkarts all day. In the grand final, Steve Haskell in the 58, Daniel Buckland in the 42. Again, Steve Haskell can't afford to make a mistake. Out front, Bailey Wigglesford and Reece Paget-Lowe. They're in the 37s on track. 38.08 for Jack Price. He's almost in the 37s as well. He'll probably be joining them by the end of the race. And there's the move from the 42. Just did it a little bit earlier this time, Daniel Buckland on Steve Haskell, but carrying too much top speed as he went into hand up. I think the kart has stopped there. That is such a shame. That was our race. That was the next 2.5 minutes of our race. Such a shame there for Daniel Buckland. He carried plenty of top speed going up into midgets, but then seemed to stall as he was going through midgets. Just lost power in the car. He looks to the heavens. You can't see him on screen. Hands on hips, a look to the heaven. That's going to be a third place by default, and he's probably not going to be able to move that kart. So the yellow flags will come out as the guys race up past the bus stop. There he is. A real shame that. Unlucky Daniel. Done well to get past the 58 car there of Steve Haskell as he gets picked off by our race leader, the 92 of Bailey Wigglesford. So we've got a 2-lap race going on here now as Bailey just goes over the start-finish line before the last lap board comes out. So 2 laps to go on this one. 2 laps to go on round 4 here in our Forest Edge Kart Club. And again, just a shout out to all of our sponsors. IKD Kart Store there, IKD on the bottom of the screen, specialising in products in most classes. All of our sponsors, really good, excellent sponsors of our Forest Kart Club Championship, and great to see their adverts spinning along the screen all day today. If you need them, they are there, and when you watch the video back again, they'll be on the replay as well. So I think we are in last tap territory now for Bailey Wigglesford, for all the drivers as they come over, and it is going to be a win and a bit of a comprehensive day for Bailey Wigglesford out front. He's driven extremely well, driven from the run. He's got the fastest lap time of 37.23 now, as he leads Reece Paget-Lowe in second and Jack Price in third. That essentially is done and dusted. There's our leader coming around to take the checkered flag. Dominant form today. Thumbs up from our winner, Bailey Wigglesford. And we have got another winner, of course, in Matthew Duncan, who will be coming around to take that checkered flag. Is he still out on track? Yes. It was Daniel Buckland that we lost. So the checkered flag will keep waving because our winner of the superkart's just coming around now. Very distorted race in the end. This one is the 73 kart of Matthew Duncan. He has won the superkart and he knows it. Hand in the air. Well done to him. So Matthew Duncan, he is your race winner from Steve Haskell. And then Daniel Buckland, and it was Bailey Wigglesford from Reece Paget-Lowe from Jack Price. So that puts to bed our racing for the day. We're finishing a little bit later than we ideally wanted to, but hopefully all the drivers that have been involved in those little incidents and bumps are okay. Hopefully karts can get fixed and straightened and back out on track. And just a big congratulations and a big shout out to all of our winners today here at round 4. The mathematicians will go away now and just start working out championship points, who's got what. And if you check out Alpha Live timing, probably in about half an hour or so, it will update you on all of the winners. So just a quick shout out. Honda Cadets, Harry Grant, congratulations on your win. Rotax Cadets, Tommy Lovejoy, congratulations on your win. Ethan Copland in the Rotax Inters took the checkered flag. In the 125 KZs, we've just seen Bailey Wigglesford and Matthew Duncan. In the senior Rotax, it was Luke Richards. Great race that was. He took the win. In the junior Rotax, it was Travis Rose, again, championship leader, stamping his authority. And then in the Rotax Maxes, it was Samuel Cook. And congratulations to Daniel Hammett in the 177 Masters. And that, from us, is that. An excellent day's racing from everybody at Speedway Portal in association with Forest Edge Kart Club, from Paul Haig and Pete Ballinger directing, Paul Haig on camera, Andy as well, Eloise, myself. Big shout out. Thank you to everybody. Next round will be the 4th of July. We look forward to seeing you then. Thanks again.